Hello everybody, welcome to the December 2021 tarot card readings for each zodiac sign. If you're new here, my name is Jane. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you like the content on my channel. We're going to go ahead and get started. The timestamps for each zodiac sign will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below for easy access, so you can quickly jump from one zodiac sign to the other. You can watch for your sun, moon, or rising sign. Now, I'm a Western astrologer, so I make reference to a lot of Western astrological transits. However, if you follow Vedic astrology, you're welcome to watch your Vedic placement, specifically your Vedic moon placement. Just know that the references to the astrology will be Western based and therefore won't necessarily line up with the Vedic or the sidereal system. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Hope you guys have an amazing December. See you guys soon. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your December reading. And I want to start off by saying happy birthday to all the Sagittarians out there. You guys know I love you. I hope you have an amazing birthday. Get to celebrate your life with people that you love. Be sure to do something that means something. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and dive right in. So we are going to start with the Knight of Cups, which is the card that signifies your energy. Now, the Knight of Cups is a Pisces card, actually. It represents the mutable water, which is Pisces. Now, we do have Neptune direct on the 1st of December. Neptune goes direct. And Pisces is not only ruled by Neptune, but it is also ruled by Jupiter, right? This is where Pisces and Sag really come together, which is with their Jupiterian rulership. This is a month, Sag, to really be the epitome of what it means to be a Sagittarius, which is without limits. To indulge in belief and to believe that you can truly attract and you can truly have the things that you want to have. And this could be materialistic desires. This could be career achievements. This could be anything. But I think that because we've just left Scorpio season, and as we begin December, we still have Mars in Scorpio. And on December 1st, technically, we do have a moon in Scorpio as well. So there is this very real, authentic, soul-driven quality. This is not about just satisfying ego or filling voids, trauma voids or anything like that. This is something that is divinely inspired, which is more purpose-driven, which is more rooted in your kind of destiny, if you will, and not any kind of negative patterning. It's important for you to rest easy in knowing that you're on this path here that is a little less dramatic and a little less complicated, but yet more powerful than many other people. This is not for the sake of comparison, for ego boost. This is confirmation that you are on the right track in terms of what your soul is actually here to do, so to speak, if we could say it that way. And you don't have to question things. You don't have to question whether something is for you or not, because if you have this desire for it, if you have this desire to move in that direction, that's all you need to know. The desire itself is so pure and so raw. And because we have this new moon total solar eclipse in Sagittarius, right, on the 4th, beginning the month, there is no doubt that what you're feeling is a truth. Okay? So you don't have to question things, and you can truly allow yourself to indulge in these types of desires and in these types of yearnings. Because what you're going to witness in the external environment, because this card represents the external environment, what you're going to witness is a lot of people having epiphanies that you had like a long time ago. And people that are going to be scratching their heads and being like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I didn't see it that way, or I can't believe I didn't understand it, or I can't believe that I believed that. I can't believe that I was, in such a state of my own hypocrisy and I didn't even know it. You're going to be witnessing people having epiphanies through their own karma, right? This card says karma. So you're going to be watching people experience their karma. And that's going to be hard because there's not a lot you can do to really help. And it's not that you revel in people's misfortunes. It's not really misfortunes. It's actually their own creation, right? It's because they clung to a thought. They were unwilling to change, unwilling to bend, because they were unwilling to let go of some level of control. And therefore, there's a slap back and they are getting hit. And you have to just sort of witness that. But again, that is being used in some way, shape, or form as a confirmation of like, okay, Sag, like this sort of easy movement, sauntering, faithful, limitless, passionate, desirous kind of quality that you're taking on right now, even romantic, because this is Piscean, this romantic quality right now is really the right place for you to be. You know, you can rest easy knowing that the goodness of your life is exactly what you were meant to create for yourself. So you're going to feel a separation in substantial ways, maybe even from people that you once respected. We have this mentor card here. Now, I really sat with this card before I turned on the camera because I was like, is this Sagittarius? Is Sagittarius the mentor this month? Are you going to be the one teaching people? Or is this someone else in your life, someone that you had respect for or have respect for? Because I like this particular deck. This is the archetype deck because it gives you a light attribute and a shadow attribute. The light attribute says passing on wisdom and refining a student's character. So that's obviously a very positive component of a mentorship. The shadow attribute says an inability to allow the student to move on to the role of master, imparting false instructions. And when I get the karma card right on top of it, I kind of have to lean into the shadow attribute here and say, Sagittarius, there may be someone in your life who might not really want the best for you, or is a little jealous of you, or doesn't really want you to fully succeed. They don't want you to be in this limitless place because they themselves have imparted so many limits upon themselves. And this might be an epiphany that you have, a realization that you have of like, wow, like I really believed that this person wanted the best for me, but really what's best for me is to listen to my soul. This is not about relying so heavily on another person's guidance, because have you fully looked at the ego and the trauma of that very person? And I see you letting go of this. You may lose respect for somebody or an institution, maybe even, or, or a family member or a friend. I don't know how this is going to show up for you, but I feel that there is a loss of respect for someone. But that loss of respect needed to happen. You needed to kind of take someone off of a pedestal a little bit because it helps to empower you even that much more. Now, in these oracle cards over here, we have your dreams need a practical plan. This card matches beautifully with the 6th house routine card. Now, the 6th house theme started to come out middle of Scorpio season and really started showcasing itself of how critical it is for future success. That now is the time, because we have Saturn coming into that final and third square with Uranus on the 24th. This is the last time this square is going to happen. And it's an opportunity here for you to revolutionize the structures in your life. And the way to do that is through the small, mundane, routine types of activities that you do. Like if you want to be healthy, this is about waking up and going to the gym. If you want financial success, this is about waking up, learning something new, and placing money in an investment account. If you want romantic love, this is about you putting forth some type of new version of yourself, or some type of healed version of yourself, if we could say that, for the sake of attracting a healthier relationship. So this is about everyday activities, and Uranus is here to revolutionize that game for you. Okay, this is about changing, like really changing, and embracing the change and releasing control, because the control that you thought you had wasn't doing you any favors anyway. So here you release. And I love these: volatility with volcano and passion ignited. And for a fire sign, not to mention we have Mars coming into Sagittarius on the 13th. When Mars comes into Sagittarius on the 13th, it's going to come into the conjunction with the South Node. Once it passes that conjunction with the South Node, it is absolutely going to ignite something powerful within you. The thing I love about Mars and Sag, we can even just kind of look at the symbology, right? We have the Sagittarius symbol, which is like a arrow with a line through it, like a bow and arrow. And then we have Mars, which is the circle with the arrow coming out. Both of them have arrows. During Sagittarius season, with Mars in Sagittarius, there is no better time to set your targets. This is not a time of distraction. This is a time of focus. This is a time of like extraordinary standards. And if something does not meet the standards, it is not a part of the plan. And it is not about rigidity. Okay, just FYI, this is not about rigidity. Sagittarius is not a rigid sign. Mars and Sag is not rigid. It is fiery, and it is passionate, it is determined, it is ambitious, and it is unstoppable. And when you have a limitless quality and a romantic quality of the Knight of Cups, and you have passion and volatility and an embracing of those things, your life can begin to change so rapidly in a positive direction in whatever area of your life that you feel you need some sort of radical change. It would happen so fast that it feels like your head could spin. But what's weird about that is that in this 9-card block here, we actually have a lot of seemingly stagnant, non-moving cards, which is why this is so critical, because this is not concerned at all with the immediate seemingly reality, or seeming reality, if I could talk. I'm not really liking this North Node and Black Moon Lilith in Gemini, by the way. This is not a friendly transit for me. But yeah, this is not concerned at all with what appears to be the reality. This Knight of Cups is so future focused. It is so believing and so limitless in its perspective that it does not look at the way things are today in this moment and say, well, this is the way it is, boom, and it casts this negative spell on itself for the sake of keeping it stuck. It understands that everything in the immediate reality is in a state of flux, and that with the routine, with the daily changes, with the practical plan that is in place, with the newfound passion, with this desire to evolve, which, by the way, mutable seasons, Sag, Gemini, Virgo, Pisces are the best time for transition. So if you know you're in a state of transition, then you can't judge anything the way it is, because it won't stay that way. 5 of Cups is a suggestion that there is going to be some quality of loss. And I think it has to do with this mentor. Now, it doesn't have to be a person per se. It could even be a goal that you have that maybe motivated you in the past that no longer is motivating. Okay, but if it is in fact a person, this is about you saying, okay, well, I can't go external for my guidance anymore. That my guidance actually does have to come from inside of me. It does have to come from this inspired, fiery, illogical place. And it won't be logical, by the way. It definitely won't be. And what's happening with Venus, with her retrograde, right? Because she's in her shadow phase beginning of the month, right? As of November 17th, she entered into shadow. as she builds up to Pluto, she's going to require transformation of the things that are truly valued. And people are definitely going to be involved in that. And I think this mentor quality is going to be a huge part of it. Okay, and she's going to be officially going retrograde on the 19th, which is the same day that Chiron goes direct. Venus goes backwards, Chiron moves forward. There is going to be an embrace of greater levels of wholeness and greater self-confidence that might be greater than you've ever really had before, because you have to kind of move forward in a solo kind of way. There's no reliance, there's no codependency here. Now we have this Hanged Man energy. Again, goes so well with being an immutable season, with the world reversed even here. It's a suggestion that things aren't going to appear to be moving, but you can't use that as a reflection of what's really happening. The Knight of Cups, Piscean energy, is so beautiful for the magical or metaphysical elements of life. To be attuned to that which you cannot perceive with your eyeballs or any of your other senses. You can't really rely on your eyes. You can't rely on what you hear. You can't rely necessarily on what you can see and touch. Because there is so much more that's happening, because you set so much more in motion. This Hanged Man is one of the greatest exhibitions of faith that we can possibly do. Okay, and being in Sagittarius season, faith is a huge component of this archetype, to have faith. But it's faith in your own creative abilities more than it is faith in getting someone's validation or believing that this person has more knowledge than you or knows it better than you. This is you standing in the spotlight. I love to see this for Sagittarius because this is really where you belong. You belong in a place of self-leadership. You may or may not be leading other people, but by means you sure are setting an example. Some of you are leaders of companies, leaders of families. Others of you are not necessarily, but I guarantee you people are watching. Whether you realize it or not, people are watching. They're watching to see how you handle something. They're watching to see how you grow, to see how you follow your passion, because a lot of people will have this passion, and a lot of you cross-watching here for a Sagittarius, your Sagittarius, I'm telling you, has passion. Not every Sagittarius is going to embrace it, because they are going to continue to rely on other people and other people's ideas of what's best for them. And they're going to hold themselves back in ways that it's like to the point of being sad. It's sad that these doors of destiny, so to speak, are wide open and people aren't going to walk through. They're not going to take the leaps because they're afraid. They're not going to say the words because they're traumatized. They're not going to take the chance because they are projecting their own failure, because no one taught them that it was okay to believe in yourself. But many of you who are here, who are embracing the energy at hand, you're going to stand in this spotlight here and say, I am not afraid. I'm not afraid to be seen. I'm not afraid to be an example of leading with the heart, an example of carefree, to be an example of belief, an example of faith, to be an example of passion. And I'm going to hold that responsibility in my heart and make a promise to myself that even if things change, I mean, that's to be expected. And Sagittarians, one of the more adaptable of the zodiac, right, is immutable. You know, you're so adaptable. Like, who cares if things change, if your desires change, if the external circumstances change, if people change, like, who cares? But I'm always going to put my passion forward. And right now, you may not find people who are totally on board with that, because a lot of people, right, 3 of coins reverse, they're not going to want to be, they may even be afraid of feeling overshadowed. Because we know that Sag and Leo And I'll throw Aries in there as well because the sun is exalted in Aries, but technically Sag and Leo with the Jupiter sun rulership here. I mean, these are the two real giants of the solar system. It's a birthright. It's an honor to be born under the archetype of Sagittarius, to be born under the rulership of Jupiter, because you have this gravity, you have this just essence, this indescribable, can't wrap your head around essence. People don't know how you attract things. People don't understand how you can have such good luck. People don't understand how you can have so much love, how you can be so compassionate, how you can be so believing and stay so optimistic and still so full of gratitude, even when seemingly bad things happen. People feel overshadowed by that. They feel pale in comparison. But this is not a time to accommodate. It's not a time to hold yourself back for the sake of waiting for other people. And I think through December, this is a month of really learning how to just be in this, because the external circumstances with the world reversed, it's not that things are going to be turning over very quickly for you. There's not going to be a lot of movement, really. Visible movement. There's not going to be a lot of, maybe it's not even the most productive month. Maybe it's not even the most, month of where you make the most money, or it's not the month where the most of whatever happens. Maybe it's not like that at all. Maybe this is just the month where you hold the most passion in your heart, and that's all that it is. But knowing that this passion, knowing that this acceptance of this explosive kind of fiery, passionate desire that it's gonna put something in your heart, and later through 2022, yes, that stuff will come to fruition, but sometimes just learning about what this really is and learning the quality of this and learning how to hold this is really what's needed. And maybe that's what's here. And maybe your mentor doesn't understand this. I do feel there is a quality of Sagittarius being on their own. You're kind of on your own with this. You're going to have to learn how to hold this on your own. It's almost as though you're keeping it private, but yet you're doing very public things, right? You are moving forward with things. You are still setting plans in motion. I mean, you're still doing your thing, 6th house routine. You're doing the practical plan. You're setting the 5-year goal. You're going after it, whatever it is. You're still doing the things. And your vision may seem, right? Because I love this Page of Cups because there's like a little pig with wings here. So it's like when pigs fly. That's what everyone's going to think, right? Oh, when pigs fly, it's so outlandish, Sagittarius. It's such a big dream. It's such a big goal. Like, how dare you think that you could do that? How dare you think that you deserve that? But yet here you are in observance of how much karma that negative attitude is creating. The circumstances for other people that seem so dim, so grim, so sad, so lackluster. And you're over here saying, well, I don't want any part of that. I want the heat, the color, the limitlessness, the excitement, the thrill. Because that's what my soul is. It's an ecstatic entity, and I don't want to limit my own ecstasy. Here it is, even 8 of Swords. You don't want to limit that. See, there is a very real mirror quality going on here, but it's not necessarily a mirror of an exact match. It's maybe a mirror is not the right word. I'm just saying that because of this, but it's like there's it's a strong contrast is what it is. There's you, and then there's other people. And you are seeing other people in the illusionary world out there. You're seeing everyone so trapped. And you're over here of like, well, but I'm free. I'm not trapped. I'm not held back. I'm not all tied up. Because here, she's not blindfolded. She's not tied up at all. But when she looks in the mirror, that's what she sees. She sees this dark, looming, whatever kind of undescribable cosmic event, and everyone is going through their own stuff, but you're over here like perfectly happy. And you may feel a bit isolated. Hopefully your significant others, your husbands, your wives, hopefully they can all be truly supportive and be on that same page with you. Many of you will have significant others that are there, and this could even be like a you and them against the world kind of thing. Because you're over here trying to do this 10 of coins thing. You're over here trying to earn, trying to create this beautiful life of extreme abundance. We're not just talking about like immediate satisfaction of some kind of need. This is about like long-term legacy. When you allow this passion to be in your heart for an extended period of time, again, the effects the world reversed, with the Hanged Man, with even the Chariot reversed. You will not see immediate consequences. You will not see immediate effects. That's why the faith is here. The faith that you will at some point see that. You have to remember Venus coming in contact with Pluto, Saturn coming into a square with Uranus, the final time. It's just a time of fluctuation. It's a time of things changing, of things evolving. We've been talking about this split for so long, that there are the people who choose the higher vibrational path, and there are the people who choose the lower vibrational path. And we're seeing that even more and more and more. And I think even now, this month, Sagittarius, you're going to look out in the world and you're going to be like, oh my gosh, like this couldn't be more real. And you have to find a way to keep going toward a higher and higher and higher vibration in a world that wants to pull you down to a lower one. We have to remember too, December 28th, Jupiter enters Pisces. This is a beautiful transit. There are going to be wonderful things that happen because here, your ruling planet in the sign of limitlessness, right? Pisces, Jupiter, Pisces right here, in this sign of absolute limitlessness. I'm telling you, there is no dream too big, Sagittarius. There is no goal, whether it's a financial goal, a love goal, a travel goal, a career goal. I don't care what it is. There is no goal too big for you to ask for right now. Please do not edit or hold back on the things that you desire. If you take nothing else from this reading, please take that. Let's pull out the clarifiers, okay? I get a little excited about these kinds of readings because I feel like there has to be a delivery of some urgency with this stuff, because people are going to let these opportunities pass them by. These are like little portals that open up every once in a while with a new planetary transit. And if you don't know, then you may feel something, but you might not have the courage to really act. But if you know that it's like a very small window of things opening and closing all the time astrologically, it's a few days here, a couple months here, a year-long transit here, like these are the portals, these are the times. And with Saturn through Aquarius for only one more year, this is a time to consciously make changes, to consciously push yourself into radical revolutionary energies in your life. Because when Saturn hits Pisces, it's going to be a very confusing, strange time, and you're not going to feel like you have a lot of control. Okay? But now you do. Now you can make that conscious choice and be a conscious creator in the most beautiful kinds of ways. So, all right, let's pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for, I always say 20 to 25 minutes, but it usually ends up being a little bit longer, like 30 minutes, 35 minutes in the comprehensive. So the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. Okay, so let's take a look at this Knight of Cups, which is what the universe needs from you. So what else does Sagittarius need to know about what the world needs from them? What the universe needs from them. Two of Cups. Beautiful. We love that. And the Six of Wands. Another Six of Wands. This is a card that's like ruled by the sun. It's a Leo card. Ugh, Ace of Cups. Like, don't limit the beauty in your life. Don't limit the gratitude, the appreciation. I mean, you can have bad days and have negative feelings, but you can have a negative feeling and also still be grateful at the same time. Okay, so even if you have a bad day, even if you have like a fight with someone or whatever, it doesn't mean to let go. This is what I mean by sustaining that ignited passion. All right, because if you let yourself feel defeated by an external circumstance or a relationship with someone else, if you allow yourself to feel defeated, it's kind of like a giving up quality. And now is not the time to give up, because the cost of giving up is your passion. The cost of giving up is the spark, and it's the potential. Okay, it's your future. External environment, Two of Wands, Seven of Wands, and the Five of Coins. Not a surprise with that at all. All right, now let's go ahead and clarify with the Five of Cups here. Five of Cups clarification. Seven of Swords. High Priestess, and Six of Wands, another Six of Wands. A World. Now remember, the World is a card that's ruled by Saturn. So there are slow things happening. The portal is slowly opening. So again, don't be discouraged if you do not see immediate results. Okay, we've got now the King of Coins and the Knight of Swords. Two very different cards there. Very different. Okay, we've got the Knight of Wands. That's your card in reverse there. The Empress. And the Page of Coins. The Magician. Hanged Man reverse, and the Lovers. Beautiful. Another Two of Cups, another Two of Wands. A lot of repeated cards, which I like because it's a reinforcement of the message, so there's not a lot of confusion, you know. And another Seven of Wands, just right here. Nine of Cups. The Emperor. We got the Emperor and the Empress. I love that. Oh, didn't mean to pull out two, but we got two. We got the Six of Cups reversed, and we've got the Fool. Okay, we got the Hermit. Justice. And another Three of Coins, mirroring that one down there. Got the Ten of Coins. Eight of Coins reversed, Three of Swords reversed. Queen of Coins reversed. Now for the Chariot reversed. Ace of Wands. The Moon. Ace of Coins, and the Temperance card. Beautiful. I love the Temperance as a match for Hanged Man, the World reversed, Chariot reversed. I feel like There's going to be a lot of, this is a Sagittarius card too, by the way. So there's a lot of peace. This is like your time to tap into that guru part of Sag, right? To be that high level spiritual leader within your own life. To not get worked up about the minutia of things, but yet still doing the small things, right? But not getting caught up with those things and not getting caught up with details. All right. There's so much peace. There is so much contentment that is possible for you. And a lot of people are not going to understand that because they're going to be like, the word that's coming to my mind is immediate gratification. There are so many people who are so conditioned for immediate gratification that they are not going to understand your level of patience. But because they are so conditioned for their immediate gratification, that is why they are receiving this karma stuff. And I don't think that it's necessarily the best karma, okay? It's kind of like when you have a negative belief about yourself, like, for example, I'm worthless. Well, then you're going to probably have a circumstance arise in your life that is going to confirm that exact vibration that you're at. So you're going to see a lot of that, and it's going to be hard, but you can't, that's not necessarily something that you can tell people. You have to show them. And this is how you, in a lot of ways, are going to be a mentor, but it's like an indirect mentorship, right? Okay, so we're going to get all into that in the comprehensive reading. So if you guys want to join, again, that link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. All right, see you guys soon. Thanks so much. Take care. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading, and happy birthday to all of the December Capricorns out there. I hope you guys get to do something amazing for your special day. So let's go ahead and dive right into this reading. So we start off with the Page of Swords, which indicates what the universe really needs from you right now. Now, the Page of Swords is a very I'm going to use the word wafty, right? He's very wafty. He can go left and right and up and down very easily. There's no fixed nature. There's no stubbornness here. There is just wherever the wind blows. Okay. So the universe needs your flexibility, your adaptability. It needs your willingness to go in a different direction at a moment's notice. Now, this doesn't mean you're going to be turning up your whole life or anything, right? It just means that strategy-wise and in terms of your plans and in terms of your idea of how something is meant to come to be, that you have to be open to other possibilities, open to other routes. Page of Swords is a very open-minded, non-judgmental quality, all right? He has no desire to lock himself in, whether that's lock himself into a thought pattern or lock himself into an idea or a way of being or an identity. And he's very free in that way. And that quality of freedom is going to allow you to really have an objective, kind of observant quality throughout the entire month of December. Okay, now we are in Sagittarius season for the most part. Later on in the month, right on the 21st, the sun will enter into Capricorn. Happy birthday. But you do have 12th house activation. Now, in the environment, we have the Death card. I don't think we talk about the 12th house enough in terms of death because we always give that to the 8th house. But the 8th house death is very different from 12th house death. Okay. 8th house is a little bit more ego-wise. Now, of course, there can be actual endings and things like that happen here. 8th house is very turbulent, but 12th house is similar in that way because a lot of things are surrendered in the 12th house. They are given up. They are lost. And we have to come into that quality of acceptance, as the Page of Swords is suggesting here, of, when we evolve, we have to just let the cards fall where they may, but we can't hold ourselves back from evolution. We can't hold ourselves back because of other people or because of external circumstances that are dependent on us remaining who we are. We get to evolve. We get to be rebirthed. Okay, so that means that when you are rebirthed, when you allow evolution to occur in your life, everything else starts to adjust. And that means that in the environment, there will be things that go by the wayside, right? That the old way, the old path, the old ideas, they have to be sacrificed. Okay, so it is going to be an interesting month because we have the last full or new moon eclipse rather in Sagittarius. This is the last of the nodal transit here. So we're not going to see these particular nodes in these exact placements for another 18 and a half years. 9 years from now, they'll be in the opposite position, but for 18 and a half years. So this is the end of the Sagittarius, Gemini, South Node, North Node situation here. Okay, so, we have to honor the new moon quality. We have to honor the beginning. We need to honor the essence of evolution. Now, we also have Venus coming into the conjunction and doing her retrograde, right? On the 19th, she does her retrograde. She's going to be going back and forth against Pluto, just like Jupiter did in 2020. So we know the effects of these Plutonian transits in Capricorn. They are powerful, they are potent, and they demand transformation. They demand change. And here's the Plutonic energy, right? Death, Pluto. All right. Now, beginning in the 9-card block, we have the Lovers. So this is a beautiful energy that in its biggest form, okay, it can represent, yes, a romantic love for many of you, a very close, passionate, beautiful sexuality, beautiful connection kind of love. In its most basic form or the more simple form, it's just internal unity. You having kind of this love affair with yourself, the love affair with the light and the shadow, with the balance within yourself. Lovers can also represent choices and the choices that we make and how our futures are kind of dependent on those choices. This is a Mercury card. As much as I kind of, with this particular imagery with the Light Seers deck, I don't like to assign Mercury energy to this because to me it's much more Venusian. Even Mars can come through here, but technically speaking, Mercury does rule the Lovers card and its association with the zodiac sign of Gemini. And when we think of Mercury, okay, we have to think of, this is also very mercurial in my opinion, agility, choices, decisions, logistics, intelligence, and there is a quality of mind that comes through here as well. So your mind is clear. And that's one thing that I think a lot of people are struggling with is the idea that they're not confused. You know what you want. You know what you want to go after. You know what you're loyal to. You know what you love. You know where the passion is. There's no question on that. And there doesn't need to be a lot of hemming and hawing and going back and forth. Like now is really not the time for that. Sagittarius season is about expansiveness, right? We have a Jupiterian ruled season and Jupiter is just like, let's get bigger. And he's finishing out his transit in Aquarius, which is all about breaking boundaries. This is our chance to get bigger and bigger and push ourselves and put us in uncomfortable situations on purpose. Right, to purposefully push our limits to the extent that, yes, we feel uncomfortable, but to really love that discomfort. All right, because look, emotions are running high. We have a super moon quality card coming through. And that emotion, though, it's pure. It's not from trauma. It's not from, pain of the past. It's not from fear. This is from soul. This is from the divine light itself. These emotions are what are pushing us forward, all right? This is strong Mars through Scorpio energy. We're finishing out the Mars through Scorpio transit. Mars will be entering into Sag on the 13th. Okay, so on the 13th, we're even going to have a more fiery and a more passionate emotion. Now, movement, choices, and decisions kind of connects with the Lover's energy here, which says, yes, there are choices placed in front of you. There are decisions that you're going to have to make. As much as the Page of Swords can be a very light and airy and loving and non-judgmental card, he also is wielding a weapon at the same time. And when something crosses his path that is absolutely unwelcome, he can use that weapon and he can cut it off. He can cut it off the path and eliminate it immediately. This is not about allowing things that are unwanted in your life to sit unwanted in your life. This is about tackling the issue, tackling the problem, getting after it, and dealing with it immediately. Okay. Now we also have this ceremony invocation card, which is offering a more calming kind of deeply connected spiritual component. And this is you being in a consistent connection with your guardian angels or your spirit guides or the God, whatever you want to call it, right? With your supportive metaphysical entities. Okay, you get to call upon them for advice, and they're going to consistently mirror things back to you through your external world, so that you feel confident in making the right decisions. I really don't think you are in a situation where you're going to make dumb decisions. I just really don't think that. I don't, maybe when Jupiter is coming into a conjunction with Neptune next year, yeah, okay, maybe there's going to be some really interesting things that happen. But right now, with all the Aquarius energy and Sag and Aquarius are not confused energies, okay? This is a time of clarity, and to have faith in the clarity of your mind, to have faith in the clarity of your heart, and say, and admit to yourself, like, yes, I am clear. I'm not confused. I'm not lost. I know exactly what I want. I know exactly what I want to do. And I know exactly what needs to be done. And it might be a hard choice to make, 10 of Wands. There might be choices in front of you that you're needing to make that may require, like this Ace of Coins. Now, Ace of Coins reversed does not mean that you're not going to get the Ace of Coins, which is an offer or money or the resources that you need. It doesn't mean you're not going to get it. It means that there might be a delay on that arrival. All right, when we have Mercury, which is a planet of commerce in the 12th house. Now, Mercury is not super happy in Sag, okay, because he's in detriment here. He's also not very happy in the 12th house. Remember, Mercury is the natural ruler of Virgo, which is the ruler of the 6th house. Right? You guys have Gemini, actually a Mercury-ruled sign in the 6th house. So Mercury is not happy necessarily house position-wise, nor zodiac position-wise. So he's kind of in this weird place. So don't be shocked, don't be surprised if money or commerce or exchange or like if something has to go out, you don't have to expect it to come back right away. Okay? Don't be shocked. It's not going to be, too long, because when Mercury comes into Capricorn, which is a transit that I personally love, Mercury through Capricorn, that's when things can really start happening. And that's happening on the 13th anyway, same day that Mars enters into Sag. So, it's not going to be a long period of time. But once you make those decisions, you may have to take a little bit of a hit or take a little bit of a delay on these resources showing up for you. But if you go to work right away, 10 of Wands, the way we know a Capricorn can, like that's the beauty of Saturn rulership, is your ability to grab the load and put it on your shoulders and climb up the mountain. No one else really does that the way a Capricorn does. I think this is where Capricorn is extremely unique. They walk into the fire and they don't leave until they've rescued everything, right? They don't leave the heat of a situation, no matter how hot it gets, no matter how heavy the load gets. They don't abandon it until it's all done and until they know that they are satisfied with what they've built, okay? or with the task at hand is reached a full completion. See, Saturn is ultimately, it's not necessarily about the building of things. It's not necessarily about the path per se. It is about achievement. Okay, a lot of times, I say it all the time, it's not about the destination, it's about the journey, right? How often do we hear that? How often do we say that? But for Capricorn, achievement and actual finishing and reaching that line and receiving the reward is critical. All right, and I know that you're putting yourself in the heat of that, you know, with the intention of like, yeah, I'm not just going to just do this for nothing. I'm going to do this for something. I'm going to do it for the financial reward. I'm going to do it for where it can get me next. All right. So you're putting yourself there in that situation because you're being loyal to yourself, or because for whatever reason, love is really taking a hold of you and it's really guiding you right now. You wouldn't take this on if there wasn't some emotional drive within you in order to do so. Again, it's not from trauma. Not right now, it's not. Maybe in another astrological environment, yeah, okay, we could say, yeah, it's all based in trauma. But right now, it's not. This is real. This is pure. This is inspired. And with the Four of Cups here, there are only a few things that are really going to make the cut for you, right? Like if this is a new job situation, or you're kind of thinking of jumping ship from an industry and starting your own business or whatever, like you may have multiple options in front of you, but you're immediately going to know, like, I'm reminded of that audio that's like on TikTok, right? Immediately no. Just no, immediately no, right? An option comes and boom, whether it's for you or not, most things are going to be an immediate no. Because again, remember, in the environment, you have evolved. Now the cards have to lay where they may, right? They have to fall and do what they're going to do, because you are this powerful force in a process of evolution, and everyone else just kind of has to deal with it a little bit, right? They have to adjust around you. And this is not narcissistic type stuff, all right? This is empowerment stuff. This is self-control. This is self-love. This is honoring yourself, especially when we have the Hierophant in the very center of the reading. I feel like the Hierophant has slowly over the years crept up into being one of my favorite cards. I like kind of like the Hanged Man. They're kind of like these dark horse cards that a lot of tarot readers kind of glaze over because they don't really understand what the message is here. As I've developed my relationship with the Hierophant, I'm starting to realize that this is where the power truly is. It's in the power of the Guardian. And that's what I wish this card was actually called. I wish it was called the Guardian, because this is that part of you that will always, always, always lead you directly toward the brightest light. It's the part of you that always is truthful, always honoring the divine light inside of you that is always connected to God or the divine or the universe, that never falters, that never sways. It is only when we are in a state of fear that we veer off of this path. We make decisions because, oh, well, what if I don't have the money? Well, I better get this job then. And boom, we're off the track. Oh, well, if I leave this relationship, then maybe I'll never have another person love me again. Boom, we're off the track. Right? And it's so easy for us to not listen to this because fear is so strong. Like I think of fear as like this living entity, like this cloud that just kind of is accessible to all at any moment in time. But if you choose not to access it, if you choose not to tap into it, it has no power over you at all. And I see you coming into this beautiful alignment. And I even love this whole diagonal here with the King of Wands right here, because the King of Wands, which represents the Leo archetype, which is ruled by the sun. This is, see, the thing with the King of Wands is he doesn't need any of the material stuff. I know that Capricorn is a highly material driven zodiac sign. So money is important for Capricorns. And I'm not just trying to like stereotype you guys, but with Saturn representing the earth, representing material, right? Money is important. Your body is important. Your kind of the essence of your being and then the physical satisfaction is very important. The King of Wands, he's more concerned about the experience of life itself, the experience of creation, the experience of empowerment. He's more the embodiment. It's like I'm almost kind of getting a child of God, quote unquote, type of essence. He knows what he represents and he knows what the world is and what the world is not. He, again, not confused. And this is where you are. This is what Capricorn is truly embodying right here. It's not about the money. It's not about the achievement per se, even though I just said all that about the achievement stuff. But the achievement is going to come through this connection with the light. It is going to come through the heart, through the sun chakra. It's going to come through the creative force of the universe itself. That which you are creating, that which you are giving birth to, that which you are kind of channeling and putting out into the universe really doesn't have anything to do with you. It has everything to do with the universe using you as a vessel. This is one of the reasons why this Ace of Coins reversed, it doesn't matter. Like it's not about what you're going to get at this particular moment. I guarantee you will get much, much, much more than you bargained for. 10 of Coins reversed. I don't mind the reversal of the 10 of Coins because I don't see it as being something I don't see it as a loss. I just see it as a delay. What you're trying to build, what you're trying to create, the way you're connecting with people, the way you're interacting, the way that you are giving to people right now has a massive payout in maybe not even like a super long run, but I'll use the word long run anyway, in time, let's just say that. In time, the payout is huge. But that's not even really what you're concerned about anyway. You've prioritized your family. You've prioritized the people that you love. This is the loyalty. You've prioritized your role and the responsibility that you have to be a leader within your family. That is where the light shines. That is the straight and narrow path of the Hierophant. That is where, when the universe says, oh, here's a vessel that I can use to create goodness in this world, to create more abundance in this world, to create more beauty in this world. If the universe acknowledges you as a channel, it's going to keep going. Boom. And it's like, okay, the only way that will stop is if you cut it off from fear or lack of self-worth or whatever it is. But if you don't cut it off, then this 10 of Coins, this Ace of Coins, they're just going to keep coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. And the Fool tells me that you are ready and open, just like the Page of Swords tells me, right? This is your agility, your adaptability, your willingness to go here, go there, go up, go left, go right, go down. It doesn't, you're so ready. And that has been a theme for 2021, 2021 being a huge year of transition. Some people have made big decisions and big moves. Other people have not. But internally, there has been transition. Okay, whether it's an external or internal transition, it doesn't matter. It's transition nonetheless. 2022 is when we're going to start materializing the things that we have been transitioning into. Right? And then 23 and 24, as Saturn moves through Pisces and Jupiter makes its way through Aries and then on into Taurus, this is about materialization and actualization of the decisions that we're making now. People don't look far enough ahead, I don't think. But you're so open. This openness, we may call it naivete, right? It's a little bit naive. a little risky, a little unconventional, but you will not be sorry, because it's going to bring so much happiness. Okay? Now, we also have this King of Cups reversed. I almost feel like I don't think this is you. I don't, because I see this diagonal as being you, as this King of Wands, and I don't see a King of Cups being someone that's really on the same page as you. This may be a bit of a struggle. I'm sorry, I know I'm kind of hesitating. This is someone who is not at the same wave of consciousness as you. It may represent a single person, or it may represent multiple people, like a group, even a community. This is that moment when you really see the gap between your spiritual development and other people's lack of spiritual development. And it's not about you being better than anybody else. It's not about judgment. It's about difference of vibration. And when you are at a higher vibration, it is very easy to see when someone is not awake, quote unquote. And I don't mean like, politically woke. I mean enlightened nirvana, Buddha kind of awakeness. It's very simple. You can see it. You can even tell. And those of you who read auras, those of you who can sense that kind of stuff, like you see these depleted auras. These people who don't understand what empowerment is. You perceive their weakness. You perceive their cowardice and their willingness to accept the fear. Right? They're tapped into the fear cloud. And I don't know that you are in a position where you have any desire whatsoever to try to bridge that gap, because you're 10 of Wands, you have something meaningful to work towards. You have something powerful, like you're in the fire here with the 10 of Wands. You are in it. You are ready. You are dedicated, committed. And remember, that word loyal keeps coming through my mind. Being loyal to the high quality energies. Being loyal to yourself, loyal to your inner guardian, loyal to your path, loyal to the divine, loyal to love, like pure, real love, not just romantic love, but like love, like God's love. Being loyal to those things. This is something that is going to be used, I think, to motivate you. This is one of the mirror effects of the environment, and one of the things that will likely have to die in your life. You are going to have to wield this weapon. You're going to have to sever these things once and for all. Even if this is someone that you're related to by blood, even if this is someone that you're connected to from childhood or from a really long time. Some of you may be having a very difficult time within a marriage, right? Venus conjunct Pluto, doing her retrograde against Pluto, plus Saturn in Aquarius and Uranus in Taurus, are really asking us to create substantial and significant change in the institutions and the structure that are in our lives. So, I mean, it might not necessarily be an easy situation, but the answer is easy. The execution of it may be very difficult. And I think that's where Capricorn really thrives, though, right? When you are faced with a seemingly impossible situation where there is no winning, where no one wins, and yet somehow when you choose the quote unquote right thing, maybe right's not the best word, the best thing for your spirit, when you choose the best thing for your soul, life gets better. Now this media, I haven't talked about these oracles. Actually, let's talk about this card. First house, the body. You have this Venus-Pluto conjunction in your first house. We're going to have Mercury coming through there. We're going to have the sun coming through Capricorn, right? As of middle to late December. So this month, yes. And we also have Chiron going direct too. I just wanted to point that out, which is going to be in a squaring aspect as Mercury comes over, as Sun comes over. So Chiron is in Aries at 8 degrees. So as the Sun and Mercury come over that 8-degree mark, you're going to probably really feel that Chiron slowing down, and it's going to start moving forward again. So, the healing component is very strong. And Mercury with that square and the Sun with that square are truly going to illuminate the exact things and the exact points of origin that you need to go back to understand where this kind of is going wrong, so that you can make the adjustments very quickly. Your body is going to be the right. You have to understand how important your body is as an antenna, a receiver. You're going to feel things physically within your body when you know that something isn't right. You're going to feel tightness in your stomach. You're going to be breathing shallower breaths. You're going to be having headaches. You're going to feel tenseness in your shoulder. Your jaw will be clenched. You'll feel a little bit, sweaty or something. When something is not right, your body will communicate it to you. Please treat your body super well. Eat super healthy. Exercise, meditate, stretch, do your yoga, whatever you need to do to really feel your best. Remember, your body is a vessel. King of Wands, your body is a vessel, and the universe wants to use your vessel as a tool to bring greater things into this world. All right, so this is critical. Now, the mediator energy, there's, with this particular deck, with the archetype deck, there's light attributes and there are shadow attributes. I'm going to read both. The light attributes: a gift for negotiating fairness and strategy in personal and professional life. Respect for both sides of an argument. And when I look at this King of Cups, it is likely that there is going to need to be some kind of a mediation that happens here. I don't see you making significant accommodations for this person. I don't see you trying to build a bridge between them and you. In fact, I highly recommend you don't. It's not about building a bridge more as it is about building acceptance. Okay, acceptance of where they are. The shadow attribute is negotiating with ulterior motive or a hidden agenda, either personally or professionally. Now, the King of Cups is a scorpionic energy, and when Scorpio goes upside down, it can be not so great, right? When a Scorpio archetype is unevolved or immature or low vibration, it can have very poisonous venom. So the reason why I think this is kind of a highlighted energy for you is because you need to know when a mediation or when an agreement or when something could actually work and when it really can't. This is not a time for you to make concessions to accommodate someone who is toxic. It is not a time to try or to put effort into that kind of situation. If this situation needs to be severed, then it will be severed. Now, there may be a third party involved here. Some of you may have certain court cases going on. You may have, contractual agreements with attorneys and all that kind of stuff. If you have that kind of thing, I suspect this mediation energy is actually going to go quite well for you. Okay, and probably will work in your favor in the long run. With the death, right? This tells me that something is coming to an end in your environment. So it's a death, it's a severing. This is what's good about the 12th house, is that if you really have something negative in your life, then this is actually a time of sacrifice of that thing, the sacrificing of the effort that you have been putting into it for however long, likely a long time. Saturn in Aquarius reminds us how long things have actually been going on by creating a change to it. Okay, so this could be really favorable for you. Let's pull out the clarifiers. Okay, so for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for, I always say 20 to 25 minutes, but it usually ends up being like between 25 and 35 minutes. So we do talk for quite a while about these additional cards to get more information about the story. So let's go ahead and pull these cards. So with the Page of Swords, what more does Capricorn need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Okay, we have another 10 of Wands. I don't mind the 10 of Wands for a Capricorn. I think this is where you really thrive. This is a part of your birthright here. Okay, 7 of Swords. And 7 of Wands. Oh, got 2 cards. Okay, 10 of Coins. 4 of Cups. So we've got repeated energies here. And we have another Ace of Coins. So every single clarifier for the environment is coming up here as well, which I like. I like a lot. Okay, now let's clarify the Lovers. New deck here. Clarifying the Lovers. Ooh, Queen of Cups. So beautiful. Seven of Cups. Oh, goodness. These cards are really trying to talk to you here. And a 3 of Cups. Ace of Coins reversed. I love it. 2 of Wands. This is a month to be intrinsically connected to the vision. Capricorn, think long term. 10 years, 20 years from now. Where do you really see yourself? What do you see for you in your life? Okay? This is a time to write it down. You can do the vision board thing if you want. I don't care. Like, this is about like not losing sight of where you're going. And you can have a lot of materialistic goals here, okay? Please do not shortchange yourself. Sometimes when people are on the spiritual track, they kind of forget that like we're here to be in the world, you know? There you are, Capricorn, Devil. Don't mind the Devil at all. And we have the Emperor here. 10 of Wands. Oh, another Hierophant. I love it. And we have Judgment and an Ace of Cups. Okay, now we got 3 cards. So we have, with the 4 of Cups, we have a Page of Cups, Temperance reversed, and a 5 of Coins reversed. Some of the offers that you're going to get this month, it might kind of annoy you because you're like, really, I'm doing all these things right. I'm really like trying to be adaptable. You know, I'm here. I'm ready to evolve. I'm doing these things, and you're still coming at me with this nonsense, right? And you may get a little irritated with that, with the people that are coming at you with the same old stuff. I don't think Capricorn can have a lot of patience for that. And this is where you're going to have to wield that sword and be like, no, like, get out of here. Clear your space. Like, think about it as though you are your own bundle of sage. Okay? And you get to emanate this beautiful energy, this beautiful smoke to eliminate the stagnant, persistent, musty energies in your life. Okay. All right. With the Hierophant, we have a Knight of Cups. We have a 3 of Wands reversed and another 10 of Wands. So officially the 10 of Wands has come out 3 times. Whenever that happens, I often say that that's one of the most important cards in the deck or in the reading. 10 of Wands, the most important card to pay attention to. So we have a High Priestess here. Guys, I just had such a crazy psychic moment. I don't know if I created this card, but as soon as she came out, I was like, we're going to get the Magician. And I just like, and there he is, the next card. I think I may have accidentally like manifested that card, and an Ace of Coins. So also coming out 3 times. Ten of Coins reversed. We have a Page of Wands. We have another Fool card. Beautiful. And a Three of Coins reversed. Justice. See, mediator, justice. Is there something legal going on for some of you? There might be, not for everyone. I honestly think it's going to work out in your favor. Eight of Wands. Nine of Coins. Tower. The Sun. Oh, the Sun as the ruler of the King of Wands. The Sun energy is just written all over this. I absolutely love that. This is a time for you to really shine. And Hanged Man reverse with an Ace of Wands at the bottom. Such a beautiful set of clarifiers. So if you want to join me, the link is in the description box and the comment thread down below. You guys know I absolutely love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Can't believe it's the last month of the year already. Nonetheless, here we are. I want to start with kind of an overarching theme that I'm really feeling for these cards, okay, before we get into the specifics, because I feel like there's a lot of unavailability going on here with you. Like you're just in your zone right now, and only very special people, I think, are like the prioritized people, the people who bring value, the people who bring benefit into your life, are the people that you're going to be able to really dedicate any kind of time or attention toward. Because I feel that there is something like really emerging and has been. I mean, this is kind of the energy of Aquarius with Saturn coming through here, that there is this growth that is underway. And sometimes you do need to be a little rigid with your boundaries and say, you know what, I really can't be doing this, and this, because I have to focus on this other thing. And it can be hard for other people to understand that if they are kind of dealing with their own traumas and if they're coming from kind of a darker place. But people who are coming from the light and coming from a healed place will absolutely understand that, but not only understand, but also support that as well. Now, what the universe really needs from you right now is this Queen of Swords energy, and she is just all about being discerning and being very clear with what is and is not acceptable in her life. Now, she's not confused, right? There is not a lot of confusion coming out in these cards for the month of December, because I just don't think that people are confused. I think people are very clear on what they need. They're clear on what they want. They're clear on where they want to go. Now, that doesn't mean you have to have your whole grand vision, set in front of you for the next 20 years and that it has to be set in stone or whatever. It just means that, the things that make you happy, the things that make you feel like you're building something, the things that bring you into a higher vibration, and the things that don't. And to deprioritize the things that don't is one of the greatest forms of, self-respect and self-expression that, you can possibly do. Because I think with the environment card being the Emperor, there are people in your space, okay? This could be colleagues or mentors or people that you are learning from right now, that they're around. They are available to you. They are very present. And because we have the 11th house activation, right? Sagittarius season, we've got the Sun and Mercury in Sagittarius. On the 13th, we have Mercury will be moving into Capricorn on the 13th, but Mars will be coming into Sag as well. So whenever we have the Sun and Mars in the same house, I always feel like there is just this heightened state of activation, all right? Now, this heightened state of activation is going to really put a lot of energy and attention on the groups or the friends component of your life. And unfortunately, I think that there are going to be some friends who are going to get the boundary. They're going to get the hey, I can't do that. They're going to get the deprioritization, and that can be really, really tough for people when they don't truly understand what's going on. But for the sake of your life, for the sake of your happiness and your betterment, all right, it is these kinds of people who are going to be much better. And the Queen of Swords has to have that, ability to draw the line in the sand and say, I'm not going to do it with you. I'm going to do it with them instead. And you have to be willing, I think, to maybe hurt people's feelings, not because you want to hurt their feelings and be mean, but because you want to be honest. And sometimes honesty can be painful for others, but it's really only painful if what you say is right? You know what I mean? Like, if someone's not bringing a lot of high quality stuff to the table, and you say, hey, I'd really rather not deal with this because it's, there's nothing I can really do to help you. You got to figure it out on your own, or you got to learn to heal, or you got to, there's things that you got to do. That codependency is going to come up, and they're going to be like clingy, or they're going to be upset, or they're going to have a whole bunch of things to say, or they're going to like project all over you. And you're going to have to be able to say like, okay, that's fine if you want to do that, but that's not where I'm at right now. Because with the Page of Swords coming out first, like, you're in this position of really absorbing a lot of new information, getting a lot of new ideas, getting a lot of new perspectives. And it's not new perspectives for the sake of adopting them and claiming them as your own, but for the sake of having, like, every perspective, every idea, every piece of advice is something that can go in your toolbox, right? And the more perspectives you have, the more you can build, right? Because you can see things from so many different ways. If you only have one hammer, it's going to be hard to build a house, if you don't have a screwdriver or a drill or, all that kind of stuff. Like, if you don't have multiple tools, you're limited to what you can do. So what I'm sensing is you kind of busting through these limitations through learning, discussing things, meeting totally new kinds of people, emperor kind of people, people who are successful, who are putting their money where their mouth is, who don't waste time, right? This is a complete and total up leveling of your life. We have the Hanged Man. Actually, before we get to the Hanged Man, let's talk about this archetype card, which says Child Eternal. And the light attributes of this says determination to remain young in body, mind, and spirit, ability to see things with fresh eyes. Now, I like the young in mind, and I think that's really where this is coming to home here for you guys. It's in the mind. I don't know what the word is. It's just the willingness to completely deconstruct your previous view of things and willingness to rebuild a new construct, to rebuild in a way that is more fluid, more flexible, more open. As a fixed energy, Aquarius, right? All the fixed energies are notoriously stubborn. But when you have a fixed energy who is not stubborn, they can move mountains, right? They can move mountains with their ideas, move mountains with their perseverance and their desire. And those things can become more positive, more lucrative, and more productive. Now, the shadow attribute of this says an inability to grow up and be responsible, extreme dependency on others for physical security. And I actually think you're going to see that in other people, not so much yourself, but you're going to see that in other people, where Two of Coins, you're kind of caught between these two worlds. It's like the world of the people who aren't healing, who aren't getting to know themselves, who aren't developing, who aren't growing, and then the world of the people who are. It's clear you want to be over here, and we know that you are in your own rights over here, but there's still influences over here happening, I think, which is why you kind of are feeling this need to really draw that line in the sand once and for all. Now, with the Hanged Man coming through, when the Hanged Man comes out, there is a quality of being caught in a current, being delayed or suspended, or things taking a little bit of a longer time than you would have liked or that you would have anticipated. Don't stress about things happening in a specific time frame right now, because you are in the acquisition mode right now. You are buying new ideas, new perspectives, new things, new pieces of advice. You're just all about getting new. And those are going to be great things. You're not necessarily going to get married to any of those things, but they're going to be used as you move forward through 2022. Now, this Pluto transformation card also came out, and we have to talk about the Venus-Pluto conjunction because that is happening in December, right? As Venus is slowing way, way, way down, coming into her conjunction and eventually her retrograde degree, right? So she comes over Pluto like this, stops, and then retrogrades again, then stops, and then comes back direct again. Same thing that Jupiter did in 2020. So if Jupiter had the impact that it had for 2020, can you imagine what the impact is going to have for 2022 as well? So there's a lot of opportunity for extraordinary plutonic growth right now. And now is not the time to put that on a halt for people who are absolutely not willing or ready to grow. All right? But to take your own time with your own growth as well, to give yourself the space, because the Queen of Swords way up on her mountaintop, isolated all by herself with the clouds, but she's in a commanding position, but she's doing so from a solitary place. All right. And this is a true place of love and respect of self. Okay. Because we have this memories of love. We have this DNA karma card. You're here breaking barriers, breaking boundaries from your ancestral lineage. All right. This is a moment, not only for yourself, but this is a moment for your entire family, for your children, for your children's children, and so on and so forth. The choices that you make right now to quote unquote break free, to heal, to move forward with purpose, and to live fully and authentically, it's a big moment. And I think this Pluto-Venus conjunction has a lot to do with that because that's happening in your 12th house. And 12th house is a very deep, surrendered house. A lot of loss comes through here, but it's not necessarily loss for, like things you should be sad about. It's things you should be relieved about. All right, a lot of lessons come through. So this is about absolute love. This is about absolute respect. And this is a moment for you to really stand on your own, rather. Take the commanding position, to be empowered and to make very discerning decisions and to not be, I'm not saying to be like entirely ruthless or heartless, but you do have to be very blunt and brutal sometimes with telling people the way it is, right? Like, hey, you don't bring value into my life. You're not like this project that you're asking me to do. I don't agree with it. So no, I'm not going to do it. And I'm not going to do it just because we're friends or just because you're my brother. I'm not going to do it just because of these superficial reasons. Like if I don't have conviction, if I don't believe in it, it's not for me. And to be able to communicate that and set this right 9 of Wands, very much about boundaries. I think Aquarius is having to learn a lot about boundaries with Saturn coming through Aquarius right now, which is kind of the opposite of what we would think. But, it's the push-pull, right? So with Aquarius, you have both the Saturn rulership and the Uranian rulership. So Aquarius is very dualistic in that way of the Uranian limitlessness and the Saturnian very limited stuff. So it's the balance between the two. And being able to understand that they are in fact two sides of the same coin, and that through boundaries, through structure and restriction, and through filtering out who you allow into your life, that's when you have the real freedom. Okay, because I think that you have a good reason to expect really cool things to happen with this Ace of Coins in the very center of the reading. This seems to be like the gold piece that you're really excited about. It's the idea that you were hoping would come to the fruition. It's the client. It's the opportunity that you were just crossing your fingers and saying, I really, really, really am optimistic that this is going to come into my life. Well, here's the Ace of Coins, okay? Now, it might not look the way you think it's going to look. Sometimes the universe kind of does things in a roundabout way that we never would have thought, because our minds are very linear, and we do have a limited perspective, which is why this is going to be really, really, really good for you, because a widespread perspective through learning things, through, acquiring more knowledge, developing skill set, by doing that, you open up your breadth of experience. Therefore, when this comes, you'll recognize it, because I think this is going to come in quite subtly. I don't necessarily think this is going to come in smack you in the face and be something totally obvious. It's just going to kind of like slip under the door a little bit, and you have to be keenly aware of when it's happening and with whom it's happening, because this Four of Cups is a suggestion that kind of your focus is somewhere else, and that there might actually be a lot of little opportunities here. And because very few of them are interesting for you, you're kind of in this bored place, just kind of like, I'm not interested. This isn't really triggering me. This isn't exciting me. This doesn't seem to be something that I'm, going to pounce all over. I'd really rather wait for the golden coin to be given to me. But the question is maybe the golden coin has already come and you don't necessarily recognize it for what it is. I think it's going to be important to really, I just want you to be very open, I guess is the best way to say, to be open to whatever with very few expectations. I think right now expectation is going to be a negative kind of limit that you don't want to set on yourself. So if you have an expectation that something is going to happen and you're so focused over here, then you're going to totally miss this other thing. So to initiate things, to begin things, to kind of go in with a more playful, kind of energy, to playfully go into things without any significant focus on what the absolute outcome is going to be, is what's going to really open you up to seeing this for what it really is. I suspect this is going to be kind of a dark horse energy, something that you just, again, never expected. You were never expecting. And that's what's cool about the Emperor here, is that the Emperor may be a channel or a vehicle through which this Ace of Coins comes, right? Like, for example, let's say you're learning, about financial stuff, okay? We're going to talk a lot about financials when the nodes transition. So I'm just kind of preparing us for this. So let's say you're learning about like investing or whatever. Okay. So this is someone that's talking to you about all these little different companies and talking about how to go about investing and talking about how to research companies to invest in. And here you are, learning mode with your childlike mind, kind of accepting what they're saying and learning from it and all that. And this person might slip something under the radar and say, well, this company is doing X, Y, and Z, and then just quickly move on to the next thing. And now all of a sudden, there's this company for you to research, and you may research it and invest a little bit and just say, you know what, I'll just put it in my portfolio. We'll go ahead and just see, who knows what will happen. But it seemed like a good idea, seemed like a good company, and that's fine. So you start doing that. But you're also so focused on all the other things that you're learning as well that you don't necessarily notice right away that this is actually going to start growing and it's actually producing really high quality returns. And then one day you look at your portfolio and you're like, oh my gosh, like I had no idea this particular company or this stock or whatever it was going to perform so well, because you were so distracted by so many other things. I think that's how this is going to work. Okay. So don't be fooled by expectations or a lack of expectation. I think right now your expectations are completely moot. Whether you expect or don't expect is like totally not even a part of this equation at all. This is more about really what is. This is more about living the life and going with the flow and allowing your life to be transformed. And the universe is playing with you a little bit, kind of swinging you up here and kind of seeing how engaged you can really be. Can you be courageous? Can you take some risks? Can you learn new things? Can you expand your mind? Can you change your vibration? Because as you do that, there will be, I don't think this is just one thing. I think it's going to be multiple little things that just kind of sneakily get slipped under the door there. And a year from now, 5 years from now, you're going to be like, oh, wow, that's really cool. That's super exciting. I'm definitely going to keep going with this energy because this is working out really well for me. Now we have a couple of court cards down here, but before we get to that, I want to talk about the Hermit, because I see the Hermit with the Queen of Swords. A lot of isolated energy, and Saturn coming through the first house. It's very common to feel like you want to pull away. You want to pull away from pretty much anything that is not serving your highest good, right? If it's not healthy, if it's not pulling you up, then it is pulling you down, and therefore does not need to be in your life. And the Hermit here, it's also very quiet. That's what's interesting is Aquarius is very quiet right now, quietly doing things, not telling a lot of people about a lot of stuff. I'm not necessarily saying you're being secretive or non-transparent. It's just that no one even knows to ask, and you're not just offering up the information. So I just feel like you kind of have this other life going on a little bit right now that's really productive and is absolutely going to serve your highest good. You are coming into heightened states of wisdom, which is what Sagittarius season is all about. We have to talk about the shift in perspective in Sagittarius season, because of course the motto for Sagittarius is I see. So this is seeing the forest for, or seeing the trees for the forest, or whatever it is, like seeing the big picture. Not a lot of people are seeing the big picture right now, unfortunately, because they are so locked in to their ideas about the way it's supposed to be, or the way it should be, or the way they think it has to be, and therefore missing out on a million amazing things. But I don't think you're willing to miss out, right? I don't think that you're willing to let opportunities pass you by. You're not willing to sit out of the game. Like, you want to be in the game, you want to be playing the game, and you want to be learning from the top major league players. That's who the Emperor is. He's a top major league player. And I'm going to tell you what, you're actually not as far from being a top major league player yourself, if I'm being totally honest. A queen to an emperor is not that big of a jump, right? She is... I even prefer the feminine quality that I'm seeing here, because the feminine is the receptive. And because you are receptive, you will likely learn faster than most. So, you're on the way. Like, wherever you're going, you're on your way. And I actually kind of think that this King of Wands is you as well. I just have to say it because this is a card of Leo, and Leo is your opposite, right? And so I kind of feel like you're living in the shadow or the opposite duality of yourself a little bit right now, which is very self-focused. It's very, very heart-led, heart-driven, soul-driven, passion-driven. And you have to get in touch with those things. And I think that having other people's voices it's too much. It's too much stimulation, right? Four of Cups, it's too noisy. What you want right now is just a quiet place for you to just develop. A quiet place for you to do this metamorphosis that you're doing. A quiet place to process, Hermit. A lot about processing with the Hermit. To learn. You need quiet places to really learn. Consider yourself lucky if another person is on this same path as you. Now, you're following people who have been on the path, right? But consider yourself lucky if, your spouse or your friends or whatever are like, yeah, I want to learn that too. And you can learn together. Chances are, though, you will be doing a lot of this on your own. Okay? And that's why I say with the Knight of Cups, because I love the Knight of Cups, and I think the Knight of Cups means well in this reading. I think the Knight of Cups has good intentions. I think that they are... I feel like they're trying. I feel like they're really trying. But I just don't know that they are spiritually or emotionally mature enough to get on this track. I think that you are someone, like, it's very hard for people to keep up with you right now. You know, it's hard for people to be at that pace, to be running as fast as you are running, to be developing and growing as fast as you are developing and growing. Like, you're probably becoming a new person, like, every day, every week. It's like a whole new version of Aquarius, like, you know, and people are like, what the heck is going on? Like, it's rapid. This is what happens when Saturn comes through Aquarius, right? It's a rapid growth type of situation. And people are getting left in the dust. And we have this last final card that I haven't referenced yet, which says emotions are running high. And don't forget, as we move into the beginning part of December, we have Neptune going direct on the 1st. We have a new moon eclipse on the 4th. So yeah, emotions are going to be running high. There is this component of, why am I feeling, the word codependence is coming to my mind. I feel a codependence coming through, and you're going to notice codependence in people. And I just don't think that you are someone that can be attached to right now. Now, if you're married or something, obviously that's a little bit of a different thing. But you're inaccessible. People just don't have access. They don't have that access to that emotional part of you, to that warmth. We know you have that warmth, but I think people are having a hard time really getting it from you, you know, and it's going to bring out that clinginess or that neediness, or again, the codependence. It's going to bring that out. I think Aquarius has a lot of that in their life. I think Aquarius and like Capricorn, like the Saturn energies, I think you guys really do have that because you offer a kind of an emotional stability, right? You offer stability, and the people who don't have the stability or don't have the self-knowledge tend to lean on that part of you. And when you pull that away, it means they have to do it themselves, and that makes people kind of unhappy. Okay? All right, let's pull out some comprehensive clarifiers, all right? So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Now, we usually talk for 25 to 30 minutes about these cards. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below if you want to join. So let's go ahead here and take a look. We're going to clarify the Queen of Swords, Eight of Swords, Five of Swords. You seem to be ready to accept that something isn't working. And this is all happening because you have finally come into an acceptance that something isn't working, right? Something that you are doing, the way you are thinking about something, it's not working, you know? In the environment, we have the Four of Coins. We have the Ace of Cups. And the Eight of Wands. Beautiful. All right, let's start clarifying with the Page of Swords. Knight of Swords. I love all the air energies, all the swords coming out for you as an air sign yourself, right? High Priestess. There seems to be like aggressive educating going on. Like, please listen to those podcasts, hop on YouTube, like turn off entertainment television, turn on educational television, all right? Open books, get some books, audiobooks, podcasts, I don't care. Like, learn as much as you possibly can. Ace of Wands reversed. Six of Coins, and the Devil. Justice. I love the balance of the Two of Coins with Justice. That's awesome. Page of Wands. Knight of Wands. Clarifying the Nine of Wands, we have a King of Coins. We have the Sun reversed. and a King of Swords. Now that is your card. So we officially got the Knight, the Queen, the Page, and the King. All the sword energies absolutely leaning towards your energy. Queen of Cups. See what I said? I said this was going to be soft, right? Subtle. And here we have the Queen of Cups. Even a Page of Cups reversed. There's something really intriguing me about that Ace of Coins. It's going to be very interesting. Okay, then we have Magician and the Star. We'll put those up right. All right, now for the Four of Cups. Nine of Swords. Another Hanged Man. And a Four of Wands. King of Wands. Ten of Swords and the Fool. Yeah, see, like I don't necessarily think this is a bad person at all, this Knight of Cups. I mean, they came out up here as well. It's just hard to like really vibe with someone when you're just like going so fast, you know, and that can be a tough situation. Five of Cups reversed. Another Nine of Wands. Then we have a Ten of Coins reversed. Ace of Cups for the Hermit, Temperance, and another Page of Swords for the Hermit. Beautiful. And then a Page. I love the pages for you guys right now. It's awesome. So this is where we're going to pick up, all right, in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. You guys know I love you. I wish you an amazing December, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Now, I was kind of sitting with these cards for a second after I turned the camera on, or before I turned the camera on, rather. And I feel, because we have Sagittarius season, which activates the 10th house, I feel like there truly is so much 10th house energy coming out. Now, what is the 10th house? 10th house has a lot to do with your public life, your career. I often say it's kind of like this inevitable path that we end up on, you know, and we got the North Node Life's Purpose card that comes out, and I feel like there is a pretty significant transition happening for you guys. I'm sorry about the cat. I hope you guys don't mind. She's officially my cat, and she's officially going to be a part of these readings now. So, but there is going to be this realignment happening, because I know that Pisces has been getting really fed up with kind of like superficial paths. You're not in a place where you can really handle superficiality, okay? Because we have this North Node Life's Purpose card, and we start off the reading with the Queen of Coins, which she's, you know, the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. And to behave or to bring out the Queen of Coins quality is a suggestion that it's going to need your groundedness. It's going to need your faith, your patience. And we actually got a card of patience here, because this is an earth energy. This is actually a Capricorn card. And we also have that Venus-Pluto conjunction retrograde situation happening in December as well. So, you know, the Capricorn or the 10th house energy both. So we're actually looking at like 10th house and 11th house stuff for you guys. This has a lot to do with your place in the world and your connection in the world, what you are contributing to humanity, your legacy, the things that you are leaving behind on this earth in your life. And the Queen of Coins is here to say, like, there's going to be some need at some point to be strong, to be faithful, to exercise your faith, to exercise your willingness to trust the process when it's really hard to trust the process. Because whenever you change something, right? Whenever you change something, a lot of other things change around it. And you can perceive that mistakenly as like, oh my gosh, I took a wrong step. This was a wrong decision. And that is when the Queen of Coins energy says, no, you didn't. It's just a shakeup, and it's not forever. And we need to find adjustment. And we got the Justice card here, so we'll talk a little bit more about that as well. But she remains steady on the course, regardless of what is happening externally. In fact, I don't think she thinks about external circumstances or situations all that much, if I'm being totally honest with you. She doesn't, it's not that she doesn't like consider them like blanket statement. It's that she doesn't take them as evidence of something wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? Like when she is morally and truly aligned with her divinity, and things are going on around her, she doesn't take that as a reflection that she's doing something wrong. In fact, perhaps the opposite. She takes it as a reflection that she's doing something right because she's shaking up the vibration. She is disrupting the comfort of the space. And when we have the sun in the environment position, this is an absolute suggestion that you are free and clear to take this path, whatever that is, this life purpose, quote unquote, path. Now, I'm not saying that this has to be such a big deal. It doesn't have to mean a massive shakeup in your career. It could just mean, like, for example, let's say you're an attorney, because we have an advocate card here. Let's say you're an attorney. Let's say you work in corporate law, okay? Maybe you decide to maybe take some pro bono cases for nonprofits or for a cause or for something that's truly worthy. Do you see what I'm saying? It doesn't have to mean that you're completely jumping ship on something. It just means that you are redirecting or using your skills in a different kind of way that makes a bigger impact in people's lives, which kind of is going to really add to the fulfillment, the sun, of your own life. Being fulfilled by what you do, being fulfilled by who you are and who you are becoming, being fulfilled with the process. This is a very childlike energy, and the universe is testing you and saying, is Pisces really ready to play? Are they ready to allow things to unravel? Are they ready to truly surrender? And if your answer is yes, things can begin happening rapidly. All right? Now, I do want to talk a little bit about these oracles before we get to the 9-card block. Be bold and make the first move. Now, this is a cardinal moon energy. Now, I know we are in a mutable season, but this Venus conjunct Pluto retrograde situation that's going to be going on for the first part of, it actually starts on the 19th of December and then moves into next year. So this is a cardinal sign in Capricorn. So it is asking you to make some really substantial adjustments. And for you, 11th house, this has a lot to do with the people that you spend your time with, your friends, your social groups, your associations. And it's okay for you to make adjustments in those areas. Be bold and make the first move. Be brave to step away from the people that have provided so much comfort. It's not that they are bad people by any stretch of the imagination. It's just that they don't fit anymore. They don't fit. They're not your soul tribe. Or not all people, but some people are not your soul tribe. Okay? And this wind activation card, like, you're probably sensing that something is beginning. Look, guys, Jupiter is finally coming back into Pisces at the very end of December 28th. Jupiter comes into Pisces. So now you have both ruling planets in your sign. I would actually dare to say that Pisces is sort of the premier shining light of the zodiac right now at the beginning of 2022. We are in the preparatory mode for that right now. So don't be afraid to initiate, even though it is a mutable season. Don't be afraid to activate. Don't be afraid to make the first move. Don't be afraid to dip your toe in the pool if that's all it takes, okay? Don't be afraid. Things are unraveling, Saturn through the 12th. They're unraveling your life's purpose. Now, life's purpose, please do not get that confused with like something that you have to do. All right? This is not a task or a job. Life purpose is a beingness. and you can exhibit and live out your life purpose, quote unquote, through any job and any relationship and any situation in your life. But you have to understand what that truly is. Pisces, in a lot of ways, are healers. Okay? They have this component of bringing a wholeness to people. All right? So, and again, that can manifest in infinite number of ways. So you have your own unique flavor, your own unique brand, and it is time for that to really come to the forefront of your life. And Nine of Wands reversed is a suggestion that the gates are wide open. You are in a highly receptive mode. Now, one thing I really like about the North Node leaving Sagittarius, right? The South Node. South Node is moving out of Sagittarius and into Scorpio next year. So when Sagittarius has had a lot of activity, right? Sagittarius is your 10th house. We are in Sagittarius season right now, and we'll make our way into Capricorn season on the 21st. But Sag has always had something going on, whether it was a Jupiter transit, whether it was a Saturn transit, then we had the nodal transit. So this is the first time that Sag has been like really free and clear for quite some time. So this means that your career or 10th house channel is really clearing out, meaning you won't experience so much resistance, you won't experience so much hesitation. Again, the gates are opening. That may mean that there are going to be some sacrifices, though, because you still have Saturn in the 12th. There are always sacrifices, always losses, always surrenders, which may mean that you may need to take, now not all of you, like I was saying, I'm not trying to like blanket statement this, but some of you may need to take a huge step in a new direction. And it may be bigger than you realize or than you hope. But for others of you, it may be something small. It may be just something as simple as a phone call to a new type of person that opens the gates. I'm telling you, the gates are wide open. And it will be for quite some time. So I'm not saying that there's a sense of urgency here. But I also know that you are feeling something bubbling up inside of you. And when Jupiter comes through Pisces for the first 5 months of 2022, there is going to be a grandeur about you and about your perspective on life. And we have this Temperance card here, which is a suggestion of peace and balance and Zen. And that is immediately followed by Justice, which suggests that there is some balance coming back into your life. Does it mean that everything will be perfect? No, it does not. And please don't say that I said that. It won't be perfect, but it will be great. And I think the Justice card is coming out here is a reminder of the faith with the Queen of Coins. The faith in the process, because I always say, and you guys who have been with me for any period of time are probably sick of me saying this, but the Queen of Coins is my gardener. And she knows that when she plants a seed and she provides the proper soil, the proper amount of water, and ensures that there is enough sunlight, she knows for a fact that that seed will sprout and grow. Okay? Now, the environmental factors are really where the attention needs to be spent. Because once a seed begins to sprout, it is in life's hands. Because you can't force that seed to grow bigger, faster, better. You can only improve the environment. That's all you can do. So to improve the environment, you take a look at your emotional state, how you talk to yourself, your deep psychology. You really look at your, even like your financial situation, like if you're a little out of control with something, this is a time to really tighten up and to be more serious, right? You guys have Chiron in the second house, which is offering you an ability to heal in terms of your relationship with money, and also on a deeper level, your own self-worth and deservingness. Okay. And all of those are, the soil, the water, and the sunlight. psychological, your physical state, your physical body as well. Please pay attention to your physical health. Eat all your fruits and veggies, you know what I mean? Like supplement if you need to, and just be clean with the way you treat your body, because that is an act of self-respect. And when you have that level of self-respect, it is easier to gain respect of others. Because you may begin collaborating with people, 3 of Coins, and I like the collaborations for you, especially with Venus conjunct Pluto in the 11th house. And eventually when Sun moves into Capricorn at the end of December and Mercury moves into Capricorn on the 13th, okay? 11th and 10th house activation. This is really where it's at for you. So collaborate, work together, get as creative as you possibly can. You guys have Uranus in your 3rd house. I cannot imagine a more creative transit than that. This is high levels of invention, high levels of innovation and inspiration. Uranus brings so much high level wisdom into an area. And when that comes into your mind and how you connect and how you collaborate, I honestly think that you can't even see the potential that is being nurtured right now for you. And with the Knight of Coins, you also have now this is the Virgo card. Now, Virgo is your opposite, and we all have the opposite attributes. It's kind of like your shadow element sort of coming to life here. The Virgo is the organization, it is the scheduling, it is the daily routine, it is the physical body care, it is the acts of service, it is the higher level purpose in terms of like not being of service to others for the sake of helping yourself, right? But for being of service for the sake of the overall health of everyone involved, right? That's kind of a higher level manifestation of Virgo. There's a humility here. There is a quality of not expecting a lot of accolades or rewards. None of this, like when you are truly in your quote unquote life's purpose, when you're truly in your life's purpose, accolades and rewards are completely pointless. Because it doesn't matter, because those are just reflections of other people's perceptions and therefore empty. And I think right now you are supercharged to be doing something for the love of doing something rather than doing something for the sake of paying your bills or whatever. And the Virgo Knight of Coins, strategic, organized, routine, scheduled, strategized quality. Like, please get out your planners, get out your calendars, get out your budgets, and sit there and really get into the nitty gritty. And I highly recommend you get into the nitty gritty, because if you don't, I feel that there's some with this. Did I talk about the 3 of Swords? I may have glanced over that. I don't think I meant to glance over it. But I think with the 3 of Swords, like the Knight of Coins and the 3 of Coins, these 2 cards here kind of feel like the answer to the 3 of Swords, because you may be feeling ripped apart right now. I often see with this card, like these strings are going into this heart and pulling it in all different opposite directions, therefore sort of shattering it. And I feel like being pulled in too many different directions ends up being more detrimental than not. So Knight of Coins, 3 of Coins is about collecting the energy and going in the other direction. So instead of pulling out, you are assembling. And when you assemble the budgets and the schedules and all the super boring, mundane stuff that a lot of people really don't thrive in, this is actually where the thriving occurs. Now, I once had my old boss, and who's essentially like one of my best friends. He's like a multi-millionaire commercial real estate guy. And he would always say, because I worked for him briefly, always say, if you take care of the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. Okay? And you can think of that and use that as a symbol for how you spend your time on a daily basis. The way you dedicate your energy, the way you invest your energy. Because with this Queen of Cups here, I see magical things happening. To have a Queen of Coins and a Queen of Cups, this is Capricorn energy and this is Cancerian energy. Both are cardinal energies. Okay, cardinals are so great at like worldly aggressiveness, right? They can go after the worldly things in a way that mutables like Pisces kind of struggle with. And I'm not saying you can't have material success as a mutable sign. Not what I'm saying. You definitely can. But it's the way you go about doing it. Cardinal energy is more straight. It is more linear. It is more, has a greater, it's more like a laser type focus, where mutables are kind of like lamp energy, right? A lamp, you turn it on and it goes all over the room. And it's a beautiful thing, and it has its own quality and it has its own use. But the laser is actually what's going to make things happen very quickly, because I'm looking at this Eight of Wands and it's all focused in. Can you guys see that in the image? It's just like all going toward a single point. And I think the laser aspect of you, right? Because we all have all the aspects. You may not necessarily have planetary activation, but we all have all the zodiac signs in our chart, in our personality. We all have elements of this. So this is an opportunity to tap into it and to consciously bring it up in your day-to-day routine, and say, wake up in the morning and say, I'm going to be like a laser today. I'm going to have a laser sharp focus, and I'm going to focus on things it doesn't have to be long periods of time, but it has to be highly concentrated and also joyful. All right, because the whole point of this with the sun and the environment, the whole point of this is joy. Okay, so if you go about doing something with like resentment, it might not have as good effects. It doesn't mean you have to like everything you do all the time, but it does, kind of have this, it helps. Now, the Seven of Wands reverse, which is the last card we haven't talked about yet, there are going to be things that try to puncture this process, because what happens when you are in your realm, right? It doesn't mean that the things from your past aren't still trying to access you, right? Just because you're in a zone doesn't mean, the people you hung out with 2 months ago might not call you. You know what I mean? It's not like everything is totally fresh. And I do feel like there will be resurfacing of things and people from the past. Now, that may be for one of two reasons: for the sake of termination, right? People calling you, people reaching out to you, people wanting to hire you, people coming to you for advice or whatever. And that is an opportunity for you to say, hey, look, I'm just really not doing this anymore. I'll refer you to someone else. You can contact these other people. I really can't do it anymore. It's good for that. And it is also good for really cherry picking the people and the energies and the souls that will fit into a more, like a better soul tribe. Okay? And you'll have those opportunities as the months progress, especially with Jupiter in your sign. Because I suspect the first part of 2022 for Pisces, it's going to be rapidly expansive if you allow it to be. The only time a Pisces won't have that is if they are absolutely resisting the unraveling of Saturn in the 12th. Like if things are unraveling, if they're feeling called or pulled towards something and they reject that within themselves, then that Pisces probably will not see rapid improvement or rapid evolution. Just putting it out there, super plain and simple, like it just depends on how you respond. I actually didn't talk too much about this advocate card, so let me pull this up. So now this deck has a light attribute and a shadow attribute. So the light attribute says it inspires you to put compassion into action. And when you think of a gardener, someone who is planting seeds, it's not just about planting a seed and letting it grow. Actually, let me use a different analogy, right? Let's use like the having a baby example, okay? There are people who want to have a baby But they don't understand that that is a commitment to growing someone's life or nurturing someone's whole life, right? It's two totally different things. Also, people who want to have a wedding, but they have no idea that a wedding means a marriage. Two totally different things. This is about nurturing a life, having a marriage. This is about the real big stuff. It's not just about the small events, okay? Compassion is what's really going to carry you through. Your compassion and your genuine caring about leaving this legacy or about helping others in a certain way. Now, the shadow attribute says embracing negative causes or committing to causes for personal gain. This is the egoic quality here, which I don't think that people who are here on my channel anyway, or at least watching tarot and astrology, who are actively doing the personal work, which is very few people. Like when you really think about it, how many people are actually doing the work, who are actually growing? There are people who think that's what they're doing, but they're in their illusion because they're all caught up in like rituals and routines and spiritual tools and all sorts of things, which we all go through that at some point, but some people never really grow out of that. And there's the reliance on those things, okay? And therefore, that practice almost becomes self-serving. It becomes ego inflating in a lot of ways. But the people who are really doing the work, who are genuinely committed to making the world a better place by providing and being a light in the world, will absolutely tap more into the light attribute, which is about inspiring you or being inspired to put compassion into action, which I love, right next to the life purpose card. I mean, there's big shifts for Pisces happening, no doubt about it, because of Saturn through the 12th. Okay. Alrighty. Now we're going to go ahead and pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. Let me get the reversals in here. Hold on, let me shuffle these in really quick. Sorry for the loud noise. Okay, there we go. And then the other deck. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. And the link for that will be found in the description box or the comment thread down below. I usually talk for another like 30 minutes or so about these cards. So if you want to join and get more information, you are absolutely welcome. We'd love to have you there. All right, so let's take a look at this Queen of Coins. So what additional information does Pisces need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Oh, another Three of Swords. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit more about that then. I didn't really talk too much about that. We'll see what the clarifiers have to say. We'll get more info on that. Five of Swords reversed. And a Ten of Cups. Beautiful. We have Ace of Coins. Seven of Coins reversed. And the Six of Wands. Okay. Now let's clarify the Nine of Wands, this beautiful open gate. Ah, beautiful with the sun. See, this is what I'm saying. The only Pisces who are going to have resistance are people who are like all caught up in their head about stuff and projecting negative outcomes. King of Cups. And we have a Six of Cups. Now for the Three of Swords. Ace of Wands reversed. Four of Wands. Another Seven of Wands. Okay. Ten of Wands. Oh. Another Ten of Cups. Beautiful. So that matches there. Eight of Coins. Eight of Coins is very similar to the Knight of Coins in a lot of ways, in terms of their ability to bring things into a physical, usable form from an idea or from a dream, right? They pull from this metaphysical plane and push it into this third dimensional plane. It's a channel. It's a vessel. You're this sort of both receiver and what's the other word? Transistor? Is that what it is? To both receive and give. Justice. We have Seven of Cups. Ace of Cups. Three of Wands. Ooh, an Ace of Coins. I love that. I love that actually with the King of Cups. I feel like that King of Cups is a really important energy. Another Virgo quality with the Hermit there. Okay, well, we'll take both. So we have the Knight of Wands and the Page of Wands. We have the Six of Swords reversed and the Four of Cups. Another Queen of Coins. We have Judgment with the Queen of Cups. Queen of Wands. Ugh, I'm loving the queens. All the queens coming out. Cups. Oh, we didn't have a Queen of Swords. We have Cups, Coins, and Wands. Queens indicate the cardinal energies. Page of Coins. Lovers reversed. And now when we have a 10 of Coins and a 10 of Cups, we love that energy together because it's not only the emotional fulfillment and happiness, but it is also material prosperity as well. Ugh, and a King of Coins. I can't. That's so awesome. I'm excited for you, Pisces. Knight of Swords. Another Three of Coins, which matches the center card. And a King of Wands. Page of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are absolutely more than welcome. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing week, or month rather, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and get started with the Page of Swords, which is the card that signifies the energy that the universe needs from you right now. Now, the Page of Swords is great because it's very flexible, it's very free, highly open-minded, and for Sagittarius season, plus we have a Mercury in Sag for the first half of the month. There's a lot of will just come more naturally, right? Because you've got ninth house activation. So yeah, it will come naturally, open to new possibilities, new opportunities, and new ways of really perceiving things. And I feel like because we have the shadow side, now this is like the devil card in a traditional tarot. So we have the devil in the environment, new perspectives on things that you think are problems is going to become very useful. Like this is a really good tool to have in your tool belt because perspective is everything. And there may be places, whether it's financial issues or, life purpose issues. We got a life purpose card coming out here, what to do with your life, relationship stuff, whatever it is, a new way of looking at it or a new way of approaching it is what this season is going to be all about. So being open to receive those things and being willing to change your mind. One thing that's kind of cool about the Uranus planet coming through Taurus is that all of us, every single person in some area of our life where we are really stubborn, we get to radicalize and create a little bit of chaos in that area for the sake of breaking through something that just really isn't working. All right. This is massive breakthrough opportunity for everybody. Okay. So for you, with Venus coming into her conjunction and ultimately doing her retrograde on the 19th against Pluto in Capricorn in the 10th house, right? This is a Capricorn card. This has a lot to do with like what you do with your life. A lot of you are going to be thinking a lot about your career. You're going to be thinking about your place in society, thinking about how you're spending your time. And Page of Swords is giving you some open doors. And I love that we start the reading off with the Ace of Cups, because this is a suggestion to lead with your heart. And for a Sagittarius sun, which, we have to pay close attention to the sun, for you, because the sun is actually exalted in Aries. So sun energy is very important for Aries, okay, in the placement. And to have the big fireball of our solar system in fiery Sagittarius, a fellow fire sign, bodes well for you. And when Mars, your ruling planet, comes into Sag, that also bodes well for you, because I feel that a lot can be accomplished, but in a joyful, fun, magical kind of way. It's not necessarily this hard work. That's the old way of doing things, I think. All right. This is not about hard work. This is about providing value and earning because of that value. All right, now I'm going to look at some of these oracle cards here for a second. This one also came out for Pisces, which is relevant for you since Pisces is your 12th house. The North Node, life's purpose. Life's purpose is kind of a deceiving notion, and I think we've sort of distorted it in Western cultures by thinking or projecting this idea that what we do for a livelihood needs to be our life purpose, or that is our life purpose, when really that's not necessarily true. Life purpose could be something small, like maybe you're a really good storyteller, right? And that's something that you can apply in any path that you choose. Maybe you're a really good nurturer, right? Also something that you can do in any capacity. Maybe you are a really good listener, right? And in some ways that is your life purpose. Maybe you're just deeply rooted in your spirit and that is your life purpose. So you can bring that to the workplace. You can bring that to your family. You can bring that into a relationship. And that's something that just sort of comes from you. And that's sort of like the fragrance of the rose, right? You cannot have one without the other. And the rose can be in a rose garden, or it can be a wild rose growing, on a vine, on a tree in a forest or something. It doesn't matter where that rose is. You cannot separate the fragrance from the rose. And I feel that there's this, kind of coming into consciousness of what that purpose really is for you. And we have this full moon in Sag card. Now, obviously, we have the eclipse in Sag starting off the month, the new moon eclipse, giving us that opportunity to look at the big picture. This is about your life. This is about your happiness. It's about your family and your marriage and your relationships and your money, right? This is about all of it. And what I love about this rejoice and celebration is, one, I think you're going to feel a lot of gratitude, because Sagittarius season is a very fortunate kind of zodiac sign because of its Jupiterian rulership. Not to mention that we do have Jupiter itself moving in to Pisces, its rulership. So there's this whole component of Jupiter and Neptune, both the rulers of Pisces, being in their home sign, opening up a lot of hope, a lot of optimism, a lot of, a seeing of possibilities. And that's being amplified by the Sagittarius energy right now. And later on when Mars, on the 13th, when Mars enters into Sag. So there's this appreciation and real indulgence in the good things that you do have in your life, and really seeing things from the good perspective, or with the gratitude perspective, because that is going to really open up a lot of doors. We have this winter solstice card and it says reflection on it. So it does seem to tell a lot about who you are based on what you choose to see in the reflection. This Saturn in the environment card, it will make it really easy for you to look out in the world and be like, oh my gosh, like I'm not here, I'm not there, I don't have this, and to be kind of negative or a little bit of to have a dampened spirit. That is definitely an option. But if you look out into the world and see, even though like the winter solstice, right? Even though this is a frozen lake, snow, cold, icy, but you can also choose to see beauty in that as well. And that's what I feel that you're doing with this Ace of Cups. You're truly choosing consciously in your conscious mind to see the beauty in your situation, to see the beauty in your life, and to see the beauty of the way things could potentially go. Okay? This was kind of an interesting card that I'm going to bring up now. I don't know how it's going to tie in. Maybe it will tie in later on. The Avenger card. Now, this particular archetype deck gives us a light attribute and a shadow attribute. The light attribute says a desire to balance the scales of justice, righteousness on the behalf of society or oneself. Shadow attribute we'll get to later, but I feel like this is tying into the life purpose a little bit, and this makes a lot of sense because you have a lot of upper house transits going on. You've got 11th house activation with Jupiter and Saturn. Jupiter will move into the 12th house on the 28th, but for now, for the beginning of December, yes, Jupiter is still in the 11th. We have Saturn in the 11th, Jupiter doing its retrograde Pluto in Capricorn with the Venus retrograde happening in the 10th. We've got 9th house with Sun, Mercury, and Mars. So, I mean, there is a lot of this like, what is my part in society? What is my role? What can I truly contribute? What is my true value? There are a lot of these questions going on. And there is this spirit, as is natural with Sagittarius energy, to live according to this moral code. And to be able to, sorry, my cat, I like having her around. If she gets too distracting, I'll move her. She's getting a little bit hyper right now. But there is this, like, wanting to be a warrior for society, wanting to do something a little bit more relevant for people, wanting to have a cause. I always say that Aries energy needs some kind of a cause to fight for. This is Mars, right? Mars needs something to dedicate his focus towards. And the same old might not be able to play ball with you anymore. This is what Aquarius Saturn is really all about. It's really changing the rules, changing the game, and you're likely going to be realigning with something that you care about on a deep level because you see how it benefits everybody. And it may change your career choice. It may change your livelihood. It may change a relationship. It may change what you do in your free time. But see, you can't go wrong when we have the Ace of Cups because your heart is so involved in this. Your heart feels ready. And even when I look at these queens, we've got the Queen of Coins, we've got the Queen of Cups. Both of them have their eyes closed. They seem to be in this like deep, meditative, magical place, which means I don't know that there's going to be a tangibility to any of this during December, but this is like the real conscious creation mode that you're in right now. You're envisioning a different kind of life. You're envisioning a different way. Even if it's something small with Uranus in the second house, it could be a different way of earning money. It could be a different, career path or a different way of contributing to a community of some kind. But you're just in kind of the dreamland place. And even with the Judgment card directly underneath, there seems to be like this astral projection going on. An astral projection of like projecting your consciousness into some timeline in the future where you are living as this person doing these things, which ultimately ties you energetically, it tethers you to that particular timeline. Please do not underestimate the effect of your meditations right now. With Neptune going direct in the 12th house, you do have this incredible magical ability to transcend Saturnian limitations, which we're seeing here. There is a lot of transcendence happening, okay? And what I love is that you are not holding back, even though the environment is wanting you to do that, and there are a lot of potentials for you to do that. I don't see you doing it. This is the beautiful thing about having Sagittarius activation and Pisces activation. Both Sag and Pisces have a quality of limitlessness with them. Aquarius does too, but to an extent. It still has the Saturnian flavor because Saturn is one of the rulers of Aquarius. But with Sag and Pisces, I think it overrides, especially when Sun and Mars activate a zodiac sign. There's so much energy in the Sagittarian direction being accentuated next year with Jupiter in Pisces that this just has the potential to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So your dreams, your imaginings, your daydreams are actually quite productive, even though people from the outside looking in will be like, well, you have to get to work. Well, you have to do the labor. And while there is, there are some structures that need to be set up, new habits, new behaviors, new procedures to accomplishing things. I don't think it's labor intensive. It's actually probably more simple than what you have done. Likely you have overcomplicated things. And you're coming into this place of simplicity. And the world starts to turn over. And you will notice a shift in your world a little bit. I'm pretty sure you will. That there will be a turnover in what you see. Because the more and more you look at this cold, and again, winter solstice is coming up in December, right? The 21st. So first day of Capricorn, that is where we're at. We're at this turnover between fall or autumn into winter in the northern hemisphere and spring into summer in the southern hemisphere. So there is a season turnover. And if you can perceive, I'm going to use the Northern Hemisphere reference because the majority of my audience is in the Northern Hemisphere. So if you can perceive that going into the death period, which is winter, right? Very cold, no leaves, nothing is growing, but also to see it as an essential time for what is to come, because a lot of plants can't grow unless there's a freeze, right? To see the beauty in that, to see the beauty in harvesting, to see the beauty in an unknown, seemingly barren place. If you can see bounty in barrenness, you are without a doubt an alchemist, like an adept master at what you're doing here. And that's a beautiful thing. And because of that perspective, because of that attachment to that timeline, which is happening here with Judgment. And I love the Page of Cups. I love this deck specifically because there's a little pig with wings, and there's always that quality of like when pigs fly, which is what we say, when like, oh my God, like this will never happen, right? But when this is in the very center of the reading, I can say like, maybe they can. In some world, somewhere, some way, with some level of consciousness or some type of consciousness, yes, pigs can fly. So this is why this is beautiful, because there are no limitations in the dreams. And we can allow ourselves to be completely, the word that's coming to my mind is like enraptured, to be completely enveloped by possibility of the seemingly impossible. And I love the lovers here as well, because there's that unity that happens. It starts off in many ways with an internal unity, an internal balance the internal yin yang, right? Where we have the light within the dark and the dark within the light, the good within the bad and the bad within the good. And it really is all about balancing. And I love this here, desire to balance the scales of justice. This is not the justice card. We did not get the justice card, but there is a similar, essence. There is balance here between a masculine and a feminine, between a heavenly and an earthly. There is kind of a implosion of the polarity. And when you can implode on your own polarity here, I feel like I'm getting such it's like a big sweep. I don't even know how to describe it. Like this big sweeping energy where Aries, like we're kind of like, maybe you should get prepared. I don't know. Like I feel like there's going to be this sweeping energy through 2022. And we are just in the preparatory month. This is like the month before the next 5 months with Jupiter in Pisces. The month before the next 5 months. I know that sounds like a really weird way of looking at it or a weird way of thinking about it, but between now and Aries season and even Taurus season, there are infinite number of possibilities, infinite number of routes that you can take. If you're looking out at your world and seeing limited options, this is your sign, your big flashing signal to like take a step back, do your meditations, and start seeing the beauty in what seems to be barren, and start appreciate, right, the gratitude frequency, and start projecting yourself into a future timeline that you desire the most. You have to be brutally honest with yourself about what you really want. And when I say what you really want, I don't mean egoic things. Okay, I feel like I need to clarify this every time, but that's not what this channel is about, right? Like you may want money, but we know it's not really the money that you want. We know it's the freedom that you want. You may want romantic love, but it's not necessarily the wedding ring that you want. It's the closeness and the acceptance that you want. You see what I'm saying? That's the kind of desire that I'm talking about. And those kinds of things are what needs to be indulged in. There is a soul calling happening right now. Your soul is calling you into unknown spaces, which is why it seems very scary, which is why you might be clinging to these few options. I'm telling you, there is more than a few options for you. Way more. Way, way, way more options than what you're perceiving right now. But the environment, kind of the conscious mind, or not the conscious mind, the ego, only wants to see a few because he only understands a few. Now, this Page of Swords is reversed, which tells me like this is about open-mindedness, not about thinking hard. You don't have to understand this, but the Queen of Swords kind of overrides this or maybe complements or supplements it, because here she is in her incredible discerning energy, right? She has this capability to just be so crystal clear with what she needs and what she doesn't need, and where she wants to go and where she doesn't want to go. And she has no problem when she manifests maturely. She has no problem drawing that line in the sand and saying this stays and this goes. And when we get bigger, right, the bigger picture here, the desire to balance the scales of justice, we actually don't have the justice card like I said before, but we do have the Libra card, which is the scale of justice. You are the embodiment of the scales of justice, which is your opposite zodiac sign, right? So you're kind of embracing and really living out this shadow energy part of yourself, which is actually really cool because you open the doors even that much more when you are able and willing to operate from a different kind of place, a place that is more scalesy rather than more self-y, if I could say it that way. Self-oriented versus scale-oriented. It's not just for your own betterment, it's for the betterment of both sides. For the betterment of all. Which means fighting for a relationship where everyone is happy. Which is fighting for a career or a career path or a way of earning money that earns you a lot of money and really helps people. Provides real value. Provides real goodness. Now, some of you are already in places like that, which is fantastic. And this is just an enhancement of those things. But Venus conjunct Pluto is really going to show us our deeper yearnings. Show us our deeper sets of values. And I think Saturn in Aquarius is doing a really, really good job at kind of forcing people to choose. Are you going to align with the morality of the universe, like the divine God creator? Are you going to align with that? Or are you going to align with the moral compass of the world? Two very different things. Those that choose to align with the divine are going to find an easier life. Less polarized, more unified, more loving, more accepting. And if there is any place in your life that is experiencing this resistance and limitation, this is a month where I think you're really going to start to see that lifting, which is great because many of you are truly ready for that. Now, the shadow attribute of this, which I did not point out before, says resorting to violence in the name of a cause. This is very Aryan, actually, very Mars, the avenger, the warrior, the soldier here. And there will be people, and there may be some Aries who are not morally aligned. And they are not living their life purpose. They are not conscious of who they really are, which means they go into this state of wanting everyone to believe what they believe from a devil place. There's a lot of that going on right now in general, in terms of politics, in terms of the pandemic, in terms of a lot of different hot topic issues. You see a lot of this shadow avenger coming out, but the light avenger will always, always, always be aligned with the divine. And I think this is what you are doing here on my channel. The people who are here on my channel, that's what you are doing. Okay, not trying to stroke your ego or whatever, but you're here for a reason, right? Because for whatever reason, you're aligning with my messages, which is why it showed up for you, right? And it's a beautiful thing because this is a life-changing moment and it will be a life-changing year. Next year will be a life-changing year. If this was not the year that a lot of things changed, guarantee next year something's going to go through because we're going to have Jupiter in Aries in 2022. Okay? So there's that. Now, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk like 30 minutes about these additional cards. So there's a lot of new information that can come out. So if you want to join, I hope you do. All right, let's go ahead and take a look. Page of Swords. What more does Aries need to know about what the universe needs from them? Beautiful. Three of Cups, which is a Three of Cups over here as well. Rejoice in celebration. It needs your celebration of life. Okay? Ace of Wands. Two of Swords. Six of Cups reversed. Nine of Cups. Oh, I didn't mean to pull out two, but we got two on accident. 10 of Cups reversed and 7 of Cups. Now we're going to start pulling out cards for the Ace of Cups. Start with the Ace of Cups. Eight of Swords. The Eight of Cups. The Queen of Swords. I'm loving the fact that your opposite sign is really showing up. I actually think Sag season is going to bring that out in a lot of zodiac signs. Happened for Pisces as well. I think it happened for Aquarius now too, if I'm remembering correctly. And I feel that there's this, like this pulling or drawing out of like, just, it's a totally different set of characteristics within you. It's a different approach. It's a different mind. It's a different modality. Like, it's really cool. And we have the Seven of Wands. We have the Four of Wands with the Queen of Coins. And we have the Nine of Swords. Oh, there's the Justice card. Not surprised. I kept saying, oh, the Justice card didn't come out. Well, there it is. Three of Swords. And another Seven of Cups, which came out right here in the environment. Eight of Coins. Six of Swords and an Eight of Wands. Oh, the Empress, amazing. On top of the When Pigs Fly card with the Empress. Like, I'm telling you, the level of abundance, the level of possibility, it's not as beyond reach as you think. That amazing love of your life, that career that pays you enough money to live a beautiful life, a beautiful lifestyle, it is not out of reach. I guarantee. Death. I even like the Death card in this context a lot, with Judgment right here, same Judgment. You're being set free, like you're experiencing this cleansing or this baptism of all of the Saturnian themes in your life. And that will become more apparent in 23 and 24 when Saturn goes through Pisces. Pisces is a very baptismal kind of quality. Ace of Swords. Six of Coins. King of Cups reversed. Page of Cups. Ace of Coins. By the way, that's a second Page of Cups, right? With an Ace of Coins. 10 of Coins. 10 of Coins with an Empress. Even though the 10 of Cups is reversed, I still like it over here in the environment. Tower. A Knight of Swords and a 9 of Coins. Love that with an Empress and a 10 of Coins. 9 of Wands. Hermit. 6 of Cups. And the Aries card, Queen of Wands, at the bottom of the deck. Truly a beautiful, comprehensive, I'm sure, as we get into it. It's going to be I'm kind of feeling like even that much more amped up after seeing these clarifiers. So I'll see you there if you want to join. If not, I hope you guys have an amazing December. You deserve it. Celebrate this beautiful fire season that we are in. The next straw, right? Sagittarius arrow, boom, point straight to Aries season. So there's a lot of movement over the next several months. So enjoy. All right. Talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Now, before I get into the Queen of Coins, which is usually the first card that I start with, I want to start actually with one of these oracles that came out, which is the Void of Course Moon card. Now, this was the last card I pulled out. Before I even got to this, I did get this feeling of taking your time with a big decision of some kind, that I felt like there was something really coming through of like a big change, a big consideration, and something that may impact not only you, but also your family and your loved ones, and therefore requires you to really quiet yourself and to be honest with yourself and to be real and to maybe not make a huge decision right now. Because when the void of course energy is present, I feel like things are a little out of context, and you might not have a full concept of the full context quite yet in order to move forward with something. But it doesn't mean there's nothing for you to do. It doesn't mean that, your life is on hold, because this Queen of Coins is still very determined. It seems clear to me that you do have some idea of what you see for yourself, whether it's, financial situation or kind of a family or a career choice or whatever it is. You have this idea of what you see. You have this quality of desire, and you have the faith you have the faith to start planting seeds, which is what I always see with the Queen of Coins. But there's also this sort of disconnect between here and there, or a perceived here versus there. And in the environment, we have the Hermit. And whenever the Hermit or also the High Priestess, for whatever reason, whenever these two cards come out in the environmental position, I get this feeling of like barrenness, where the answers are not found in the world. They're not found with other people. They're not found through the advice of other people. They are found solely with your connection with yourself, and therefore your connection with the divine. And it might take a while to sort of strip through the layers of, superficial reasons to get to real reasons and real rooted in divine desire, okay? Because Sagittarius season, which we're in, activates your 8th house. And on the 13th, Mars is going to come in through Sag as well. And this is going to highlight 8th house themes, which whenever 8th house is activated, there's a lot of in-depth, going deep, transformative type of work. Now, the good news is that you have the 8th house ruled by Sag, which is Jupiterian, which means there is a lot of expansion happening. It just may happen in a way that feels or appears sort of compressive. I think Scorpio season was a little compressive. Sag may be a little compressive for you only because it's 8th house. But again, it is for the sake of expansion, which will come to fruition through Capricorn season, through Aquarius season, and even through Pisces season, okay? I look at this card and it says movement, choices, and decisions, which tells me that you do have things in front of you, decisions to make. You have choices. And I know that there is a hesitation or a resistance, like you really want to pick the right one. Well, this says the answers you need are coming. So if you're standing here looking at all of these doors and you're like not sure of which door makes the most sense, don't worry. I wouldn't open a door haphazardly. I wouldn't just choose something because you're feeling antsy, because this Uranus energy is making you feel all like, gotta make something happen, that's not the best modality right now, okay? If you don't know for sure, this is going to be a time for you to open up your meditation practice, your yoga practice, your walking in nature practice, connecting with animals, connecting with your garden. I know it's winter, but I know, your plants, your indoor plants, connecting with the things that take life or enjoy life or experience life in a totally different kind of way. And because you are Taurus, like the earth of earth signs, right? because you are Taurus, your connection with the earth and the things of the earth are going to be they're just going to be really good teachers for you. We also have this ceremony invocation card, and I do feel we got the invocation card, we have the Hierophant, we have the Hermit, we even have the Hanged Man here, we have the High Priestess here. I mean, there is something about your spiritual nature right now and connecting with your spiritual nature. 8th house makes a lot of sense. Not to mention, we also have Neptune going direct in Pisces. We have Jupiter preparing for his entry into Pisces on the 28th of December, which of course we'll talk a lot more about in the December readings. I'm sorry, in the January readings, I mean. But it's almost like taking a breather, taking a break, taking a rest, and allowing things to show you the way. Because again, if you go out searching the way this hermit has his lantern, if you go out into that barren land and search for the answer, you are not going to find it. It has to come from within. It has to come from that moment or that burst of inspiration. Now, I'm not talking about all like regular daily decisions. I'm talking about the big ones, the ones that you have been like, yeah, I really should do this, but it's scary, right? I really should do this, but financially, I don't know if I'm able to, so this is kind of a defining moment of, are you really going to do it or not? And I'm not saying to go after it right now. Okay, I'm not saying to absolutely pull the trigger on stuff. The only time I'm going to tell you to pull the trigger on stuff is if you feel sure. If you feel settled on an option. Now, this card, we got the Knight card. All right, and this is the light attribute, says a loyalty, romance, and chivalry, a love of honor. And I really love that quality of a love of honor, because I feel like that is a very Taurian theme. And when it goes dark, this is where Taurus gets very stubborn and very stuck and completely unbendable, right? But when a Taurus is mature, or when a Taurus is high vibration, there is this sense of honor that comes through in a high quality way, meaning I'm not going to sacrifice, or maybe that's not the right, I'm not going to sell out. That's a better word. I'm not going to sell out, and I'm not going to do anything just for the money, even though I am a Taurus, right? I'm not going to do it just for the money. I'm not going to do it just because it's going to get me something, right? This is going to be like fulfillment, fulfilling a life of purpose. And there may be some sacrifices involved with that. You guys, we have Chiron going direct this month as well on the 19th, which is happening on the exact same day as the Venus retrograde in the 9th house for you. 9th house and 12th house are incredibly spiritually, inclined houses. They're not the most materialistic. So I don't know that material stuff, rewards, accolades, money, even though we can all be motivated by material things, but sometimes it's just not enough. And I feel like right now that's where you're at. It's just like, this isn't enough to be motivated by, a big paycheck, to be motivated by a beautiful home. It's just not enough. And I feel that when you come in contact with what's really motivating you, and it's going to be different for every single person, okay? And this void of course, we have to keep coming back to this void of course moon, because there is kind of this lost in space feeling when this card is present or when this energy is active. It doesn't mean you actually are. It just means that this is the weird time during a transition. It's the uncomfortable time. But things are moving quickly. It's just a matter of whether or not you can, deal with the weirdness. And it may be really weird right now because you feel very disconnected from the old, not yet connected with the new. So you're just here in this really weird limbo space. but still it might not feel right to fully move forward. So what are you really left with? Where are you truly? And then we come into this Hierophant sphere with this, and I love that the Hierophant is the Taurus card, one of the Taurus cards, right? The other being the Empress. But the Hierophant is, in this particular image, he is just so full of joy that he has it literally written all over his face. He is laughing, he is smiling, he's just happy. And I think maybe many of you are saying, what really makes me happy? What brings me my flow? What brings me my direction? What brings me into this place of knowing that I'm doing the right thing for myself? And 8th house is a time to ask yourself those questions, because that's what the 8th house is for. It is for transformative moments. So you get to transform right now. You get to make the changes, even though sometimes it can get a little confusing, or sometimes it can be a little daunting or heavy, or it can be a little brutal being that honest with yourself sometimes. But if you face that part of yourself, this is spiritual liberation at its finest. Not only do we have the Judgment card, but we also have the star in the very center of the reading. And I love how she is holding a string, because it tells me that you are not lost. You just don't realize that you're holding a string. And sometimes we have to stop and scratch our head for a second and be like, wait a second. I've been guided this whole time. I have never not been tethered to, if I may, a destiny. Can I say that? I know that's a little frou-frou or whatever, but I've never not been tethered to a destiny. I have always been tethered to a destiny. And I feel like the acceptance of a destiny takes a load off. It's not to say you just sit around all day and wait for fate to do its thing or whatever. You're still in your zone. You're still creating. You're still connecting with people. You're still learning. You're engaged with all of these processes. And by doing that, you are then in turn fulfilling a destiny. And I don't know that there is any one decision so huge that it is going to ruin your life. Not with the 8 of Wands present, not with the star, not with the 3 of Cups. If you're afraid that this decision or this choice is going to completely derail you, I would have to strongly disagree with that perspective. It will not derail you. It will not put you in a negative place. It might not be entirely smooth. Uranus is still in your sign after all. And even though we have all this beautiful Sagittarian energy at play right now, we have to remember that we still have Saturn in Aquarius. There can be a lot of chaos, not to mention Saturn and Uranus are coming into their final square for the year, right? That happened 3 times this year. In the same way that Jupiter and Pluto conjunct 3 times in 2020, and how Venus and Pluto are coming conjunct 3 times in starting this month on the 19th. Well, that's the retrograde day, a couple days before that. But we're being asked to really push. And see, here's the Page of Coins, which is retrograde, which is reversed with a void of course moon. This right here, this Page of Coins reversed, seems to be the reason why you're feeling a little in limbo, because this would be something that you could grab onto. It's an offer. It's an opportunity. It's a potential. You could reach out and grab it and pull yourself in that direction, but this isn't showing up. So there's nothing, you're just kind of grasping here with the Hermit card, but that is okay. And that's actually an empowering place for you to be, because it gives you time to connect with yourself, really. And maybe the logistics just aren't quite right from a universe perspective, right? Which is such a high level of intelligence that, our teeny tiny brains absolutely could not handle. Like, we would fry our brains to like figure out the logistics and the intelligent nature of the cosmos, right? Or of the field, or God, or the divine, or whatever you want to call it, right? And so to know that the higher intelligence, or the highest intelligence, has its hand in things right now, again, hopefully takes a load off. The universe is arranging this, which is why this is showing up, but it is in the reversal, because the universe is saying, Taurus, don't worry about this. Hang out here in this space. Connect with your divinity, high priestess, hierophant. Connect with your faith. Now remember, and I say this, I feel like I say this all the time, but I think it's worth saying a lot because a lot of new people here or whatever. So I'm sorry if you've heard me repeat this like 50 million times, but you have to be highly aware of when you are in faith versus when you are desperate. Okay, because desperation is a very difficult vibration. It's not a very inviting vibration. It is a very, things just kind of can ricochet off of that. They don't want to come to the desperation energy. So this is a time to really check yourself. And I know Taurians are feeling very out of control. All of the fixed energies, Taurus, Aquarius, Scorpio, and Leo, they are all being challenged in terms of their control over their life, what they do have control over, and especially what they don't have control over. There's a lot here that you don't have control over. You cannot control the timing of an epiphany. You cannot control the delivery of an epiphany. Okay? And I think that is kind of what I'm not going to say you're sitting around waiting, but that is what is kind of needed, I think, right now. Because, I'm so sorry. Don't you just love how we're talking about epiphanies over here, and then my cat just freaking rams into the camera of like, there will be something jarring or jolting or unexpected, right? I feel like that was kind of like a heads up, Taurus. Like, heads up, Taurus. It's going to be something out of your control and unexpected. And until that moment of that wake up moment, like, pay attention. Just be here. Just be entirely present as much as you can. Be with your children. Be with your partners. Be in your work. Be with your clients. Just be with your friends. Like, really be there. And have faith in this moment of knowingness. Have faith in this moment of knowing when it is time to make this change, to make this leap, to make that investment, or whatever it is that you are facing. All of you are facing different things. But you can be in this space of acceptance and receiving. And I love, again, the Hierophant, especially when he's coupled with the High Priestess, because this is like, you can't get more connected than this. You can't get more connected than this, you know? You can't get more aligned. And when you are aligned, I feel like there's not a huge need to do anything with a sense of urgency, because there is always this quality of, it'll happen when it happens. When it's right, it's right. And then you don't find yourself in situations where you're like forcing an outcome. And we all know how well that works out, especially like in a relationship or, you know, even in an investment, when you're like, okay, I have FOMO, fear of missing out. I have to hurry up and make this investment. Otherwise this stock is going to skyrocket. And especially with all the crypto stuff right now, right? Like, you got to get in. And then because of the desperation and like the need for it to go up, it kind of, might not really work so well. You know what I mean? So the Fool reverse, the Page of Coins reverse is just this suggestion of just chill. Just be super, super chill. and dedicate a lot of time to your spiritual practice. I think 8th house activation, if you can be empowered in this space, you can receive, and the transformation can be quiet. It doesn't have to be destructive. It can be fluid and flowy and revolutionary. And the 3 of Cups is that again, I love the stars in this reading. These 3 girls looking up at the stars. You are tethered with the star. We have this bright light at the end of the staircase. We have this beautiful 8 of Wands here. There's just this quality of like, remember that you're a part of something so much bigger than your life. You're a part of something so much bigger, so much grander. And to put things, and not to minimize what you're going through, not to minimize your life, but rather to I just can't think of another way to say it. Just take the pressure off. And the Hanged Man is here saying, you're here. You're in this void of course energy. You're in this out of context place. And what a beautiful place that is. You can consciously witness transition. You can constantly witness evolution. When you're conscious, it's a much different experience than when you're not conscious. A lot of people cross-watching for Taurus right now, your partners, your friends, whatever, are Taurus people, and they may be making some really weird choices right now. Feeling a pressure, feeling an urgency, feeling a desperation. But the more calm, cool, and collected that a Taurus can be, the more powerful a Taurus can be, So let's pull out some clarifiers, because I think this is going to be a really interesting, comprehensive. So for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box and the comment thread down below. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. So let's go ahead and clarify the Queen of Coins. Any more information that Taurus needs to know regarding what the universe needs from them right now. 7 of Cups. The Ace of Cups. And interesting, a lot of cups, meaning there's a lot of emotion. Well, it makes sense. 8th house, not to mention Neptune is going direct now. And then Chiron is going to be going direct. So I'm not going to say that making choices or making decisions emotionally is a bad thing. I don't always think that. But if there is an overwhelming level of emotion, then it might be more like of a trauma thing, right? And that might need to be addressed first before the decision is made. Okay, so we have the Hermit in the environment. So what else does Taurus need to know about the environment? 3 of Coins reversed. 7 of Coins. And the 6 of Wands. All right, now for the rest of the cards, we're going to start with the 8 of Wands. Actually, did I put reversals in? Yes, I did. Okay. 8 of Wands. Death. 8th house makes sense. 8th house on the 8 of Wands. Queen of Wands. That's Mars. And 2 of Wands. Beautiful. Hierophant with the King of Swords. Another reversed Hanged Man. That's interesting. And then another star. Oh, that's beautiful on top of the Hierophant. I love that. There is a destiny, guys. There's a destiny that is forming, or a destiny point, rather. There's a destiny point that is formulating. It is swirling is the word I'm getting. Oh, stop it. Magician. I love it. With the 8 of Coins, and I love that with the 8 of Wands and the 7 of Wands. Now the Page of Coins reversed. What do we need to know about this Page of Coins reversed? 4 of Coins. Yeah, it's definitely stuck and stubborn. There you are again, Taurus Empress. and Two of Cups. Four of Wands with the Nine of Swords for the Star. And Strength. Page of Cups, another reversed page. Another Eight of Wands. And a Queen of Coins. Another Queen of Coins, and then the Queen of Swords, and a Fool, this time upright. Another Ace of Cups. Queen of Cups and a Sun for the High Priestess. And an Emperor. A Moon, Ten of Coins reversed, Two of Swords, and a Nine of Cups. All right, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. A lot of layers to this. So again, if you want to join, link in the description box, comment thread down below. And if not, I wish you nothing but the best for this beautiful December. Hope you have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Now, I'm super excited for this reading, but it is kind of a different tone than the past several months have been. We're going to start with this Queen of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe needs from you. Now, this is a very Cancerian energy. This is the card of Cancer. And I am feeling a lot of water in this reading, water and fire specifically, which is obviously not your element, your air. And I feel like there's like this coming down to a higher density, right? Water is definitely more dense than air, coming down to a higher density. And I feel like there's an indulgence going on in that emotional and sort of passionate realm, but it's also very introverted, because when I look at this Queen of Cups, I see her, her back is turned to everything that's going on here. She's kind of in her own world, in her own space. She's in her deep meditation. She's just in her bubble, so to speak. And I feel like maybe the universe does need you to go into your bubble a little bit, to sort of separate from the things that just aren't really feeling super great. They're not feeling right, to enable you to truly process. Because with your ruling planet Mercury in detriment in Sag, right, which is opposite from you, sometimes it can be hard to like process thoughts in the way that you normally do. So sometimes it can feel like your brain isn't working, or like you're not the same person when your ruling planet is in a zodiac sign that it's not particularly strong in. So you might need to take time to just like think about how you feel to really understand it. You might need a time out. It's like when people get into fights and they don't take a break, and therefore they just kind of spout out all of this stuff just to kind of hurt the other person without really thinking about what's going on. I'm sorry about the cat. Come here, baby. I love you on the cards, but we can't have you here right now. I'm sorry. And we don't want to just like haphazardly be communicating. We want to communicate clearly about what we're really feeling, and clearly about what it is that we really want and need. Because if we're not clear and we're just haphazard, or we're, just saying stuff just because we don't know what else to say, if that's the case, then it's not going to be productive, and we're definitely not going to get our needs met. So the universe needs you to retract. It needs you to go inside. And guys, I have to reiterate this Venus-Pluto conjunction in Capricorn in your 8th house. Now, you guys got hit really, really hard in a very difficult house with all of the Capricorn stuff. I would say, honestly, Aquarius and Gemini after Capricorn were the ones that got hit the hardest by that because of the house placement. 8th house is not an easy house. Now, Venus and Pluto are asking you to completely transform and to completely revolutionize the way you energetically exchange with people. For those of you who are in relationships, this will absolutely show up romantically. And we have this new romantic cycle begins card that comes out right here. And that could be kind of a scary thing for some people. I actually accidentally pulled 2 of these. That's why there's 4 cards over here. That could be a scary thing for some people, but for other people, that might be a really good thing, you know, because maybe you're ready for that. Maybe you're ready for a new kind of way to truly relate to one another. But you have to understand yourself quite well in order to really facilitate this transformation. So if going into an introverted place is how you'll be able to understand yourself, then that's what needs to be done. The High Priestess, now I think it was Taurus. I did Taurus yesterday. Taurus is relevant because Taurus is in your 12th house. So there's a lot of actually Taurian themes, and actually a lot of Western Geminis are actually like Vedic Taurus. So there's always a tie-in with the zodiac sign right before yours. And right here, this High Priestess, she came out, or the Hermit actually came out in the Taurus reading. And I said, and to them, and I'm going to say it to you as well, that whenever the Hermit or the High Priestess comes out in the environment position, I often feel, not always, but I often feel that looking to the external world for answers is going to come up empty. The external world is not going to show you what's really going on inside. Because when I see this 7 of coins, I always look at these coins being under the dirt, right? As though those are the seeds that you planted in and you buried in pure darkness, right? Because when you plant a seed, you have to cover it up. It needs that darkness, but things are beginning to sprout. And sometimes you need to take this time and say, what is sprouting within me? It could be a brand new kind of need, a brand new kind of desire, a brand new kind of drive or ambition that you've never really had before, which is why you need to kind of process this a little bit. Now, this Venus-Pluto conjunction, Venus comes over, stops, does a retrograde over Pluto, stops, comes back direct over Pluto again. So there's like a 3-time conjunction with Pluto, which is reminiscent of the Jupiter-Pluto conjunction that happened in 2020. Okay, now Venus and Jupiter are both benefic planets, so I have a feeling it may manifest in similar kinds of ways, not necessarily on a global scale, but on an individual scale, okay? So you have to understand that this transformation it's going on. It's happening. Even if you can't perceive the effects of it, it is happening nonetheless. And the external world is only going to validate thought patterns of the past, because that's all the real world truly represents. This is a brand new sprout, which is essentially changing the real world. What's growing up inside of you, what is being liberated. Now we have this liberator card over here. What is being liberated within you is new. And there's a strength that you haven't had before, right? Strength reverse. I don't even see this as a weakness energy. I see this as like a new strength that you are now able to truly develop. And you have to go inside for guidance, because even a mentor, even someone that you respect, even a great person isn't going to be able to understand this on your behalf. You have to do the meditations, right? Take time to breathe out. Take time to go inside. Take time to be in your quiet places. Don't watch TV. Don't be on your phones. That's not what that means, right? This means contemplation, meditation, visualization, manifestation, all the all of those things. You get to do all of those in this peaceful place in honor of what is growing inside of you, in honor of what is changing inside of you. It's not painful. It doesn't have to be this painful, incredible upheaval. Now, some of you may have that, especially if you are in a toxic situation. This Venus-Pluto conjunction will absolutely bring out and accentuate the toxicity for the sake of change, which is ultimately for your betterment. All right. Now, not all of you are in toxic situations. Some of you are doing quite well. You've got Jupiter, coming into your 10th house at the very end of the month on the 28th. You've got a lot of career stuff going on. You have a lot of personal growth going on. You've got focusing on your kids and this and this and this and this. And that's great, right? So it doesn't have to be heavy. It doesn't have to be negative. It can be something that you just experience, and that's all it is. But it will, because 7th house is active, right? We've got your ruling planet over there. We've got the sun in Sagittarius, and we've got Mars coming into Sag on the 13th. And whenever the sun and Mars specifically are in a zodiac sign together, there's heavy, heavy weight in that house. Okay, so it's heavy, heavy weight in the 7th house for you. So there will be experienced through others, specifically significant others, romantic partners, business partners, okay, where those relationships will highlight just exactly how much you are changing, how different you are becoming, and how much growth you are experiencing. Page of Cups with the Page of Wands. I like the pages for a mutable sign, right? Mutable signs, Gemini, Pisces, Virgo, Sag. I like them because they are so flexible. And Gemini, you are so flexible, generally speaking, right? You have this capacity to be very extroverted or very introverted, to be very nice and kind, or to be, very realistic and harsh. You have this, deeply feminine and this deeply masculine. Like, that's the beauty of the Gemini archetype, is the polarity and how it is fully encapsulated within one person, one soul. And you get to experience a lot of the extremes of the polarities there. And what I'm sensing with the pages is that, on one hand, with the Page of Cups, which again is a very watery energy, and I love this card because it has a little pig with wings. And, at least in the States, we always say, well, when pigs fly, right? Because when pigs fly is like, yeah, it'll never happen. It'll only happen when pigs fly. But then this card brings the hope and the possibility that it actually can be real. And that there's a quality or a level of belief, and that this particular Venus-Pluto conjunction in the 8th house, not to mention we have Neptune going direct in the 10th house now. So when it comes to kind of destroying old narratives, specifically narratives that are limiting for you, you get to destroy those narratives, and you get to bust through them, and you get to show people like, yeah, pigs can fly, watch. And the Page of Wands is such a passionate creator that this is not just about following your heart. This is about actually bringing things into the world as well. It's about writing the books and writing the symphonies and providing those products, providing those services, building the businesses, getting married, or, whatever the materialization is. This is what that is about. It's about the actual creation of those things and the joy that comes from the actual creation of those things. Now, I want to skip over to these oracle cards here just for a second, because this archetype deck has, so it's the Liberator card, but it gives us a light attribute and a shadow attribute, which I really like, especially for a dualistic symbol like the twins, okay? So freeing the light attribute, freeing yourself and others from outmoded beliefs, releasing negative thought patterns. Beautiful. Nothing wrong with that. And I think that that's what's happening here with the 7 of Coins, is as you have deconstructed your negative thought patterns, as you have gone within yourself and kind of acknowledged your own your own toxic traits, which we all have, right? We all have those things. And you break them apart and you bring out that inner child within yourself, and you bring out the innocence and you bring out the soul in all of that. You get to sort of shed that skin and begin anew. Now, the shadow attribute is imposing your own tyranny over those you claim to liberate, ignoring legitimate constraints. Now, I think that kind of made me laugh a little bit, considering what the world is going through right now in terms of governments and all of that. I don't necessarily see that is a part of you. However, you may notice that quality being around you. You may notice that around you. Now, I like that we have this Grand Cross provoker here as well, because let me tell you that to provoke something, it can be good, it can be bad. I see with the light attribute of the Liberator card that this is a good thing, because when you change, when you grow, it will provoke other people. 7th house, right? Heavy 7th house activation. I will say that 8th house is also a very partnership oriented house, because it is about unity. It is about energetic exchange. It is about sharing resources such as money. It is about a merging of two entities coming together. Whereas the 2nd house, the opposite, is all about self-reliance and taking care of everything on your own. 8th house is an integration of you with another person. And so there is this setting, like Gemini seems to be setting an example, therefore provoking people, and it's going to trigger them. Now, what's interesting is that this Knight of Swords, this is your card, Knight of Swords reverse. This is you. But I think it is a quality of you, and I'll talk about it in both ways. It's a quality of you, but it is also someone else. All right? This is the provoked person, the other person that you are provoking by liberating yourself. When someone finds freedom, when someone finds happiness, when someone finds love, when they find, a fortune in their life, it will trigger someone else and it could be in negative ways or it could be in positive ways, because you may act as an inspiration to somebody, thereby liberating them indirectly, right? Freeing yourself and others from outmoded beliefs. Because when someone sees you succeeding, it may inspire them to get out of their own way and succeed themselves, because they can see the abundance, the infinite abundance that is available to them. On a negative side, which is not your problem, it may provoke someone and they may cower. And this is absolutely a theme for 2022. I guarantee it. I can already tell that this is coming. There is a huge split in the collective between brave individuals and cowards. And this is a moment, this is a time, this is a transition, right? Because we are officially moving from Sagittarius energy, right? We're in Sag and we're moving into Capricorn through December. Now, I'm going to use Northern Hemisphere references here in terms of the seasons. Sagittarius represents the end of autumn. Capricorn represents the beginning of winter. And the people who look out into the world and say everything is falling, the world is dying, right? Who have that negative perspective, those are the cowards. The brave are going to look out into the world, see that winter is coming, and they are going to say how much opportunity there is, even though the world appears to be barren. Because look, High Priestess, like I said, you don't have a lot of external validation, which means that your belief and your understanding of abundance has to come from within. It has to. That is the only option. This is where true heroism, this is where true bravery comes from. It comes from the heart. And by being in that place, you are provoking people either way. This is not intentional provocation, by the way. It's not intentional. It's what happens when you step into your power, when you step into your beauty, when you step into your brilliance. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now because this was also a very Taurus theme, okay? It's not going to move fast. This sprout does not grow fast. It doesn't blossom quickly. The blossoms don't turn to fruit quickly. And again, this is where the bravery comes from. See, people who operate in a creative mindset, they don't necessarily like put a manifestation out there and then wait for that manifestation to come to fruition and then do it again and then wait. They just keep pushing forward, and they may be like 3, 4, 5 manifestations ahead in their minds, while the first one is just catching up to them because they know that the world, the physical, third dimensional, heavy density of the earth element. Now you're an air sign, right? So earth and air are the furthest apart. Earth is the most dense, air is the least dense. So you are always ahead. And it takes a while for the earth element to catch up to air because we know that the mind works very quickly. Like you can build a building in your head in 1 second. You can construct an entire high-rise or skyscraper building in 1 second in your head. But in the earth, in the world, the building of it is a lot more labor intensive. That's earth. That's why the earth element is always associated with work because that's what it is. So you're going to be moving very quickly, but just know that the earth, plus not to mention Venus-Pluto conjunction in Capricorn right now, it's still kind of like catching up to you. So don't feel like things are not happening just because they're not happening in front of your eyes. You can stay 4, 5, 6, 7 manifestations ahead and just live in that expectation. Like, yeah, well, the first ones, they have to show up because that is the law of the universe. There must be a reaction, right? The universe must respond. That is the law in the way that in this world, gravity is the law. If you send out a request, the universe must answer. Must it answer in your time frame? No, because the universe doesn't care about your perception of time. This is a time when many Geminis can experience the beginning stages of great prosperity, and your instincts are so on point. All right. And so the delay of this, right? Because again, I said this was an aspect of you and it was someone else. If you come into this Knight of Swords reversed energy consciously, which is, sometimes I kind of envision like a dream when you're running in slow motion and it feels weird and you're like out of control, but you're in a dream. So there's really not a lot you can do there. And it may feel like you're like running through tar or molasses and you're just like in this dense, heavy earth world that you just have to kind of comply by the rules of this earth realm. Okay? Other people, I think, are going to be in that same stage, but they don't have the consciousness that you have, which is why the provocation energy is showing up. They don't have the patience, they don't have the understanding, they don't really know how it works, and so they keep pushing, whereas you retract, go into your beautiful Queen of Cups sphere and allow the work to be done metaphysically. A lot of people think, no, you have to work super hard. You have to put your hands in the dirt. You got to get in the trenches. You have to do it. It's got to be a blood, sweat, and tears kind of thing. And you're like, no, it doesn't. Provocation. Your very different approach is going to really annoy a lot of people. but that is one of the outmoded beliefs that you are growing past. Even the Eight of Cups here in the reversal, with the Chariot reverse too, these are movement cards. All three of these actually are movement cards, but because they are reversed, it tells me that I can't guarantee you that this stuff is going to manifest this month. I can't do it. I think that would be a false promise. But the Chariot is still here. The Chariot is kind of like waiting for your Uber. It's on its way. You can see the little car moving on the map, but it just hasn't showed up at your house yet, you know? And so I feel that there's this big message of faith, especially when we have the High Priestess in the environment. She's going to ensure that you have to step in your faith, because there's nowhere to look, there's nowhere to go, there's no one to turn to, because no one is thinking like this, no one is operating like this, no one believes the thing that you believe, because they'll say, oh, it's when pigs fly. They can't catch up with you. And it's in this moment that maybe you need to realize just how much you have grown, just how much you have evolved, and how much you have changed. And to know that Three of Cups reverse, that people are going to have to fall out of your life. Chiron going direct in the 11th house this month has a lot to do with your friends, in healing of friendships and healing of the people and the groups that you associate with on a regular basis. And in order for the healing to truly begin within that realm, there has to be an exposure of things. See, right now, Chiron is in the Mars decan, right? The first 10 degrees of a zodiac sign, every 10 degrees is called a decan, okay? So the first decan of Aries is ruled by Mars, which is in Mars-ruled Aries. So there's a lot of Mars energy here. Mars is in battle, which means Chiron he's so dedicated and so committed and so... It's like he's being ordered by a higher power to go in and do the healing work that is needed and to do whatever it takes to win the battle, the Mars battle, you know? And so to win the battle, sometimes you have to cut people off. If you find yourself engaging or being in circles of people who are gossiping or talking about other people, those are people who have been provoked. And you don't want to be with the people who are being provoked. You want to be with the people who are doing the provoking. Because the people who are doing the provoking are growing and evolving. And they are surpassing the masses. The provoked are the cowards. The provokers are the braves, especially the light, in terms of the light attributes, okay? Not the shadow. Shadow is, I feel like maybe you do have some kind of tyrannical people in your life, authoritative people in your life, people who are excessively dominating or demanding. That's possible. You may have people like that, in which case you are being provoked away from them, if that makes any sense. Now, the Five of Wands goes with all of that, and you can expect a little upheaval. You can expect a little chaos. It doesn't mean you have to be a part of it. It's kind of like in those movies, I don't know, like a Mission Impossible movie or a James Bond movie or something, and the big grand finale, the big ending where there's like all these bombs going off and all this helicopter crashes or whatever it is. And of course, like so dramatically in slow motion, the main players are like slowly walking out of the smoke. That's kind of what I'm sensing with this Five of Wands with the Queen of Cups, just slowly walking out of the smoke. Like it was their problem to begin with. You put it out the fires. You did what you had to do. You focused on yourself. You focused on being your best self, and you're just going to let everybody crash and burn if that's what they choose to do, because you know that people can only live according to what they choose to do. But there is prosperity in this for you in this moment, Gemini. There's a lot of prosperity. This is one thing that's so crazy to me. I really do not see confusion at all in any of this, in any of the zodiac signs. I don't see confusion. You're not confused. If you are somehow faced with certain options and you're trying to decide between all of these options, I just don't think any of those options are really for you, because if there isn't one thing that is really screaming at you and saying, yes, this is the one thing that you really should be doing, then none of them are the thing. Okay. Like, don't allow yourself to settle. Take time to breathe out. Don't settle. Don't settle for scraps. Okay, we're waiting for like the best of the best. And sometimes the best of the best takes a little while to come in. There might not be a lot of movement in that area, but it doesn't mean that just because you can't see it doesn't mean there isn't movement, because there absolutely is. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. Now, for those of you who are new to my channel, all right, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for like 30 minutes about these cards, so I hope that you join. But let's go ahead and see. We're going to start with the Queen of Cups, which means what else does Gemini need to know regarding what the universe needs from them this month through December. Six of Wands. Your bravery. We have the Eight of Swords. Hold on. She loves the shuffling. Okay. And we have the Ace of Coins. Come here, baby girl. I'm sorry. Okay. She's probably just going to hop right back up here. Come on, go on. For the High Priestess, which is the environment, and the Ace of Wands, which I love with the Page of Wands. 10 of Wands. And 3 of Wands. Beautiful. Now, let's get the rest of the cards out here. Starting with the 7 of Coins. What else does Gemini need to know about the 7 of Coins? 9 of Wands. And Knight of Coins. A Wheel of Fortune. We have the Fool on top of Strength. Oh, here she comes again. Ah, the Destroyer. My little own personal force of destruction here. Knight of Wands. King of Coins. Beautiful. I love the coin energy because it does feel very stable. And it is that reminder that it will show up in the physical. Okay? We'll let her sit there. 8 of Cups on top of the Page of Cups. We have the Tower card. 2 of Cups reversed. See, the partnership thing with Venus coming into a conjunction with Pluto, there's absolutely going to be partnership stuff. 7 of Cups. This is the confusion that I'm telling you. Like, you're going to feel confused, but you're not confused. Your instincts are super on point. And then we have another Ace of Coins and an 8 of Coins. For the 8 of Cups revert. Oh, excellent. Oh, we got 3 cards. That's fine. We have the Lovers, which is your Gemini card in the very center of the reading. We've got the 3 of Cups upright And then we have the Nine of Cups. I'm actually going to put the Lovers on top as that reminder that like you are at the center of all of this, Gemini, right? This is your life. This is your world. You genuinely are the center of the universe, your own universe. And it's okay. That's not necessarily the most egocentric thing when you really think about it, right? Nassim Haramein says, well, if the universe is truly infinite, then every single person technically is at the center of their universe. Well, yeah, that's kind of true. Okay, now we have another Chariot upright though. Beautiful. We got a Knight of Cups and we have a Six of Cups. Seven of Wands for the Chariot reversed. High Priestess matching the environment over there. And we have a Six of Swords. For the Five of, oh wow, see what I mean? Three of Swords, 10 of Swords for the Five of Wands. This is like really putting an end to the drama in your life with a Nine of Coins. Putting an end to the drama by being awesome, basically, is what's happening, which is the best way to do it. We have a Justice card. We have a Devil card. And we have a Two of Swords. Oh, beautiful. Bottom of the deck, we have a 10 of Cups. I love this. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. If not, I wish you an amazing December. Just don't forget, it's okay to be in your little bubble right now. That might actually be the best thing, not only for you, but for a lot of other people as well. Okay? All right, thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. So, I love this reading for you because you, the Cancer cards, are showing up everywhere. We have Queen of Cups, which is Cancer, Queen of Cups here, and we have the Cancer card here and the Chariot card here. So, I don't know whatever you have going on, but it seems to be like you are so completely in your element. I would actually dare to say that Cancer is the only zodiac sign right now that seems to be truly embracing this beautiful limitlessness quality that we've been feeling the past couple of months. And there's this component of really kind of giving the big fat middle finger to society or culture or all the expectations that everyone has had and projects all over you, giving them the big fat middle finger and saying, screw off, I'm going to go do my own thing, and actually doing it. Like, let's just start here. And this is going to be mirrored with the Queen of Cups here a little bit. Well, a lot actually. Now, this is what the universe needs from you, but what the universe needs from you is what you're already doing. So I can't even advise you to go about doing things in a different kind of way because you're already doing exactly what you should be doing. Cancer is a highly ambitious zodiac sign, right? Because you have that sort of Capricorn opposite energy there. And there does seem to be this driving force coming. We even have Saturn, right? The temptation card, Saturnian energy coming through here. And it's really saying like, this might be a slow road. It might have slow effects, but it is absolutely going to have a payout. Now, when I look at this Queen of Cups, she seems to be very isolated. This came also out for Gemini, which is your 12th house, all right? And a lot of you Cancerians are actually Vedic Gemini. So I feel like there's a strong connection here from one zodiac sign to the next. It's not surprising that the Queen of Cups came out. She's in her isolated place. She is in her bubble, in her world, but she's not just sitting there doing nothing. She's not just sitting and watching Netflix or whatever. She's working. She is working energetically via meditation, visualization, manifestation, whatever other kind of shun there is. And she is also like physically working with her hands. But I feel that there's like this very First of all, it's highly productive, not to mention the fact that we have the sixth house energy activated right now with Sagittarius, which makes sense because we have this Virgo, I analyze. Now, we don't have any planets in Virgo right now, but we do have sixth house, which Virgo is the natural ruler of the sixth house. And with Mercury in there, of course, Mercury doesn't like to be in Sagittarius so much because he's in detriment, but he loves to be in the sixth house. So there are these components of like hard work, organizing, strategizing, figuring things out, getting logistics all set up, getting your products going, get the marketing thing done, get this done, get all the things done. And then also it's activated with the sun, which is beautiful in Sag and a fellow fire sign. And then we have Mars coming in on the 13th of December. So Mars and the sun highly activating the sixth house means that you're kind of in this machine mode, but it's both magical and physical at the same time. Now, the environment is showing the Wheel of Fortune, which suggests that good things are absolutely going to come of these efforts, that these particular efforts are not going to go unrewarded. I don't know when the rewards are going to start showing up, and I think that's something that you have to have faith in. I don't know. Are you being driven by reward right now anyway? Because I don't really see that you are. I see that you are driven by the purpose of what you're doing. You're being driven by the effects, the positive effects that you are having on other people. You're being driven by the legacy that you are leaving here. And it is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful moment in time for Cancer. And because in Capricorn right now, in your seventh house, we do have Venus-Pluto conjunction, Venus-Pluto retrograde. She's going retrograde on the 19th. There is this focus on partnership, but it's more on the transformative nature of partnerships and the transformative nature of self, because of course, seventh house also activates first house. So there's kind of self-transformation going on. We have this autumnal release quality, and Pluto definitely can offer release points, right? Can offer channels through which things can be purged. So we release, we let things go, we let things die, we let things change, we just have to let things do what they do. And all the while, you are very strong here with hold your vision, meaning you're not losing focus. You're not being caught up by the rewards themselves. You are not caught up in what you get from an experience. You are caught up in what you are giving through an experience. And I love that we not only have the Queen of Cups, Cancer, but we also have the Queen archetype card, which with the light attributes, it says radiates the regal feminine, uses her benevolent authority to protect others. Now, you can be a masculine or a feminine with a Cancerian energy here and still have that nurturing quality. This is your opportunity to provide goodness in the world. And it is through your work. Chiron goes direct this month as well. On the same day that Venus goes retrograde, actually. This is activating your 10th house. And, in many ways, Cancer, because of Chiron, you are taking on this more healing quality. And I don't care if you work, in accounting, or if you work at the local Walgreens, or if you work as, an actual spiritual healer, I don't care where you work or the location or the organization that you are affiliated with. It's more about just your essence and how people respond to your energy. You just simply have a healing spirit right now, and will continue in the years to come. Now, let's go ahead and get into these cards with the Nine of Wands. Right, and I can't disassociate the Nine of Wands reversed with the Queen of Cups right here, because to me, actually sandwiched between two Queen of Cups, to me, this is like someone who has absolutely mastered their ability to receive to a degree that very few people understand. Sorry for the noise. That's the cat. She's going a little crazy. To receive inspiration, to receive ideas, to receive, I don't know, like potential new channels, new opportunities, new people. You're just like receive, 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 receive. And this is the power of the divine feminine right here, because it's not that she's just receiving for a greedy reason. She's receiving because then she will alchemize those things that she is receiving and put them out into the world, right? Like if you receive a brilliant new idea, you're going to take that idea, you're going to physicalize it. I know that's not a word, materialize that. You're going to put it into the physical, and the world will benefit. And the universe knows that, therefore the universe is giving. This wheel of fortune is churning. It is turning over in your favor. And I really hope that this is an energy that you can truly harness, because I sense, I'm looking at the Six of Swords reversed, okay? I'm getting a sense that some Cancerians, and some of you may be cross-watching for a Cancerian that this may be applicable, or you as a Cancer may be feeling that as well. They're going to hit this point, even though you're not doing it necessarily for the reward, because the reward may take time to show up, you may wonder what it is all for. Now, you're never not going to be passionate about it. You're never not going to care. You're never not going to have the love for it. But sometimes when you're putting these things out into the world, and I'm really coming back to this Virgo energy, this sixth house energy, which the sixth house can be very karmic. And sometimes there is a lot of feeling underappreciated that goes on in this house, because there's constant giving, there are constant good intentions, but it doesn't always get received by people in the way that you intended them to receive it. And that moment, when you go through this beautiful magic process, this beautiful creation process, and you bring something into the world, and then people kind of are not receptive to it. That can be a very real struggle for a lot of people. Okay, that's pretty common. And those are the choice point moments. Those are the moments where you get to really sit back and ask, am I going to continue, or am I going to allow myself to get defeated? Okay? Because some Cancers will allow themselves to get defeated. And that is the sad truth. People who are here watching tarot, watching astrology videos, watching spiritual videos, self-development videos, I doubt will do that. But not every Cancerian is doing that, right? There are a lot of Cancerians who are not interested in creating better lives for themselves. There are a lot of Cancerians who are very rigid and very stuck in the way that they believe that things should be. But here comes the temptation energy, right? Because temptation is very Saturnian. Temptation usually comes from the world, right? The worldly values, the worldly expectations, the cultural norms. And I have to get kind of big with that stuff, because you actually do have very heavy upper hemisphere activation with the outer planets. Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter, Neptune, Chiron, and Uranus are all in the upper hemisphere, which is houses 7 through 12. Not to mention the North Node early next year will be entering into the 11th house as well. So your place in society, your place and your role within your communities is going to most definitely be a thing. And if you don't fit, as magical as you are, as empowered as you are, there are still going to be little voices, whether it's from your family or your neighbors or whatever. There will still be little voices, little temptations that trigger the fears of your ego which tends to always strive to keep itself safe, right? And it's going to tempt you to hold back. It's going to tempt you to pull off this track. And you're going to have to hold this vision to remain connected, to remain inspired when the world doesn't want you to be. And sometimes that can feel like a lot of work, 10 of Wands. It can feel like you say, well, why am I shouldering this responsibility when people aren't responding well to it? It can just be a blip on the radar. And it probably is just a blip on the radar. And then probably January comes and it's all totally fine, right? Because Jupiter is going to be in your 9th house, very strong in Neptune, in Pisces with Neptune, right? Because now Jupiter and Neptune, both rulers of Pisces, will be in their rulership. So this is like heavy, heavy Piscean energy through January, also all the way up through May. So this little like blip on the radar here, it does have an expiration date. So knowing that it expires, that it will expire, hopefully can help you to hold the vision, hopefully can help you to maintain that level of conviction, because I'm looking at this Ace of Wands. I know you guys are divinely inspired. Like, I know that what you are doing is coming from a much higher power than just you. It's coming from the controller of your avatar here, all right? So this is not just some whim blip on the radar thing. This is like a forever thing. This track that you're on, you are creating lasting transformation in your life. This magic is not for nothing. All right. And all this receiving that you are doing, all this inspiration that you are receiving, it's going to put you on this fast track. Again, another card of Cancer. I mean, like, guys, this is a Cancerian reading, 100%. This is the best of Cancer, the best of the love and the creation and the ambition that you have. Saturn coming through the 8th is completely transforming your structures. You have Aquarius in the 8th house. You have Saturn coming through Aquarius in the 8th house, which means you are absolutely challenging the status quo. That can be a very lonely process sometimes if you don't understand what's really going on. It can feel very pointless, because it can sometimes feel like you are on this incredibly steep uphill journey, right? 10 of Wands, you're on this incredibly steep uphill journey and no one cares. But then you'll also see the way that you are helping people. You're going to be receiving positive feedback as well. You're going to be receiving accolades, maybe quiet, maybe not full-on financial reward yet, or not full-on commitment reward, whatever situation you're in, whether it's a relationship thing or a career thing or a money thing or a children thing, whatever. You might not get full-on that right now. But it's very difficult. Like, I had to kind of laugh. Like, I've been paying attention to the stock markets lately and the crypto markets and all that. And like, of course, everything has been dipping, and like my portfolio lost like a ton of cash this week. And I just like, well, what does anyone expect when Venus is coming conjunct Pluto? Like, I think we kind of have to expect that. And then coming off of the eclipse in Taurus, like, yeah, I mean, and so we can expect the dip when Pluto is involved. We can expect turnover, and turnover does include death when Pluto is involved. Okay, death of a previous self, death of a moment, death of a previous illusion, whatever it is. It's a death of something. So allow it to die off. Allow it to leave your life. Allow it to undergo what it needs to undergo, because if you fight against it, if you are tempted and you pull away and you push against yourself and you fall in line to like the Matrix rules, if you fall in line there, this chariot isn't going to have anywhere to go, right? 6 of Swords reverse. You're not going to have any movement at all. And you're going to feel even more lost. The good news is that you don't feel lost. A queen never feels lost. The sixth house can also be tough because there's this component of, what was I going to say? It can be tough because there's this component of self-criticism. Now, we started this reading off so strong, and I wanted to really be kind of overly dramatic in toward the positive here, because I think you deserve it. And I think it's important to remember the high quality and the high vibration that you are putting out into the world right now. That is nothing to shirk at. That is a big deal. But when you don't necessarily see what you expect to see, sometimes you can go internal and think that everything is wrong with you. I'm telling you, nothing is wrong with you. This is what happens when someone steps into their power. Everything starts to adjust. And we see not only the Queen of Cups with her beautiful magical energy with the palm of her hands and all around her, but it's also with the Magician here as well. These are basically the same card. And I'm feeling quite a Merlin quality, like a very magical, mystical, magic wand kind of essence, like a real sorceress or a real mage. Please do not underestimate the power of what is happening. Please do not underestimate the power of this transition. What you are receiving, if I can steal this from Annie, I'm sorry, baby. I know, if I can steal that, I'm just going to let her sit there because she's so cute. This right here, I mean, your gates are open. But you're not attuned to anything negative. You're not attuned to anything low vibration, which means it's going to be coming from something good. And when you are truly aligned with good things, things that help people go within themselves, that help people learn about themselves, that helps people heal, Chiron in the 10th. You can't go wrong on that route. I think in many ways, this Wheel of Fortune, the Wheel of Fortune, I say, it's never loud and obvious. It's always very breadcrumby. Just breadcrumbs you from one thing to the next thing, to the next thing, to the next thing. It just kind of slowly and quietly guides you. And there's not a lot of, it's not like this big pile dump in your life of here's everything all at once. It's no, okay, well, you go this way, you make a little bit of money, and then you take that money and you invest it here, and then maybe you make a little bit more, and then you meet this person because now you're in this new kind of social group, and you meet this person, and this person takes you here. That's how the Wheel of Fortune works. This is like the epitome of connection, of the big picture, connect the dots. Sometimes when we're in Sagittarius energy, we have to remember that it is very connect the dots and that you are only at one dot. See, the Queen, I feel, has the faith. But the temptation over here, if little Miss Annie would let us take a look at that, the temptation card over here is very clear. That there is going to be this push-pull within you between your absolute most optimistic, super open, magical, powerful, beautiful, inspired place, and then the world. And unfortunately, the world can feel cold and harsh. I don't mean like the earth. I don't mean the earth. I mean like the people. And I mean the stories that the people tell. Okay? The world can be this very cold, harsh, pessimistic place. And sometimes the people even closest to us can be the deliverers of that energy. Now, you're doing a lot in the metaphysical right now, but I also see that you're doing a lot in the physical, 6th house. There has to be things being done, tasks being performed and completed. Tasks that get you just 1 or 2 steps further, and then 1 or 2 steps further from that, and 1 or 2 steps further from that, one after the next, day after day after day after day. Even if they are small things, they are still being done. And you do have passion for it. And this Page of Wands here, with the reversal, even the 6 of Cups reversed, I'm getting a sense that you're being driven by a dream. You're being driven by an idealistic quality. And this is so perfect with Neptune going direct on the 1st, that there is this idealistic circumstance, whether it's the home and marriage environment, family environment, financial environment, whatever that ideal environment is, or ideal set of circumstances. This is what is really driving the magic right now. And it's not that you're holding things up to unrealistic standards. It's that you are using an idea as your muse. The idea of this peaceful, content, purpose-filled, and fulfilled heart is driving all of the actions that you're taking and driving the desire for the magic. And what I see is continual I don't want to say self-improvement, I think it's rather self-actualization. Continual self-actualization, and you seem to be fully embracing this blossoming. But see, with Pluto and Venus over in Capricorn in the 7th, your partners, for those of you who have partners, business partners, marriage partners, boyfriends, girlfriends, whatever the situation is, there's going to be a reflection going on. And I feel that you, in many ways, are the catalyst for your partner's growth. Because you are embodying everything that you say you wish to embody. You are being what you say you want to be. You're not even talking the talk. You are only walking the walk. You just are what you say you are. And that is reflecting toward your partner, and your partner is having to make adjustments. Now, sometimes when a partner has to adjust, has to change, based on what is being reflected back to them, they can get a little agitated, a little angry, especially triggered if they haven't, if they're not super experienced with the work, right? They can get triggered, they can pull away, they can feel, very detached, very alone, very isolated. But see, I think you've been there before. So you know what that is all about. See, with Chiron in the 10th, Cancer is kind of like the leader of the entire zodiac for the healing. So you have the possibility here to lead and guide, especially your partners, but also in any other capacity career-wise, in a more lead people toward their own wholeness. And I don't even know that for many of you that's specifically intentional. For some of you, it might be intentional, like that's what you do for a living. You are a healer, energy healer, a reader, whatever it is. That's what you do. But others of you, like you're an accountant. How are you supposed to bring that into the accountant field? Or you're an estate attorney. Like, how are you supposed to bring that into it? Well, it will. And when you open your eyes enough to see it, you'll be like, oh, that's how it's going to come in, right? You're healing people financially. You're healing people in terms of their sense of security. You're healing people in terms of helping them gain control of something. You're helping them to find emotional security, which really is, Cancer, I feel, the realm and the domain of Cancer. And I feel like you're you're so strong here. Like, this is where Cancer thrives. And it's a beautiful thing to see, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Now, not every Cancer feels on top of the world right now, because there is that push-pull between the magic and the world. And some people do not feel comfortable in the magical realm. They don't feel comfortable there because it is too mysterious, and it is too unknown, and it is too rooted in faith. It's not real enough for them. And they will get pulled toward the Saturnian natures that society have constructed for them. And that is where they will find their sense of security. But the real Cancerians who are doing the work are the ones who are going to pull away from society structures and build their own structures from scratch. They may use society structures, but they are not dependent upon them. And it's a great, I think it's a great thing to celebrate, if I can say that, to celebrate that you are here in this place, to celebrate where you are, to celebrate how far you've come and how far you have yet to go. Knowing what you know, with this head on your shoulders, with this level of consciousness, think of what more you can be. Now, let's pull out the comprehensive cards. Where's the deck? Oh, right here. Okay. Now, little Miss Annie is sleeping on our Queen of Cups, so I'm just going to let her rest there. But just know that these are going to be clarifying the Queen of Cups right here. For those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk about these cards for an additional 30 minutes or so. So there can be a lot of new information that comes out during the comprehensive readings if you want to join. So let's start with the Queen of Cups, which of course is what the universe needs from you. So what more do you need to know, Cancer, about what the universe needs from you? Seven of Wands reversed. I like that Seven of Wands and Nine of Wands are coming out reversed, because this is saying, like, you don't need to fight it. You really don't need to fight it. There's nothing to fight. And the Four of Wands. Beautiful. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, we got two. Oh, another Six of Cups, this time upright. And a 10 of Cups. Beautiful. And an 8 of Wands. Amazing. Okay. So now we're going to clarify the 9 of Wands reversed. Knight of Cups, 2 of Swords. And the 8 of Cups. Seven of Cups. Two of Wands. Okay, we got two more. A Death card and a Star card. Beautiful, beautiful. We got a kind of a Neptune energy, a little bit of a Aquarian energy. Not Neptune, what am I saying? A Scorpio and Aquarius energy there. The two zodiac signs, Scorpio and Aquarius, that indicate radical change. Change is inevitable with those activations. Cannot be avoided. Oh, I keep pulling out more than I should. Knight of Coins reversed, King of Coins reversed, and 8 of Swords. Six of Swords, this time upright. Queen of Wands, beautiful. That's your 10th house ruler, Aries there. And we have a King of Cups, beautiful. Now for the other card of Cancer, we have the Hanged Man, we have the 8 of Coins. Hierophant, I love it. Four of Wands, which came out over here as well. King of Wands and a Three of Wands. Seven of Wands, which was the same as over here. Six of Wands. Nine of Cups. Now for the Magician. Ace of Coins reversed. Ace of Swords reversed. Queen of Coins. You really are operating in the realm of faith right now. That is for sure. But that's your power. To be faithful is your superpower. Five of Swords and 10 of Coins. Bottom of the deck, we have the Eight of Wands reversed. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. So if you guys want to join, again, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much for being here. You know, I absolutely adore you. Have an amazing December. I'll talk to you guys very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. Let's go ahead and get started with the Knight of Cups, which is the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you right now. Now, the Knight of Cups is actually a card of Pisces, right? It's mutable water. So it's the Pisces archetype being represented. We do have Neptune going direct on December 1st in Pisces, in your 8th house. Now, the thing about the Knight of Cups is I'm getting a feeling that there's two kinds of energies coming through here. And you may call them contradictory or you may call them complementary, depends on you. One is still the need to remain, and I don't necessarily love this term, but to remain hopelessly romantic. Because with the sun coming through Sagittarius, and on the 13th, Mars enters into Sagittarius as well. We have Mercury in there for the first, also on the 13th, Mercury leaves. So for the first 13 days, we at least have Mercury in there. And then the last part of the month, we have Mars. So there's a lot of fifth house activation. Fifth house is especially relevant for you because, that's your natural house. It's very fun, very romantic, very sociable, very sexy, very sexual, very creative, artistic, all those beautiful things. So all of these things are coming to the forefront right now. And the desire to be very active in those areas is very strong as well, especially since we've had the South Node coming through the fifth house for the past year and a half. And even though it's not officially gone yet, I think that house is it's clearing out. And so you may on some level feel like you are coming back alive, coming back to yourself, coming back into your strength, and therefore the romantic approach to life. It doesn't have to be like a romance with a person, but it's more of a romance with life itself. Can be on that hopelessly romantic or fairy tale kind of side. Now, on the other side of that, remember in the beginning I said there were two things, hopelessly romantic and realistic. I don't necessarily see my Knight of Cups as being ungrounded, right? I don't see him as being disconnected from what's going on and what's real and disconnected from people's true character. I think he's highly in tune with energy, highly in tune with what people bring to the table and whether or not someone brings you value, right? And I think that's the new standard for Leo is, does this person bring value into my life or not? Because with the emphasis with Saturn in the 7th house in Aquarius, right, which is your romance house or your relationship house. It doesn't matter whether it's a romantic relationship or a business partnership or whatever, but I think Saturn over there is really putting a lot of demands on people and saying, hey, like, if you can't meet this bar, if you can't come up to this standard, then this just really isn't going to work. And doesn't mean you stop believing. It doesn't mean that you have given up. It doesn't mean that you don't believe that it's not out there, because I think in many ways you do believe that it is out there, but you're not married to the people that are going to be providing that beautiful life for you. If this person can, great. If this person cannot, great. Get out of here. And see, with Saturn in the 7th, it can be very exacting, right? Remember, Saturn is symbolized with the scythe, that curved blade that harvests the wheat. And it's not afraid to cut things down, especially if they're old, right? Especially if they are out of date, if they're not working anymore. Saturn says, get rid of it. And as much as we like to attribute death to Pluto and the Scorpionic archetype, Saturn is also very death-oriented as well. He represents like the end of endings in many ways. And he's not, flowery about it. He's pretty blunt. In the environment position, we have the Hanged Man. And again, another Pisces archetype being represented here. You may feel like you are in a little bit of a limbo, but you're not in a limbo if you are upholding standards. If you are demanding someone come up to some level or to some vibration and they simply cannot, then you're over here like, okay, fine, but I'm not coming down. I'm not going to lower myself. And I think that you're going to notice that a lot of people in the external world cannot and will not join you on this higher track. But again, you're not losing hope. You're not going into this pessimistic place. You're not turning sour. You're not turning bitter. In fact, maybe in many ways, you're actually getting more optimistic. You're getting more hopeful. Your heart is opening in a bigger way. Because perhaps you're also exhibiting a great deal of compassion for people in the external world and compassion for their imprisonment. Now, I love this yod. They call the yod configuration in astrology like the finger of God or the destiny, right? And wherever that kind of triangle is pointing toward, there's like this heightened state of attention in that particular, for that planetary energy and also the house placement of that energy. And I love that it says the word destiny and that we have the star in the very center of the reading, because I think that whatever circumstances have changed for you, there is a massive quality of destiny here, that the past experience was a destined experience, and what is yet to come is also a destined experience. And so it's kind of like this and that's where the optimism comes from, right? Is I think that there's a genuine curiosity about what my destiny holds. Well, if it's not going to be with this person, then it must be with someone so much better, right? It has to be with someone better. It has to be with someone who genuinely loves me. It has to be with someone who is going to help me grow and challenge me and help me be a better person. It's got to be better than that. And this damsel card, now the damsel, we often use the phrase damsel in distress. And what's interesting is that the damsel came out with the Piscean archetype, because it's a very common Piscean thing, right? To have the damsel in distress versus the knight in shining armor associated with the Piscean qualities. And the damsel comes through here, but there's a light attribute and a shadow attribute. So let me read these out loud. The light attribute says, understanding the nature of healthy romance inspires you to rely on yourself. So this is not a damsel in distress. This is like an empowered damsel, an empowered individual, an empowered woman or man, right, or person that is so strong in and of themselves. But you can still have the hope. Now, the shadow attribute is what I think we're more familiar with when we use the word damsel. It says, waiting for a knight to provide for you seduction by by romantic illusion. See, I don't see you being disillusioned here. I don't see you being in a state of confusion. I don't know why quite exact. I'm trying to look at the stars and see why I feel that there is so much clarity in the world right now. Sorry, my cat is sitting on my keyboard. Okay. There you go, baby. I don't know why I'm feeling that there is so much clarity. I just don't see people being confused. Like, if you look at a person who is trying to come into your life, it doesn't seem like you are confused by who they are and the energy that they're bringing to the table. Like, you're going to know like that almost immediately, especially with this heightened state of intuition with the Piscean archetype being represented here. Like, there's no reason for you to second guess your gut feelings here. There's no reason for you to second guess what you're intuitively picking up on within the first few seconds of meeting that person. All right. But we don't want someone who is so hopelessly desperate that they will just take what they can get. And if you found yourself in a situation like that in the past, where you just wanted whatever, you wanted the attention, so you were accepting like scraps from people, which is super not a Leo thing, but I think we all as human beings have to go through something like that in order to find our empowerment. So if you found yourself in a position in the past where you were taking scraps of attention, scraps of love, whatever it is, and now you're in this place of making conscious choices moving forward, this is your opportunity to cut something off before it even has the ability to come into your life, right? And you do that simply by holding this higher vibration, by holding this higher consciousness. And that is going to determine the direction of your destiny. I think destiny is highly malleable, right? It's malleable based on decisions. If you are conscious and aware and continue to make the same patterned decisions, then your destiny is going to be one thing. But if you are conscious and aware and making better decisions and choosing better people and choosing the path of self-respect, then your destiny is going to be a different thing. You cannot expect destiny to change if you are keeping yourself tethered to the same way of life. Right? This is like very scientific. You can't, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result, right? Who said that? Albert Einstein? I don't know who said it, but like, that's like a no-brainer, no duh kind of thing. Now, we have this card of spiritual strength here, and this is what it's going to require is if something has happened, if something has been painful, if you have, because I remember last month's reading was all about going back to like that point of origin moment, that point that really took your life in an unexpected direction and took you through a path of lessons and a path of, hardships that I'm not going to say it could have been avoided, but I am saying that it was something like you needed to come back to heal from that original pain, to heal from that original wounding so that you can then rewrite the destiny from that point. You, Libra and Leo were the two zodiac signs where I felt that because you guys had like this fourth house activation thing going on. And it was important to like go back to that moment, go back to that place where things started going in a specific direction so that you can take control of the energy and create something new with it. Hopefully you were able to do that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch last month's because it's going to give this month a whole heck of a lot of context because this is a moment where decisions really matter. And if you make decisions that put you back on that same track, then you cannot expect anything different. And this is where spiritual strength really comes out to play. You have to be spiritually empowered. You have to be spiritually, I'm getting like the image of like a sumo wrestler, like just this big, powerful force of energy, just boom, there's a weight to it. There's a heaviness to it. I'm also getting the image of a horse, right? We got a horse here. I'm getting an image of a horse, like the quality of horsepower. And it's Sagittarius season, so there you go. You guys are a lion. You can think of these gigantic animals, these big people, these big forces. And if they hesitate, it could cause massive problems. Like you cannot hesitate right now in terms of deciding how you're going to choose to align right now. And you have to stay focused. We have crystals, focus. I think meditation and a little bit of isolation, even though we do have some social components here with the Three of Coins, but I do think isolation is going to help you stay like in yourself. And it's going to help you to decide to view something that may have happened as being the best possible thing that could have happened. And you may have to go back and to admit that maybe you weren't really even happy with that situation and you were just trying so hard to convince yourself that you were happy. And I don't know how long ago that was. It could have been this year, 6 months ago, it could have been 6 years ago, or 16 years ago. Like, I don't care. But this is the moment where you get to decide that it was the best possible thing that ever could have happened for you, and that moving forward, you get to rewrite the story. And this new moon in Aries energy, which is beautiful with Sagittarian energy, right? Aries, we have Mars moving into Sagittarius. Sagittarius is all about the arrows and hitting the targets, right? He's got a bow and arrow. He's a hunter, bow and arrow. He knows exactly what target he wants to hit. So you know what you want in your life, whether it's what you want in a relationship, what you want for your financial situation, what you want for your life, your career, your home, your family, your kids, whatever. You know what you want. I don't see Leo being confused in what they ultimately want. It's just about, are you going to be strong enough, and are you going to be in your sense of self-worth enough? See, what's interesting is that Leo has Virgo in the second house. Now, we don't have any planets in Virgo right now, but we do have Sagittarius aspecting Virgo. We've got the nodes still in Gemini aspecting Virgo, and we have Neptune going direct aspecting Virgo. Virgo in the second house can really struggle a lot with that sense of self-worth because Virgo is so critical of itself. And self-worth is the second house. So we have the self-criticism, the self-judgment, the self-effacing whatever going on. And we have our little Leo in training here. Sorry, she's going to be a little bit of a disruption. But, okay, she's... All right, that's okay, baby girl. This is Annie, by the way, just for those of you guys who know. But that can be hard for Leo sometimes because you want to have this sense of grandeur. You want to have this sense of like being so incredibly special and unique and one of a kind, which is what Leo is all about. But then here comes that Virgo self-doubt. To be able to rectify that, to be able to love that part of yourself that has that sense of doubt, you get to show yourself that you are worthy and show yourself that you are enough and that you are deserving by choosing different things. The power is within the choice. Okay, and you guys are also getting hit in the 6th house as well. 6th house is tough, right? With the Venus-Pluto conjunction and Venus retrograde coming conjunct again with Pluto and then direct again with Pluto. Right? It's a trinity, just similar to how Jupiter did that in 2020. 6th house is also very Virgo-esque, but it's in Capricorn, which is also a very harsh energy, which means, of course, that your need for appreciation, your need for being valued, for being treated as though you are valuable, is going to be like that's the standard. Like, can this person understand the value that I bring into their life? Can this person understand that I am one of a kind and treat me that way? And it's not an ego thing. This is a Leo thing, right? Leo is powerful. And if people do not see what they are or appreciate them, it's very difficult for a Leo to be around those people. All right, now we do have little Miss Annie here is covering up the cards. I'm just going to let her sleep, though. She seems to be pretty chill. So we do have the 2 of Cups coming out first. And I love, actually, sorry, baby girl. I love this image, right? Holding hands, sharing energy. Leo, I'm just getting this sense of love. And this is a card of love. It's a card of soulmates. It's a card of connection. It's a card of like soul tribe. And I feel that you are in this place of just really wanting to share with someone who is ready and willing and able to receive all that you are able to give, but that you are also wanting to receive as well with the Pisces energy. That you might be tired of being the one that is always giving. You may be tired and worn out of always being the one that is trying. And so I think there's a massive withdrawal going on Leo's part of saying, look, I'm not just going to give. I refuse to just give. I'm not going to do it for free. I'm not going to do it without any proof. I'm not going to do, it's not just this unconditional thing. And as much as we would love to say, oh, it's all about unconditional love, and that's a beautiful concept and it's a beautiful idea. But when it comes to like a human, like it's easy to unconditionally love your pet, right? It's easy to unconditionally love your infant child. It's easy. It's a lot different to unconditionally love another adult human being. Not saying it's impossible. It's just very difficult to find the people that you wish to unconditionally love. And so with that spirit and knowing how difficult that is, I think there is this craving for someone that reciprocates. Something that reciprocates, something that pays back, so that you don't feel like all your energy and effort and love is just going into this waste bin, And this could be a career thing as well, to find that fulfilling career. And you guys are going to have the North Node coming through Taurus, for the next year and a half through 22 and half of 23. So there is going to be substantial focus on like your place in the world and what it is that you contribute to humanity. And so I feel like there's a yearning to really be on the path that makes you feel like you are on the path. Now we also have the Three of Coins here, which Miss Annie is covering up entirely. And the Three of Coins is about collaboration and working with people. And collaboration and working with people, but it's not necessarily an emotional thing. This is about productivity, right? In your careers, in your life, within your communities, you can collaborate with individuals who have common goals. And I feel like right now that is going to be a really, really excellent use of your energy, especially if you're an artist or a performer or a model or a creator or even a mother or a father or something like that. If you have something that you are creating or something that you are bringing to life or nurturing life in, and you have other people around you that are doing the same thing, collaborating with those people, communicating with them, and even doing things together, that's not necessarily romantic, but that is still channeling your creative energy, is going to be a really beautiful thing. Now, for those of you the reason why I'm going to bring up relationship stuff is because we do have the 7th house, 5th house activation. And I know not everyone is here for romance, and that's totally fine. You can completely disregard this. But I know that when Mars comes in the 5th with the sun on the 13th, there is going to be a stronger sex drive or a stronger desire to be out there on the dating apps or to be, meeting new people or going and being social. I like that for you. Just so long as it is not in a state of desperation to the point where if there's even the slightest connection or attraction that it could be misinterpreted, please remember to protect your energy and to vet the candidates. All right, because with 5th house Mars, it can get very sexual very quickly, but it can also be very short-lived. Mars is not a planet of like perseverance. All right. He gets tired very easily. So don't project huge fantasies on the people that you're coming in contact with throughout the month of December and probably even into January, February. It's not about projecting fantasies so much as it is about vetting candidates. Vet them. Okay. Interview them. Put them through a process. Put them through your filters. Because we have this 2 of Swords here. We have this 8 of Swords. Now, both of these cards, right, they both have a woman who is tied up. And she's all bound. And I feel like there's a potential for you to feel very out of control. There's a potential for you to feel trapped by your circumstances. That is a creation of your mind. You are not trapped. You are not a victim. You are not anything other than empowered. That is all you are. You are only empowered. And some Leos are going to misunderstand what's happening. And they are going to make rash decisions because they are trying to fill a void. Leos who are on a spiritual, right, they're going to do the right, waiting for a knight to provide for you. And let's use that in a dating example. I mean, does that not just hurt your brain? Because that goes against everything that we know to be a good idea. That is the opposite of a good idea. Seduction by romantic illusion. Right? That you have to be careful of that. And you may know a Leo, like if you are cross-watching for a Leo, you may know a Leo who is doing that. Just know that that will not work out well. Because I'm looking at this Knight of Swords reversed, and what I'm sensing is like being drawn to people who are going to be running away. It's like you're trying, or there's a potential. I'm not saying all of you are doing this, by the way. I'm looking at this Knight of Swords. I'm looking at you all bound up here, all tied up. There's a very real threat to repeating a pattern here. And it's going to take real spiritual strength to not repeat it. You are not a victim. You are not a damsel in distress. You are empowered and full of value. People who are taking on the more victimized mentality, which I think there's going to be a lot of people on here watching this particular video who completely reject this, but then who are actually doing it. And if they were self-aware enough, they'd check themselves and be like, am I doing that? But a lot of them won't. They'll just immediately click off and they won't go through that process of thinking, well, maybe I am. Maybe I can do it a different way. Maybe this really won't work. And maybe this is just me being hopelessly romantic, right? They're going to write it off as being, well, I believe and I see the good in this person, and they're going to do the whole like projection thing. It's so easy to cross that line right now because Neptune is going direct, because Mars is coming in contact with the South Node in the first few days of December. We have that new moon eclipse in your natural fifth house. And there's just a lot of weird, easily misinterpreted qualities out there. And this Knight of Swords reversed is definitely not someone that you want to attach to. With Mars in the fifth, you can attract slippery people. Mars in Sag, that's a slippery kind of energy. It's something you can't really hold on to because it's always running away, literally always running away. It's always on an adventure. It's always moving. I'm not saying you can't be a person with Mars in Sag and be committed. You definitely can. I'm just saying that this transit, this quality does not necessarily bring in the most stable. Sagittarius is a mutable quality. Whenever we have Mars in a mutable sign, I don't care if it's Sag, Gemini, Pisces, or Virgo, and I have Mars in Virgo, by the way, and I will vouch for this, right? It's hard to like get that true commitment. It's hard to get that solid ground. And that's something that I think a Leo genuinely needs is solid ground. A lion needs a firm ground to grip into in order to catch its prey. Okay? And I don't want to see you binding to something that is not willing to let you bind to. Right? They're not willing to let you bind to them. They're not willing to let you attach. And they may push you away. They may be emotionally unavailable, or they may just be a repeat of past train wrecks. This is why last month's reading was so critical. It's why it was so important, because if you didn't go back to that point of origin to really heal that wound, here we have the manifestation of that wound right in front of your face. And if you aren't healed enough, Chiron through the ninth house, Chiron going direct on the same day that Venus goes retrograde, if you are not healed enough to recognize what is happening, then you're bound to repeat the same things. Now, the Empress is an energy of creation, and this is where the Knight of Cups comes to play and says, look, you get to create this beautiful life for yourself. 100% you are in control, you are empowered, as long as you are focused and willing to take action and to understand the nature of healthy romance, the light attribute of the damsel, okay? Understand the nature of healthy romance. And here we have the Empress creating an entire world within her womb. And I feel like if you understand that you are in the creative position, fifth house. Now, I talked a little bit about dating, but fifth house is really a house of creation more than anything. You create children here, you create art here, you create music, you create relationships. This is the beginning of all of these beautiful things. And you are deep in creation mode. I wouldn't be surprised if your artistic qualities are starting to get really, really, they're truly speaking to you. Like if you don't create this thing, if you don't do this thing, you're going to go a little bit crazy, okay? This is where the hopeless romantic and the realistic qualities come to play and actually begins to rewrite this beautiful story of yours. And it will be a beautiful story if you are conscious, if you are aware of what is happening, and if you are not afraid to walk away from things. Because we have this death card right next to the Empress, and there is this nature here of letting things die. Let the past die. And I think this Knight of Swords reversed energy is absolutely something that needs to die. And you'll see it and you'll recognize it and you'll be triggered by it and you will walk away from it. In fact, you may even run away from it, right? Because I don't think that you want to walk into a situation that's going to be a challenge. It's going to make you work for it, going to make you chase it, going to make you, bend over backwards for it. You're not going to do that. In fact, I see a refusal on Leo's part to do that. This is about true and genuine understanding of your self-worth. Something that I do think Leo, because remember I said Virgo in the second house, this is something that I think Leo does often, they have to battle within themselves. Because we know you pushed yourself so hard to be the best of what you are. And if you don't reach your potential, quote unquote, if you don't reach that, you can be even extra hard on yourself. And that feedback loop can be vicious. And then we have this 5 of Coins reverse, which says, this is not about taking scraps, right? This is about the feast. This is about the absolute and utter abundance. And that's what I think the 2 of Cups really represents here for you, is the absolute feast. It is the absolute love, the absolute best, the absolute incredibleness of divine connection and living a divine life and living out your own divinity and being the embodiment of that divinity. Treating yourself as though you are a vehicle of God. And that's not an ego thing. That's a humility thing. But it's also an honest thing. Okay? So Leo, that's kind of a big reading. I don't know why that came out so big. Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. Now, Miss Annie here is kind of messing up the flow a little bit, so we're just going to work with it. But we're going to pull out clarifiers for these 2 cards first. So For those of you who are new to the channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Okay, the link for that will be found in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 30 minutes or so about these cards. So there's a lot of layers that come out. So we're going to talk about the Knight of Cups. So what else does Leo need to know about what the universe needs from them? So Knight of Cups. What does Leo need to know about what the universe needs from them? What else does the universe need from Leo? Okay, we got Three of Swords, we got the Eight of Cups, and we've got the Nine of Wands. Now for the Hanged Man. Yes, Miss Annie, I know. Got the Five of Swords. Oh no, she's going to get hyper now. We've got the Six of Coins, which I love that in terms of the availability of resources for you. And if you have to lose something, something else will come back. Like, don't worry about losing things. And then we have a Five of Cups here. Okay, so for the Two of Cups, we have the Lovers reversed and another Six of Coins. One more card for the Two of Cups. World reversed. Now for the Three of Coins, we have a star, another reversed star. That's interesting. And then a Hermit card. And a Queen of Coins. Beautiful. All right, now, so for the Two of Swords, we have the Knight of Wands reverse. Yeah, interesting. These other knights are being reversed here. And a Five of Cups coming out, mirroring that energy there as well. And then we have another Knight of Coins. See, the coins and the cups coming out upright. The wands and the swords coming out reversed. I'm getting a strong, like, I don't want to use the word divine masculine with the reversals, but it is kind of like an under-evolved masculine knight energy. Some people, just people who don't understand their role, right? Like when a knight doesn't understand that he is meant for battle, right? He's meant to protect. He's meant to contain. He's meant to be on guard. It's like not understanding that role there. And I think you're looking for people who do understand that role in your life. Okay, now we have a Hanged Man again, but this time reversed, and we have a Ten of Wands reversed, the Eight of Swords. And we have Two of Swords again, which was here under Annie. And then we have the Two of Swords. I'm sorry, the Star reversed. Seven of Cups reversed. A Ten of Swords. And the Eight of Cups. Four of Coins. Two of Coins, and an Emperor. We have a Death card. We have a Three of Cups and a Four of Cups. A Queen of Cups, beautiful. The Nine of Cups and the Eight of Coins reversed on top of Death. Now on the Five of Coins reversed, we have a Ten of Coins, an Eight of Wands, and a Strength. And then bottom of the deck, we have another Three of Coins, which mirrors that card there. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. You guys know I love you and I wish you absolutely nothing but the best. Have an amazing December, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Virgo. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. So, we begin with the King of Cups, which is the card that signifies what the universe really needs from you right now. And this is a powerful energy, okay? A King of Cups is very scorpionic. Plus, in the environment, we have the Death card, which is also very scorpionic. Now, we're out of Scorpio season, right? Sun is now in Sagittarius. But I think with Mars, the first couple of weeks still in Scorpio, there's still that like lingering empowerment here of like kind of you got to get your stinger out. And I think that Virgo is not necessarily going to be people's best friends this month. I think Virgo is on a mission, King of Cups, very direct, very directed, very motivated, very intense, right? That there is this quality of, I got to get this done. I want to move in this direction. I need this from you. There should be, hopefully, we have this card that says communication is key. So there should be high quality communication, not only from Virgo, but Virgo expecting others to be able to communicate well enough with them to be able to accomplish something. I often see my kings as being very accomplishment oriented, meaning as much as I would love to say that this is about the journey and not the destination, I think for all intents and purposes, this is about the destination, all right? This is about the accomplishment. This is about the reward. This is about the ending of something. This is about actually being able to put your hands on something, right? Second house, owning. This is about having it, being able to touch it. It's about the physicality of something. So I feel that Virgo is driven. And as much as Virgo I don't often see as being a very confrontational sign, I think Virgo is going to be bringing a little bit of an edge to things. You are going to be confrontational. You are going to be direct. You are going to be a little bit blunt. Let's not forget that Mars in the third, which is the house of communication, not to mention Mercury is technically in Sagittarius. Okay, so there's this bluntness with that in and of itself, not to mention Mars in the third, which is highly communication oriented. So, communication is definitely on the docket if you're dealing with a Virgo or in terms of Virgo's expectations of others. I don't see you going easy on people. Now, I would love to sit here and give you this beautiful reading, but I think this is an edge that Virgo doesn't often have. Being mercurial, being Mercury ruled, Virgo is often, very flexible, very accommodating, very, very, they're just kind of whimsical at times, very adaptable. They can change. They can, they can make adjustments very easily. This is a fixed energy. And I don't see Virgo being very bendable. And with the Death card in the environment, this is what I'm saying. I actually feel like Virgo is determined for something to come to an ending. Could be a relationship, could be a project, could be a job, could be, closing on a house. You're all about the end. And I think in December, it will come to an end. It will come to a close. And that's because you're driving this ship. And in Virgo, it's important for you to know that you are driving this ship. You are in command here. You are the one that's truly in control, even though it may seem that you are very out of control. Now, one of the things that's a little bit tough for Virgo right now is this Saturn in the 6th house. Now, I actually like Saturn in the 6th because it can be really a productive transit or a placement if you're born with that. There can be a lot of productivity that comes through. But it can also make it very difficult to work with other people as well. Co-workers or hired contractors, or, there's a lot of enemies that come through in the 6th house. 6th house is the house of co-workers, colleagues, that kind of thing. So it can make those kinds of relationships difficult. But because you have Saturn there, this does kind of put you in that authoritative place. Okay? So to know that you are the driver of the ship, to know that you are the commander, it does put a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. Now, you may or may not want that responsibility, but I know that you want the result. And sometimes when you want the result, you have to take on the responsibility. So this is right, movement, choices, and decisions. This month is very much about the decisions that you make, Virgo. It's very much about how you choose to communicate. It's about how much passion. We have this fiery passion. Now, this is Scorpio, which is Mars ruled. And we know that Mars is a very fiery planet. So Scorpio is often said to be like the fiery water sign. So this actually is very applicable. And there is a sense of fire within you. There is a burning to complete something. And to accomplish and to be able to own. Now, we also have this vampire card here. I'm going to read out. I love this deck because it has a light attribute and a shadow attribute. The light attribute says, makes you aware that someone or something is draining your life force. On the shadow side of this is depleting others for your psychic survival, chronic complaining, and codependency. This is what we have to be very conscious of. We don't want to get into a place of disempowerment, because if we do, then we become the energy vampires, right? We become the drain. And we can't have that. We need to be in that place where we are aware when others are draining us. All right, now I'm not going to guarantee that's everybody, and maybe not everyone will have that, but as the month goes on, and as Jupiter finishes out his transit in Aquarius in your 6th house and makes his way late in December on the 28th into Pisces, this is a really good time to clean out the people that just really are not performing. It's not even up to your expectations, but to the expectations of the project, the expectations of the situation, right? Like if you're working with someone and you have a client that you're both trying to satisfy the needs of this client, and your partner or colleague is underperforming and relying a little too heavily on you to get it done, right? This is up to you to not shoulder their responsibility and to hold them accountable for what they are doing or not doing, even if that means you have to have that confrontational conversation, right? Now, the 3 of Swords is a suggestion that this is not a comfortable situation. Oh, here's the little force of destruction here. Hopefully you guys don't mind if she joins. She's going to do that a lot if I let her on the table. But 3 of Swords is that suggestion that, you've been in a situation before where you've maybe allowed someone to suck the life force out of you. And this is an opportunity to relive that experience and to do something differently about it this time. And it's not going to be comfortable, Virgo. I don't think this is a place that you genuinely like to be, because I think in its essence, Virgo is all about really working together and everyone doing what they say they're going to do. And let's all, do our part and do it equally. And let's all be peacefully and coexist and productive together. But here's a situation where it's not the case. Here's a situation where there is a vampiric energy involved. Here's a situation where you have to stand up for yourself sooner rather than later, where you have to set the boundary, you have to set you have to draw the line. I'm sorry, I'm kind of going on to that strength card. My mind was just kind of wandering because I got the cat here now. So that kind of was going in the other direction. And I feel like it's kind of, but the words that are coming to my mind that I'm having a hard time actually saying out loud is, it's every man for himself. That's what, and I don't like that energy normally, because I don't think that's usually the best way to go about doing something. But you cannot pay the price for someone else's, shortcomings, lack of competence. You cannot pay the price for that. That is not your burden. And it's going to be important for you to rectify those situations in order for the sake of the ending. Remember, this is all about things coming to a close, things coming to a point of completion. And you're going to have to be that maybe not so nice person. Now, this is when, like I know I'm a Virgo, so I know that the reputation of being called like the ice queen. And Virgo does have that ability to ice people out. It has the ability to go very cold on people very quickly. But if you know in the story, right, the only reason that Demeter went cold and froze the earth was because Hades kidnapped her daughter, basically stole her, kidnapped her, raped her, and no one was telling her where her daughter was, and no one was willing to help. So she said, okay, well, if you're not going to help me, I'm definitely not going to help you. So she froze the earth and took away, right? And that's where winter comes from. Like Virgo is a very wintry, even though it's the end of summer, but it's a very wintry quality. And a Virgo who doesn't own that can be very toxic, or doesn't know how to use it can be very toxic. But if you know how to use it, this is a time when I think you're going to need to be able to consciously use it in a way that is productive, that ensures that you like get your daughter back. You know what I'm saying? That ensures that you get the result that you need. You have to communicate it though. There has to be this like, well, if this doesn't happen, then this has to happen. It may be a little bit of an ultimatum, but I am feeling that this is actually a healing situation with the Three of Swords. And this is a situation that will actually enable you to move into a new phase of life, a phase where you are more empowered than you normally are, a phase where you are more likely to thrive than you had been in the past. Because what's happening here is I think you are truly owning your own shadow and you're using it. And one of the things that came out when I was shuffling these cards too was that this is a perfect situation where we get to positively utilize our ego. And one of the things that I struggle with in spirituality is even like super high level guru yogic type stuff straight from India kind of things, where they talk about, getting rid of the ego and the death of the ego and all that. And I struggle with that a lot because our egos can be very helpful and very useful, especially when you're not living up in a cave in the mountains. Our egos can be very powerful in terms of getting us to where our soul is pulling us. It's not all of our destinies to end up in the Himalayan mountains. You know what I mean? Like some of us have destinies that are more in the world, and our egos are extraordinarily helpful when we don't allow it to get toxic or when we don't allow it to get in the way. And that's what I'm seeing with the Strength and the King of Cups is a healthy ego expressing its needs in a clear and demanding manner to ensure that not only you, Virgo, live up to your expectations, but that other people do as well. And for others to know that if they don't, Six of Swords, you are going to move on. You're going to move on from the relationship. You are going to move on from the workplace. You're going to move on from this situation. And in a way, I almost kind of feel like I don't know that Virgo is very loyal to people right now. You'll be loyal to the people that you love and that treat you well, obviously, but like you don't have a loyalty because people are showing you that you shouldn't be loyal to them. You're not going to be loyal to a vampire, right? You've done that before, and this is where it's gotten you. So when you recognize that vampiric energy or that energy of someone that is pulling you, taking advantage of you, treating you not so well, whatever it is, when that happens, you get to say, nope, this is not acceptable, and I'm not going to be loyal to you just because we work together, or just because we're in this relationship, or just because we're blood relatives. Like, that's not enough. You have to show up. You have to do what you say you're going to do. Because I see this Ace of Coins as being actually, I kind of feel like it's coming from Virgo. That Virgo is like the hands that feeds. And essentially that is what Virgo kind of represents, right? It represents the end of summer. It represents the harvest. And if the abundance of the earth, if Mother Earth decides, nope, I'm going to go full freeze tonight, right? there's suffering involved, and it's a kind of like a threat a little bit. And I know this sounds bad, like this is not a super high level spiritual, like, oh, transcend consciousness and transcend the issue and transcend the ego and blah 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 blah. It's not like that. This is a very worldly, very human kind of reading, to be in yourself. And this is why sometimes it's so hard to work together with people, because we would all love to be in that transcended state all the time. But sometimes we do have to come down out of that meditative transcendental mindset, and we have to work together. And sometimes people don't really want to work together. And I think with this Two of Swords in the very center of the reading, you feel torn, right? Two of Swords often can feel like we're at a crossroads of some kind. And I'm kind of looking at these birds as being, we're either choosing the Three of Swords or we're choosing the Six of Swords. And I think the Six of Swords is the much, much better option, which means many Virgos will be moving on. They will be choosing to end one thing in order to begin another. And that might be ending one relationship to begin another. It might be quitting a job to start another. You know, it might be severing a colleague relationship and say, we're not doing this anymore. You can either have it on your own or you can let me have it, but I'm not going to be able to do this with you because you don't seem to be very partnership oriented. Okay, Annie, I see. I hear you. Now, the Magician is kind of an interesting card to get as well, because this is a very different kind of magic. As much as I would love to see you quiet in your safe, peaceful place with your eyes closed, meditating, visualizing with your candles and your pretty music, this is a very different kind of magic. This is a King of Cups magic. This is magic with words, communication. This is magic with empowerment, magic with confidence. This is what happens when you are the embodiment of your frequency. This is when you get to really put your money where your mouth is. And see, like this Death card, this King of Cups, like there's a very real edge to this. This is not soft Virgo. This is not cuddly Virgo. This is not like, oh, let's all be friends. We'll work it out. Flexible, accommodating Virgo. This is rigid, wintry, ice queen or king Virgo. And this is a side of Virgo that very few people like, right? No one likes this about Virgo. This is the ugly side. And it's a side that you know you have and that you only use on very special occasions. But when you do use it, it actually advances you quite well. And I think it will. And this is, I can't even believe these words are coming out of my mouth, because I genuinely, I don't know how this is going to apply to you. I don't even know how it's going to apply to myself as a Virgo, right? And I feel like watching this reading at the end of the month might make a lot more sense. Like, we still don't know the effects of this Venus retrograde yet, right? We're going to have a Venus retrograde coming in contact with Pluto. Pluto ruled Scorpio too. So, you know, like, it seems to be yet to be determined. But we have a dualistic nature for a reason. People that completely ignore their shadow are not better off. They are incomplete. And when you are complete and you can draw upon your shadow, that's why the Chariot is coming out. It's like, look, like this has to be done in order for this Chariot to move. Virgo, you have to understand that you are the hands that feed. That's you providing that for others. This is the value that you bring into the world. This is why people need you in their life, because this is what you bring. This is what you put on the table. Because of you, other people eat, right? Kind of symbolically, because of you. And if they take advantage, if they throw it back in your face, if they it's not even about loyalty. Again, I don't feel Virgo being very loyal to people. I feel that Virgo is loyal to only the people that deserve loyalty. There is no superficial loyalty here at all. And Virgo is willing to use that scorpionic stinger like that. Boom. Chiron going direct in the 8th house may have a big part in that. Not to mention still first part of December, Mars is still in Scorpio, in the end of Scorpio, which means it is in the stinger portion of the constellation. Chariot, okay, things moving forward. Also, 9 of Wands, strong boundaries, strong limits, strong walls, strong expectations. Now, when I say the word expectations, it doesn't mean like Virgo is not saying, I expect that person to be like that. It's not about beingness so much as it is about getting something done. 6th house Saturn, 6th house Jupiter, and all this 4th house stuff aspecting the 10th house. Also, Virgo, you might be feeling the pressure of the last degrees of this North Node in Gemini in the 10th house as well. Like there's kind of like this last minute push, this last minute haul to get yourself to a certain place, because you know that place is foundational for the next thing. And for whatever reason, the building of this particular foundation is really lagging on its last legs here. All right. And you don't seem to be dazzled by, like, so there's this beautiful dazzling rainbow shooting up out of this cup. Like, people can make all the promises in the world and your response is going to be, I'll believe it when I see it. And that's something a lot of people don't like as well, because they want you to buy the promises, because if you buy the promises, it gives them more time. Do you see? And Virgo is like, I could give a, you know what, about your promises. Your promises mean nothing. They are empty to me. And that can feel like a knife to the heart sometimes. But it also makes people realize and wake up and say, oh, well, then I better get it done. You may have some turnover, meaning you may have to switch out one set of people for another set of people. One relationship for dating someone new, or one job for another job. Like, there may be a swap because the initial group or person or set of circumstances has fallen short too many times, and all they are offering still is dazzling promises. I see patience wearing very thin. I don't see Virgo being very... See, this is what happens when your ruling planet... This was kind of similar to Gemini. Like, when your ruling planet is in detriment, it's kind of a no bueno situation. It feels very uncomfortable. It can put you very much on edge. And because Sagittarius by nature is very abrupt and very direct, maybe too direct a lot of times, maybe too honest. But because of that, it's kind of every man for himself at this point. There is kind of a survival quality with Mercury and Sag when it comes to what words are being thrown out. Because if you want everything to be beautiful, flowery, like, this is not Mercury in Libra, right? This is not Mercury in... trying to think of another zodiac sign. It's like not Mercury in Cancer. It's Mercury in Sag. This is a fire sign. And I always say Sag is like my wildfire, right? Aries is the spark, Leo is the bonfire, Sag is the wildfire. And it is going to spread and it is going to be destructive, right? And it has the ability to be very destructive with words. So, you know, like it really is every man for himself. And this is why you have to be very, you know, very direct, very upfront, very clear, and absolutely set that expectation. And to call people on their BS promises, on their BS fluffy language and all that nonsense and say, look, I will only believe it when I see it. That is it. Like, don't give me the runaround because I'm not going to buy it. You know, it's just, it's a hard position to be in because I know you don't want to be there. No one wants to be here. No one wants to be the bad guy, right? No one wants to be harsh. No one wants to be brutal. Everyone just like, especially when you're here on tarot and you're trying to be like the best person that you can be and you're trying to be like this productive spiritual person. But when you have to be at this level, sometimes it can be one of two things. It can be very empowering and it can also be very draining at the same time. Okay. Now, we're going to pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the clarifiers are the cards we are going to cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that is going to be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk about 30 extra minutes about these cards, so we get much deeper into things, or there's a lot of reiteration sometimes too as well, just to kind of help validate kind of what has been said. So we start off with the Seven of Swords, the Two of Cups, and the Four of Wands in terms of what the universe needs from you, right? Now, in the environment, now Miss Annie is messing up the cards here, but we're just going to let her sleep, so we will work around it. We have the Death card in the environment. So what else does Virgo need to know about the environment? We have the Eight of Coins. We have the Eight of Wands. And we have the Ace of Wands, all very productive cards. I'm very happy to see that. Okay, got reversals in. We're all good. So now we look at the Three of Swords. What more does Virgo need to know about their Three of Swords? We have the Star reversed. Ten of Wands. And the Queen of Coins reversed. I have a feeling that this situation, however it manifests for you, but this particular situation in your life seems reminiscent of something in the past. And it's interesting that this Venus retrograde is also happening, you know, around the same degree as the Mercury retrograde, which is happening next year between Aquarius and Capricorn. So you will see foreshadowing of things and returning of things from the past. Now for the Strength card, I want this one. Oh, another Three of Swords. Yeah, exactly. And a Six of Coins reversed. Oh, that one. Oh, two cards definitely wanted to come out. Temperance reversed and the Eight of Cups reversed. Okay. Okay. Good kitty. Six of Swords. Another King of Cups. See, you have to be willing to walk away. You have to be willing to like cut someone loose. Saturn through the sixth is not a friendly. It's not about being friends. Ten of Coins, right? Owning the materialistic part of this and the Moon. Ace of Coins. We have the Empress. Four of Swords. And the Eight of Swords. Three of Coins. Five of Cups. Knight of Coins. Another Four of Wands, which mirrors that, which is great. Another Chariot, beautiful. Love to see that. And we have a Page of Coins. Ten of Cups with the Devil. Very interesting. I love the Saturnian nature of the Devil, though, because it's very real world. Saturn always brings us down to earth. You know, like, we can't forget. You know, we always say, oh, I'm a spiritual being having a human experience, right? We always say that. But then some of us really struggle with being in the human experience because we're like, oh, I'm so spiritual. And like we spend so much time on our spirituality. I don't see Sagittarius season, as weird as that is. Again, not what I was expecting for the Virgo reading at all. But I don't think that this reading is about spirituality at all. This is about humanness. This is about ego. This is about personality. This is about goals. Magician reversed and the Queen of Swords. Tower. Three of Cups. The World. Seven of Swords, which matches that right there. And then at the bottom of the deck, we have the Seven of Cups. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive reading. I'm going to leave you there. Thank you so much, Virgo. You know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing December. Talk to you soon. Take care. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited for you guys for the month of December because I'm getting this feeling that something is coming full circle and you have this opportunity to liberate yourself from it, which is going to speak to each of you in a very different kind of way, but it's going to be a really great kind of way for each of you. So we also have Annie here, so she's going to be joining us. Hi, little baby. So we're going to start off with the Knight of Cups, which is the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you. And this is a card of Pisces. Now, remember, we do have Neptune going direct on December 1st. And I feel like the Neptunian influence for you guys, plus not only that, we also have the water element, which is sensing, is actually going to be your predominant energy, okay, is very watery actually, which I know you're an air sign, I get it, but you know, there's this component here of being highly intuitive and being really in tune with people's intentions and when people are telling you the truth versus when they're lying to you. And there's also a quality here of being extraordinarily optimistic and not necessarily, you know, delusional or for the sake of repression or, you know, not addressing things. But I think generally speaking, you have a lot of optimism for yourself. You have a lot of optimism for the future. Now, I want to skip over here to this Martyr card. Now, I like this deck because it offers both a light attribute and a shadow attribute here. The light attribute is saying, learning the transcendent nature of service to oneself or a cause, right? This is about ensuring that you are giving to either yourself or something that you believe in with the right kind of energy. On the shadow side, it says an addiction to self-pity. Now, many of you may come in contact with people who are on that shadow attribute, the self-pity type of people, or you may see where in the past you may have done that, and this is now an opportunity for you to be more empowered and to make decisions based on what you know to be right for yourself. And I think that that's kind of a breakthrough for Libra, because I know that Libra got hit really, really hard in the 4th house with all of the Capricorn stuff through 2020 and 2019. And there was a lot of focus on your relationship with your parents, a lot of focus on your childhood and your childhood traumas. There was a lot of deep psychology going on for Libra for the sake of understanding why you are the way you are. And in the environment, we have the devil, and we also have the devil coming out here as well. So the devil has come out twice, but I don't think it's come out in a negative context. This is the environment, which means that the environment may be showing you something. It's got kind of the words that came to mind are echoes from the past. Those were the words that came to mind when I pulled that card when I was shuffling, is echoes from the past. And I think with this Venus retrograde on the 19th, but more specifically her conjunction with Pluto around the same degrees of the Mercury retrograde that are going to be happening next year, there is this like coming full circle, revisiting from the past. Now, it may or may not be romantic, or may have nothing to do with romance, or it may have everything to do with romance. I think for many... As much as I would like to say it's not romantic for those of you who are not in romance, but we do have Chiron going direct in your 7th house. We also have high activation with the 5th house with Saturn and Jupiter. So even if you're not even here for romantic purposes, there may be a breakthrough in terms of understanding your romantic relationships on a deeper level. And that may come through echoes of the past sort of showing up and rearing their ugly heads and really showing you how far you've come, which is in effect the very reason why you should be so optimistic and why you should feel kind of emboldened by your current state. We also have this, what do you need to release? This is why the past echoes are showing up, right? This is why the memories are resurfacing. This is why that person is popping up on your phone. This is why that situation is arising again with your siblings, right? Because Sagittarius season does activate the 3rd house, not to mention we have Mars coming into the 3rd house as well. So there can be definite some sibling stuff going on. There could be co-worker stuff going on with Neptune in the 6th. So whichever area is activated for you, there is something coming through for the sake of release. And it's not just like a layer or a degree of release. It is a full release. Because what I'm seeing with the Ace of Swords right next to the devil is that this is a liberation of mind. And we know that the devil is often psychologically, trapped. It's when we are psychologically trapped. It's when we are in that place of not being able to see our way out, kind of being trapped in the system, quote unquote, of our minds. And this is a month where you get to fully liberate. And that's because you're going to prioritize yourself. You're going to prioritize your own needs, your own wants, your own desires, and you are not going to settle. Now we have this childhood innocence energy. And I like that with the open mind, because I think even from, like when you think of children, right? Or even an animal, when you think of children or something a little bit less adult, less human adult, you know how intuitive, you know how instinctual those creatures are. You know how well they honor their emotion, how well they honor the things that they sense. And I feel like your mind is just completely getting out of the way. Like your mind doesn't have any power right now, which is weird because we have 3rd house activation. 3rd house is all about the mind, right? The motto is I think, right? I mean, there's a lot going on in the brain there. And yet I don't see that activity here. I see the freedom from that. And this childhood innocence is really a coming back to who you were before the world messed you up, right? Before all the trauma, before your parents did that thing to you, or before your ex-husband did that thing to you, or whatever it is, right? Before all of that, who were you before? And I do feel that there is this, the word empty, right? Empty echoes, empty. There's something about the emptiness, but not like depressed emptiness. I know when we say the word empty, we always think, oh, that's so sad. Like, no, but in a more spiritual context, empty is like the nirvana, right? Empty is the attainment of true self, of true essence. And I feel that you are hollowing out. Now, patience in planning. There are things that you are hoping for. That's what this optimism is really for. You're hoping for the love of your life. You're hoping for this amazing job. You're hoping for that amount of money. It's what you're working for. It's what you're aiming for. Like, there are aims, there are goals, there are ambitions. And I feel that you've been on track with those things. Now, December may derail you a little bit because with the moon in reversed here, I often feel like the moon is not a very structured energy, and Saturn is very structured with the devil. So we kind of have the moon versus Saturn, and the moon is in the reversal. So the Saturnian energy is a little bit more prominent. And I feel like this is a month where you may struggle with keeping the structure and maybe even doing a little bit of a negative feedback loop because you might not necessarily give yourself the grace that you may need. A Knight of Cups needs a lot of grace. It needs a lot of slack. It's not very rules oriented. This is Pisces, right? There are no limits. There are no boundaries with Pisces. There are no laws or rules or regulations with Pisces. So, but yet at the same time, you also want that because you feel like that is what is giving you a hold on the future success, the future attainment of the goal. But you also need to honor your body here. You need to honor what your mind is doing because the third house activation can be very scattered. Not to mention that Sagittarius is a mutable energy. We've got a new moon eclipse in the third house as well. So it's not necessarily a place where structure is easy, because this is where creativity goes to completely roam free. This is where we brainstorm. It's where we throw ideas against the wall. It's where we communicate and chat and we collect information, and it's where we connect dots. And there's not always structure, or there's not always a linear path with that. So I think one of the things that you're going to have to, consciously do is say, okay, today I'll be really structured, for just a couple of hours, but then I'm going to give myself the grace. All right. And in so doing, because I think what's going to happen is as these things surface, or this one thing, or this one person, as this thing surfaces, it's going to throw you off kilter. It's going to kind of throw you off course a little bit, and your productivity may go down, but it doesn't have to be a negative thing, you guys. And I know that each of you have your own moon placements and Mars placements and sun placements and all that kind of stuff. Different houses are activated. So it's not necessarily a full blanket statement, but I also know that when a shadow pops up, it can be unnerving, and it can make us feel out of control of our life a little bit, and it can be a real energy drain sometimes, okay? Now, the Emperor I like, although I don't think this is you per se, because Emperor is an Aries energy, right? We have the Ram here. It's an Aries energy, and Aries rules your 7th house. So I feel that this is someone else. It could be your significant other. It could be your spouse. It could be a business partner. It could be any other kind of one-on-one person that you have some kind of agreement or commitment with. The Emperor is providing right now a lot of stability, and I think you can rely upon them in this moment, especially when you're in this moon reversed energy, which can be a little fearful, it can be a little, the word that's coming to my mind is rattled, like something may rattle you and it can just shock you. And so your Emperor is here to truly offer a very real support. And maybe your Emperor is a part of this Saturnian devil energy showing up in the 9-card block, giving you that free reign and that space to be a little chaotic, to be a little stormy, but to know that you have a safe place to come back home to. This may actually be your physical home as well, because we know that the Emperor is a number 4, and in your 4th house we have Saturn, and we have the Venus-Pluto conjunction and Venus retrograde happening in the 4th house for you. So there could be something home related as well. Being at home, or a lot of focus or emphasis at home, or a lot of safety and security at home, that is going to give you the strength and the power to be out in the world and accomplishing the things that you're hoping to accomplish. Because I know that you have expansive sights. Now, the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Cups, both, this is Sagittarius, this is Pisces, both are ruled by Jupiter. And Jupiter is a highly expansive energy, and it is always pushing limits, always pushing boundaries, and it is always forcing us to grow. The good news is that the 10 of coins in the very center of the reading is a suggestion that this isn't for nothing, that there is a quote-unquote reward on the other side of this, because I feel a struggle. I don't think that the Martyr card would be coming out if there wasn't some kind of a struggle. And I know you've been, right, patience and planning. I know that you've been working towards something. I know that you've been dedicating more effort and energy into something. And therefore, I know that you are hoping for this reward. Now, where it goes kind of sour in this moment, and some Libras may be victim to this, right? Because here comes their shadow, whatever it is, really accentuating their issues. And we all have our issues somewhere. And because they haven't seen the fruits of their labor yet, freedom of mind is not necessarily good enough, because it doesn't count as evidence for a lot of people. They want cold, hard, physical, hands-on rewards. And because it might not be showing up quite yet, there is this tendency to go into the self-pity mode. Oh my gosh, look at all this bad stuff that is happening to me. Look at all the things that aren't working for me. Look at this person and what they're doing. Look at what they said. I can't believe I didn't get that thing. And it's going to be like a real energy drain, especially if you're cross-watching and your Libra is doing that. That can be a very significant energy drain. I would highly recommend not really playing into that or enabling that in any way, shape, or form. So if you can get out of that, that would be ideal. Not to say to fully abandon people, but I know that there's not a lot you can do, and you don't want to egg it on, because then it just gets a little bit more toxic. But for those of you who are experiencing some hang-ups in your life, this is that moment to say truly what is best for me, what is best for my life, because these Jupiterian expansions, while they are great, they are pushing you into new territory. And when you get pushed into new territory in your life, here comes the shadow, here comes the fear, here comes the sadness, here comes the whatever, and it says, I'm here if you want to indulge in me. I'm here if you want to go, run away from it. I'm here if you want to go back to the way it used to be. I'm here. And you have to confront that. You have to stare that in the face, and you have to say, I'm not a victim of you anymore. Ace of Swords. You do not have control over me anymore. Ace of Swords. Even though you probably have a lot of doubts. Queen of Swords, Queen of Cups, both reversed. It's almost as though you're doing the right thing while full of self-doubt. You're doing what you know you're supposed to do. Again, supposed to do meaning you're not going to repeat a pattern, even though you're like, but maybe that is the best thing, or maybe it really isn't going to work out, or, you have all of this stuff circulating in your mind. A lot of thoughts, a lot of emotion, right? Thoughts and emotion. But this sensing is a very, very important component of this particular reading, because you sense that this is just an empty echo. And by overcoming the temptation of that, this is what you know to be true, overcoming the temptation of that pattern, of that old way of life, is in and of itself the liberating experience, even though you probably don't really want to do it. And that's even Knight of Cups. I didn't even see that. My microphone was blocking it. But even the Knight of Cups reversed. Here you are. Queen of Swords reversed. Queen of Cups reversed. This is your midheaven, by the way, the Cancerian energy. This is Libra energy. This is Pisces energy. I feel like almost every bone in your body is going to be saying, listen to the echo, listen to this, go into the... I feel such... Even this guy here with his hand out, and you're here, like this is a puppet with strings, right? And you have your, like a hoodie on and your hands over your ears, and you're trying hard not to look, trying hard not to see. But I think it has gravity to it. It has power to it. It has meaning to it. I suspect that this empty echo, whatever it is, taught you a lot. And that it actually made you a much better person. It made you stronger, made you more intelligent, made you more wise. It had value. Did it work out the way you wanted to? No. It may have been toxic. Yeah, it may have been toxic. But even toxic situations have value because of what you learn, because of who it makes you want to be, who it forced you to be. But it doesn't mean you have to go back there. In fact, you shouldn't. There is a future that is so wide open. There is a future that is so exactly in line with what you said you wanted. And you know for a fact that this empty echo is not that. Sometimes I feel like the way time works in such a cyclical manner. We think we're beyond something, and then boom, it comes and smacks us in the face. And we get nostalgic, and we get lonely, and we get desperate, and we get sad, and we get like we want the validation. We want the comfort of the past pain. But it's just not who you are anymore. And some will have a much easier time than others moving away from this. But others are going to really, really struggle, because this was probably something that they always wanted. They always wanted the love of their father who disappeared when they were 5 years old, right? They always wanted the love of that partner who cheated on them. They always wanted the thing that thing could never give them. And there's that hope that this time it will, even though you know it won't. This is an opportunity for you to really trust yourself in the right moment, when you're supposed to trust yourself. Right? This is what it means to be an intuitive person, but to also be an intelligent person as well. To marry intuition with intelligence is a superpower. Okay, we're going to pull out the clarifiers, get deeper into this. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be found in both the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 30 more minutes about these cards, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and start by clarifying the Knight of Cups, which is essentially, what else does Libra need to know regarding what the universe needs from them? Six of Swords, Five of Wands reversed, and an Ace of Wands. We have in the environment a Four of Swords reversed, a Five of Coins reversed, and Seven of Cups also reversed. Okay, now we're going to start with the Devil in the 9-card block. Page of Coins, Nine of Wands, and the Three of Coins. Beautiful Knight of Swords, Four of Cups, and the World. I feel like you're really going to let the thing or the person, whatever this is, you're going to let them really show you where they're really at. You're going to let them show you whether or not they've really changed. You know, you're going to just let them be who they are and who they always were, right? You're going to let them do it. Collecting evidence the way a Libra does in order to weigh both sides. Knight of Wands, Three of Swords, and Ten of Wands. Oh, sorry, baby girl. We have a Ten of Swords, and we have another Emperor here. Two of Wands. Fool reversed. See, you may have an innocence to you, but you're definitely not naive. Definitely not naive. Four of Wands. With a Death card and an Eight of Coins reversed. Knight of Cups. A Sun card. Three of Cups. Last but not least, a third Knight of Cups. Eight of Cups. Hanged Man reversed, and Five of Coins and Five of Swords at the bottom of the deck. Alrighty, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are absolutely more than welcome. All right, you guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your December 2021 tarot card reading. To give you a little bit of a backstory before I start with this reading, I've had a lot of disruption with the Scorpio reading. A lot of things just interrupting me, whether it was a phone call or the contractors downstairs with their saws and their hammers, or the cat coming through and just like screwing up all the cards. I keep starting over and starting over. And I feel like maybe that's the same thing happened last month as well. Like when I was trying to shuffle the cards and the reversals cards would just like, they would not shuffle in. I had to physically place them in one at a time because I couldn't shuffle them the way I normally shuffle. They just were, there was something weird about the cards, and I feel like that energy is still here, and that may have a lot to do with coming off of that full moon eclipse in Taurus. I think Scorpio was highly impacted with a degree of intensity that's rare even for a Scorpio, and coming off of that may have felt like coming off of a drug or something. You know, there was so amped, the energy was so electrified and coming off. And even though we still have an eclipse on the 4th, there's still this like having a hard time like collecting, right? Things just keep happening, and there are things still very out of Scorpio's control. And I look at this card and it says, nothing will come of this situation. Now, this void of course energy also showed up in the Taurus reading this month, which makes sense, Taurus and Scorpio, which means like Taurus and Scorpio both are being asked to like, to deal with weird energy. I don't know, to deal with things that aren't in your control, to deal with things that aren't working out, to make certain sacrifices over here, to let things go, to expend money, I don't know, like it's just, there's this weird dance going on. It's like a trade that's happening and you're having to give something up for the sake of getting something. I don't know, it feels very transactional. And it's odd. And it's been difficult to read it because it feels very specialized to each person. So I have to kind of speak to it in a generalized way. So I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we have all this Sagittarius energy, right? Over here we have this Knight of Wands, which is what does the universe need from you? Sagittarius card, Knight of Wands. And we have the Sagittarius astrology card, I see. And we also have a visionary card as well. And I look at these cards and I say, okay, well, clearly Scorpio has to be really in the high level perspective right now, and they can't get caught up in the minutia of things. And there probably are a lot of things that are not within your control, you know, that there are dependencies on other people, you know, whether it's certain skill sets or certain tasks or whatever that you simply cannot do, you don't know how to do, and so you are dependent on them. But yet at the same time, the cards are saying, but don't lose the vision. Keep your head above water, because if you don't, it's very likely that you could get lost and confused, void of course, and get really wrapped up in a situation that is completely not worth getting wrapped up in at all. Your perspective, your trajectory has to be much bigger than the day-to-day. Now, that's opposite of what I was seeing a lot of in Scorpio season, which was focus on the day-to-day, focus on the minutia, focus on your habits and your patterns and your daily goings about, right? But now things are like flip-flopped completely in the opposite direction. Focus on the vision, focus on the bigness, focus on the trajectory. Because if you get caught up in the minutia, you're going to drive yourself crazy trying to control things that you don't have control over. And the sacrifice, there are going to be things that you have to sacrifice. And I'm looking very specifically at this 9 of coins. And when I look at, the sun coming through the second house, we have Mercury in the second up until the 13th. Mars will come into the second house on the 13th. There will be a lot of activation with the third house later on in December. Plus we have the Venus-Pluto conjunction and retrograde, the Venus retrograde over Pluto in the third house as well. So there are a lot of money things going on. There's a lot of desire to be highly self-reliant. There's a lot of work going on, a lot of working. But still, I feel like there's this massive switch, this massive transition that's going on. And there have to be losses in order to make up or to make room for the gains that are yet to come. And maybe the Sagittarius energy is like, please, Scorpio, do not lose your optimism. Do not lose your hope. There are gains. There are upsides, there are, good fortunes on their way, but you need space to receive them. Here's new beginnings, here's sacrifice. Death, rebirth is in the reversal, which means that this metamorphosis is still underway, that the death process hasn't fully completed, and the rebirth hasn't quite begun. So it's a transitionary month for you guys, and it may continue to be so. Like, I kind of feel like you may feel a little bit of limbo through December and even through January until the nodes switch into Taurus and Scorpio. And when the nodes switch and move into Taurus, Scorpio, you'll feel a lot more directed and you'll feel a lot more in control. And you actually will be a lot more in control. But the environment is saying, like, we have this image of the star, which is indicative of the cosmos being a representative of spirit itself and the vastness and the higher intelligence of spirit. And it's saying, look, in your environment, spirit has its hand in everything right now. Spirit is doing all the creation right now. Spirit is mixing the pot or stirring the pot. It's getting, it might be getting a little dramatic for some of you, but it's only going to be getting dramatic for the people that are living in the smaller scale. If you're living in the bigger scale, you will feel free. You will feel untouchable. But right now, the universe is organizing a whole bunch of stuff. The right people, the right places, the right things, the right financial opportunities, the right romantic partners, all of the right stuff. It's all aligning for you. Your only job right now is to allow yourself to really change. Your only job is to let things go. Now is not a time to be greedy. Because I'm looking at the Six of Swords here and I see her kind of moving in this boat. She's arriving on the shore, right? We have the kind of the sandy beach right here. So she's arriving on shore. She's being pulled by destiny. And all she has is just one little bag, one little suitcase, one little piece of luggage, right? She's coming ashore kind of in this state of scarcity here. And I feel like this is a switchover between relying upon resources, Nine of Coins reversed, relying upon status, relying upon your job, relying upon your income, right? Instead of relying upon those things, you are in this transition of learning how to truly rely upon your inner willpower. And there's kind of this understanding that's coming forth of like, this is my real wealth. This is my real abundance. My real quality of wealth and prosperity is my bravery. It is my capacity to have nothing but to be everything. And I'm seeing, as Scorpio does, a rising from the ashes, which is quite beautiful. Because you're in this position now where no one can tell you who you are. No one can force you into a box. No role, no cultural expectation can have a hold on you. Your voice is truly your own. Your self-expression is truly your own. And I love that for a Jupiter coming through the 5th house. That's a beautiful energy to have because there's so... Now, when Jupiter comes through the 5th, speaking as someone who natally has Jupiter in the 5th, okay, there cannot be anything superficial at all, ever, with Jupiter in the 5th. It demands authenticity. And this is an energy that goes very well hand in hand with scorpionic qualities. This is you. And this is you just kind of laying it out on the table in the world and saying, take it or leave it. And I don't care if you leave it. And what's happening, people, places, things. Here we have people. 3 people, okay? We have collaborations, we have brainstorming, we have new ideas. And I love that you're going from a 9 to a 3 because this is really the empowering thing. This is really the transformation here is when you have 9 and you purposefully sacrifice 6 in order to get to 3 because you realize that there is actually more power in 3. Okay, and what I mean by that, all right, is there is more power in the creation of things than there is in the having of things. As much as I would love to say that Scorpio is, a materialistic, not calling you guys materialistic, but there's a lot of material things that come through with the Scorpio archetype. There is a lot of money that comes through here. There is a lot of, beautiful things. There is an aesthetic. There is a style, right? Scorpio has a a connection with all of that because of the Taurus opposition there. So, but, right, having of those things is great, but the creating of them is even better because that engages you with life in a completely different kind of way. And I think Scorpio is trading the comfort for the creation and allowing themselves to grow for the sake of a vision, for the sake of a greater trajectory. I mean, there's a lot of really high-level cards coming out here with all four of these. Even dawn, new beginning. I mean, I think that you can sense that your life is about to really change. And in order for your life to really change, you have to, I don't know, throw money at a situation. You have to lose out. You have to move away from your comfort zone. You have to, get rid of a relationship that isn't working. You have to do those things. And in so doing, you get to witness consciously the real magic of how life truly unfolds. And what I love with the Seven of Wands reversed is that Scorpio is not afraid of people's negative opinions. This is what I mean by being really untouchable, because you're sitting here saying, like, you can say whatever you want about me, you can say whatever you want to me, but it's all just projection. And you realize, you know that whatever anyone else says is a projection. And it's not even their own projection. It's like society and family and education systems and all these institutions projecting onto children who grow into adults. And then it's just this regurgitation of that projection. It's like not even a real projection that truly comes from an authentic place within that person, which makes it even that much more unreal, which makes it even that much more invalid. Which means you are even that much more empowered because you just realize how very little is real. And that's why when people get all worked up, like, oh my gosh, you're walking away from that, you're losing that money, you're sacrificing this, you're, whatever it is you're doing all these things. You just realize that it is just their own fear of their creative energy. Because they think the wealth is here, but it's not. The wealth is here. They look at the bank account as the expression of wealth. They look at the bank account as the expression of security. You are in a position where the real security is found in your strength. It's a totally different kind of thing. Completely revolutionizing the way that you operate in life. We have a 10 of Cups reversed here. I don't mind a 10 of Cups reversed because what I'm sensing is a realism, but not a pessimism. I don't want to get that confused. Realism and pessimism are two totally different things. You are not pessimistic. In fact, you might even be overly optimistic. But you are still realistic. And in a way, the optimism is the realism because you know that that's what you are creating. And therefore, the optimistic is the only way to think right now. Because that's what you want to create. You may feel a little bit lonely in this because I don't know how many people are genuinely going to understand. And even with this Knight of Swords, I kind of am feeling like that there is a lot of movement in your life right now, Scorpio. There are a lot of moving pieces. There are a lot of people involved. There are a lot of relationships right now. And I just see you running faster than everybody else. I see you winning this kind of race, but they don't even know they're in a race. And while I don't usually like to think of life as a race, sometimes you just catch this wave. You catch a wave and it carries you very quickly, very fast, very quickly, in a long way. It takes you a long ways from where you began. And I feel like that's what's happening. And I feel that that's what the whole of 2022 is really going to be about. You've caught this wave and you are about to go further than anyone you know. And it can be lonely at the front of the line sometimes, but I also think that you would prefer it that way. The Ace of Wands in the reversal, like, I don't even know how much you're even thinking about things right now. I don't see Scorpio overthinking, overanalyzing, risk assess. Like, I just don't see that. I see that you have the vision, right? The capacity to envision what is not yet conceivable to others. People can't see it. They can't connect with you on that level, on that wavelength, because they just like, they're going to be so, like, they're going to poo-poo your ideas like big time. I think you're going to be even more private now than you normally are. You're going to keep the magic to yourself. Maybe even some of you, even from your spouse, because you may know that the vision is so grand that even your spouse won't understand. But I don't think that it makes you feel lonely. I think that it makes you feel empowered. And that's the beautiful thing. Even your spouse won't understand why you have to give up so many of these pentacles and start over at 3 of Pentacles, because to them it's like you're moving backwards, but you're sitting here and saying, no, it's not a backwards movement. It's a step forward. It just appears to be a step backwards. See, I think you embrace this sacrifice. You embrace this loss. You embrace the disruption. And even remember what I was saying at the beginning, like, there was so much disruption with this reading. Like, I can't even describe to you how difficult it was to find this quiet moment to do this the past few days. It was one thing after the next, after the next, after the next. And it was, I kind of like, I was supposed to get this reading out like 3 days ago. And there wasn't a moment. And I kind of feel like you are, I don't know, you seem to be in the same position. So let's pull out some oracle cards. Let's see what else comes out. Not oracle cards, I meant clarifiers. So let's do this. All right, so for those of you who are new to the channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for 30 or more minutes usually about these, 25 at the least. All right, so for the Knight of Wands, what more do you need to know, or what does the universe need from you? 2 of Swords reversed, 6 of Coins, and another 10 of Cups reversed, which is interesting, that 10 of Cups reversed, kind of accentuating the realistic, the optimistic realism with which you are operating here. We have the Star, which is the environment, the 5 of Wands, 10 of Coins, and the 6 of Cups. Beautiful. All right, so now we're going to take a look at the Death card, the Death Rebirth card. Eight of Coins reversed. The Empress. And another 3 of Coins. Queen of Swords. Another 6 of Coins, so mirroring that one. I like that we're getting all these 3, 6, 9, because we know that there's like that universal quality, right? The magic of 3, 6, 9. I like that we're getting that with the coins, because it's like whether you're at a 3, whether you're at a 6, or whether you're at a 9, it doesn't really matter, because they all lead back to one another at some point. Okay, so you're there, like you're within the magic numbers here. And then we have the 8 of Wands. 6 of Swords, another 10 of Coins, a Devil, and a Wheel of Fortune. So you may appear to only have one little piece of luggage in that boat. getting off the boat with nothing but the clothes on your back type of deal, right? That may be what is appearing. But the reality is that you are probably more wealthy and prosperous than anybody else because you have you. Right? You have you. You have your resilience. Okay, Knight of Coins. Hermit. Kind of feel like that one. And a Star reversed. Three of Coins. We have the Tower reversed. Ace of Swords reversed. And a Five of Swords. We have the Moon. Page of Cups. Strength reversed. Page of Wands. The Magician. And a King of Cups. Well, that's definitely your energy there, which I love. We have a Hierophant. Two of Cups. A Three of Swords. Justice. Fool. Five of Coins and a Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So again, if you want to join, you are more than welcome. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing December, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Take care.